Chapter 326 Tsunade's Discovery. Xiaolin, just do your best in the next battle. You performed so well in the first battle, you will definitely become a chunin. Obito thought for a while and said to Nohara Rin. The first battle of the second round is the battle between Nohara Rin and Hoshigaki Kisame. Although they are enemies, Obito has to admit that Kisame is a powerful ninja. Let alone Nohara Rin, Obito dare not say that he will win against him, because his fire escape is completely defeated by Kisame. Well, in fact, I am satisfied to enter the second round. Nohara Rin smiled and nodded. Nohara Rin is very happy to be able to beat Nara Saltwater. The battle in the Forest of Death has fully proved the strength of Hoshigaki Kisame. Nohara Rin knows that her chances of winning are slim. The water escape technique she had practiced for a month was definitely not comparable to that of Hoshigaki Kisame, and although the super strength punch was strong, it was not so strong that Hoshigaki Kisame could not deal with it. Try to use physical skills to find more opportunities, and fight with all your strength so that you will not regret the result. Kakashi also spoke. In Kakashi's analysis, Nohara Rin's slim chance of winning was in super strength. The first match of the second round, Hoshigaki Kisame vs Nohara Rin. Obaru's voice came into the lounge. Thank you, I'm going to take the exam. Nohara Rin smiled softly and thanked Obito and Kakashi for their advice, and walked out of the lounge. At this time, Obito wished he could replace Nohara Rin, but he knew it was impossible. First of all, Nohara Rin herself would not agree. Obito knew that Nohara Rin was not a person who would retreat when faced with difficulties. Hoshigaki Kisame glanced at Might Guy, who was doing handstand training, and walked out of the lounge. If he won this battle, his next opponent would be Might Guy. As for Black Ze, Hoshigaki Kisame has already acquiesced that he will lose to Might Guy. The battle begins. After shouting, Obito retreated immediately. Nohara Rin immediately entered the water-breathing state and took the initiative to attack Hoshigaki Kisame. In order to get close to Kisame, Nohara Rin condensed chakra on her feet and used the shaving burst to quickly come to Kisame's side. Super strength. Nohara Rin clenched her fist, and the large amount of chakra contained in her fist was all stimulated in one breath, and she threw an extremely heavy punch at Kisame. This opening surprised many viewers. They didn't expect that Nohara Rin, a girl who looked so weak, would take the initiative to fight against the fierce-looking Hoshigaki Kisame. After all, in the previous battle, Nohara Rin gave people the impression that she was a water-style ninja who relied on water dragon bullets to output. But then something even more unexpected happened. Facing the weak girl rushing over, Hoshigaki Kisame actually retreated at a very fast speed and didn't dare to fight her head-on. Boom! Nohara Rin's punch hit the ground, and the powerful force directly cracked the ground, and the broken stones flew in all directions. This little girl is quite like you, Tsunade. Jiraiya laughed when he saw that Nohara Rin had such a strong punch. Tsunade, who had not watched the fight seriously, felt that Nohara Rin's fighting style was a little familiar to Jiraiya. Hoshigaki Kisame had once fought Nohara Rin head-on, so he did not think of fighting with Nohara Rin, but rushed up to fight Nohara Rin after Nohara Rin's attack failed. Without using strange power, Nohara Rin quickly fell into a disadvantage and was hit by several punches, which made Obito clench his fists. Nohara Rin was not discouraged. She deliberately exposed a flaw and wanted to exchange injuries with Kisame, but found that Kisame was not fooled at all, so her attack failed again. This made Nohara Rin very uncomfortable. She didn't have much chakra, but her super strength consumed a lot. Every time she missed a punch, her already slim chance of winning became even smaller. Xiaolin has too little combat experience. At this time, Kakashi discovered a fatal weakness in Nohara Rin. Nohara Rin did not have as much experience as they did. She was an intern and encountered a team of ninjas by chance and had an accident on the battlefield. Although it was dangerous when she met the candidate Reikage, it was basically Minato who was the output. The intensity of the battle on their side was not high. Even in the Death Forest, Nohara Rin didn't fight much. Her main role was to heal people. Combat experience is a very important thing. Kakashi didn't need much strength to defeat Obito before, which was bullying Obito because he had no combat experience at that time. And the current battle is that Hoshigaki Kisame is bullying the inexperienced Nohara Rin. In front of experienced ninjas, Nohara Rin at this moment is really equivalent to fighting with open cards, and all her thoughts are clearly shown. Nohara Rin is not stupid. She found that her super strength always missed people, so she became more cautious and did not use super strength easily. However, being cautious can only make Nohara Rin lose later but not make Nohara Rin win. Kisame is not in a hurry to defeat Nohara Rin. The third exam is tight, and he doesn't want to lose to Might Guy because of some accident. Nohara Rin's wounds gradually increased, and her condition became worse and worse. But Nohara Rin did not give up. She used medical ninjutsu to treat herself so that her body would not slow down due to injuries. Medical ninjutsu is not bad. This Nohara Rin is interesting. The more Tsunade looked at Nohara Rin, the more she felt that Nohara Rin was practicing according to her template. I'm also curious. She is Minato's disciple, but these are definitely not taught by Minato. Jiraiya next to him said. Minato talked to Jiraiya about his disciples and asked Jiraiya for advice on educating people. Xiaolin is actually my disciple too. Mu Yu explained a little. Now there is no need to hide some things. Jiraiya looked at Mu Yu with a little surprise. He only knew that Mu Yu was learning medical ninjutsu from Tsunade. He didn't expect that Mu Yu's own medical ninjutsu was not low, and he could teach a disciple like Nohara Rin. It turned out to be you. When did you steal my strange power? You must make a beggar chicken and a plate of spicy chicken tonight to compensate for my loss. Tsunade said seriously. Mu Yu didn't want to point it out. Do you think that your ninjutsu was stolen? It's obvious that you are greedy for the chicken he made. Because strange power is essentially not a specific ninjutsu, but a chakra control technique. This thing can only be taught, and it is extremely difficult to learn it secretly. Cooking is no problem, but Xiaolin admires you, Tsunade-sama, and she may follow me when the time comes. Mu Yu agreed with a smile. Mu Yu wanted to leave Nohara Rin to Tsunade for a while. Although Tsunade is very bad now, she is still the strongest in medical ninjutsu. Mu Yu thinks Nohara Rin needs to go to Tsunade for further study. Tsunade nodded immediately, and at the same time was thinking about whether to give Shizun to Mu Yu to teach. Mu Yu seemed to have some knowledge in teaching. Nohara Rin finally lost, and fell down because of excessive consumption of physical chakra. For the audience of Konoha Fire Country on the field, this was another unpleasant battle. Although Nohara Rin forced Kisame to retreat at the beginning of the battle, she still lost in the end. This is the Chunin exam to show strength. Losing means being one level lower than the opponent. Damn guy, Might Guy, you must teach him a lesson when the time comes. Obito's heart was burning with fire, but he had no choice because of the lottery number. Hoshigaki Kisame will meet Might Guy in the third match. Obito thinks Might Guy will win, so they can't meet at all. Leave it to me. Might Guy nodded seriously. There is no doubt that Nohara Rin is also his companion. When the time comes, he will definitely respond with Kisame's strongest kick. Second match, Might Guy vs Kurosawa. When the voice of Obito reached the audience, many audiences were shocked. They still watched all the battles between Kirigakure and Konoha because they knew it was not because Konoha ninjas were not good, but because those Kirigakure had not met the strong men of Konoha. Might Guy, come on, kill with one kick like in the last match. Someone shouted. Might Guy, use all your strength. Hearing so many people cheering for his son, Might Guy shed tears of emotion and stood up excitedly to cheer for Might Guy. The venue was full of noise. Due to the distance, Might Guy couldn't hear clearly what they were saying in the battlefield, but he could vaguely hear someone calling his name. Might Guy's mouth raised. He won the first place in the Chunin exam. This was a solid step towards the strongest physical skills. It's a tough battle. How can I beat this guy? Kurosawa thought quickly about how to defeat Might Guy. He had been thinking about it for a long time, just after the lottery, but he hadn't thought of a way until now. Because Might Guy now has only one ability, that is physical skills, but this is not an ordinary physical skill, it is a physical skill that can knock down Kisame with one kick. It's impossible to say that he doesn't want to win in his heart, because the better he performs, the more rewards he will get when he returns to Kirigakure. The problem is that he can't think of how he can win. The battle begins. 8 gates of ninjutsu, open, open. Rest gate, open. Life gate, open. Might Guy opened 3 gates again in seconds and challenged his breathing to enter the state of full concentration. As long as he solved it quickly enough, he would not consume much physical strength. Mist hiding technique. Kurosawa immediately formed a seal to summon a large amount of thick fog to cover the venue, and at the same time used the instant body technique to leave the original position. Otherwise, he was worried that he would be kicked by Might Guy in seconds. Kurosawa's worry was correct. The moment he left the original position, the ground where he just stood cracked directly. Anything that cracked a little bit at night was not the ground. But this also made Kurosawa relieved, which proved that Might Guy could not see clearly in the mist hiding technique, so he still had a chance. But just when Kurosawa separated a water clone and prepared to use the water clone to attract Might Guy's attention and then attack with his main body, Might Guy moved. Might Guy poured most of his strength into his legs, and then the powerful chakra of the 8 gates of the ninjutsu burst out, and he instantly appeared in front of Kurosawa and kicked out fiercely. Extreme Konoha Gordian Kyuuba Tornado. This is the strongest move in Might Guy's Tornado series. He uses extreme strength to perform Gordian Kyuuba Tornado, and even thick and hard rocks can be easily kicked to pieces. Boom! This extremely fast and heavy kick hit Kurosawa and the water clone. The water clone was directly exploded like a water balloon pierced by a needle, and the water splashed all around, while Kurosawa's body was heavily embedded in the wall like a cannonball, leaving a human figure on the wall again. Without Kurosawa's chakra to maintain the mist, it quickly faded and dissipated, and the audience also saw Might Guy standing on the field and Kurosawa who was hit against the wall. Kurosawa looked at Might Guy with blood in his mouth and an unwilling look on his face. He wanted to ask Might Guy how he cracked his mist-hidden technique, but he couldn't speak at this time. As if seeing through Kurosawa's doubts, Might Guy took the initiative to say, "I once practiced fighting with my eyes closed in order to defeat someone. I only needed sound to determine the position." For a long time, Might Guy had no way to deal with Shisui's illusion. Shisui's illusion ability was too strong, and ordinary methods of removing illusions were not very effective. So he practiced this way of fighting, just worried that one day he would encounter an enemy as strong as Shisui's illusion. He kicked according to his memory, so it missed, and the second kick was based on sound, and determined their position according to the movement of Kurosawa's water clone. Kurosawa closed his eyes. He didn't lose unfairly. Might Guy was too difficult to deal with. Might Guy wins. Hiruzen announced the name of the winner. Although I didn't see how Might Guy defeated Kurosawa, Might Guy's big victory was very prominent when Konoha lost several games to Kirigakure. Many viewers were cheering for Might Guy. Might Guy cancelled the 8 gates and breathing technique, and walked back to the lounge with a confident smile. If he won one more game and Kakashi won 2 games, they would meet in the finals. Although Obito also performed very well, Might Guy had an inexplicable confidence in Kakashi. He felt that Kakashi could do it and could defeat all opponents and compete with him for the first place. Maybe this is the bond between close friends. Might Guy thought with a brighter and brighter smile on his face. At this time, he just walked into the lounge. Might Guy gave Kakashi a thumbs up and then sat down to rest. Kakashi nodded without understanding what Might Guy was thinking. Sure enough, Kakashi accepted the challenge. This is the tacit understanding between us. Might Guy was very excited. The third game, Uchiha Obito vs Mei. Think more with your brain, don't get carried away. Kakashi reminded. Mei Terumi restrains Obito, this battle is for it was not easy for Obito. Do I need you to remind me of this? I have always relied on my brain to fight. Obito did not recognize Kakashi's position towards him. He felt that he used a lot of tactics in battle, and a battle would kill a lot of brain cells. Just wait for me to defeat you in the next round. Obito declared war on Kakashi with a confident smile and walked out of the lounge. Zabuza, who was still sitting in the lounge. It's okay to just assume that he lost. Although I lost to Kakashi once in the Death Forest before, it's really a bit heartbreaking to do so directly. P.S. I'm writing until 1 o'clock in the evening. I hope I can fall asleep early. Chapter 327 The Power of the Flame Iron Mountain. When they heard the names of the candidates, many viewers instantly became alert and quickly looked at the battlefield in the center of the venue. After the first round of battles, the audience knew the approximate strength of the contestants and which contestants were stronger. After all, ordinary people don't understand the nature-changing ninjutsu, but they can judge the strength of the candidates by the scale of the ninjutsu and the speed at which the ninjas solve the enemy. Obito once spit out a large sea of fire in the battle with Asuma, and he was a ruthless man at first glance. Mei Terumi also easily eliminated her opponent in the battle, and her strength was not simple. Plus, the two were from the Hidden Mist Ninja and the Leaf Ninja respectively, so there were many things to watch in this battle. Last time, I was defeated by you because of my lack of physical strength. This time, I will definitely let you know my true strength. Obito said ruthlessly with a confident look on his face. He was very concerned about losing to Mei Terumi in the Death Forest. After all, since he became stronger, he had beaten his peers casually except for Miyu and other disciples. It's a good idea, but do you think I was at full strength in the last game? Mei Terumi replied unwillingly. It's just a ruthless talk, who can't do it? The battle begins. After seeing the two standing up, Biriko quickly announced the start of the exam. Fire style, great fireball technique. Obito immediately concentrated his breathing and formed a seal in his hand to spit out a huge fireball towards Mei Terumi. Although he knew that this huge fireball would definitely not work against Mei Terumi, there was no other fire ninjutsu that was more suitable for the starter. Water style, water formation pillar. Mei Terumi also used ninjutsu by forming hand seals on the spot, but the water ball she spit out was 3 times the size of Obito's fireball. When water and fire met, Obito's huge fireball was instantly extinguished and the water ball continued to rush towards Obito. Although such a water ball could not cause much damage to people, Obito knew that Mei Terumi had a skill that could directly turn the water ball into a water dragon bullet, so he dodged away from the water ball. I shouldn't have taken action that time, and he got some information. Mei Terumi sighed in her heart. Seeing that she couldn't trick Obito, Mei Terumi cut off the chakra supply of the water formation pillar. In fact, her skill needed to be maintained by chakra to be able to use the water dragon bullet directly without forming hand seals. In essence, it was the use of chakra form changes. The not very flexible large water ball did not have the ability to chase, and it directly hit the ground and splashed water. Obito looked at Mei Terumi leisurely. He was waiting for an opportunity. It was not wise to use fire ninjutsu to fight against Mei Terumi's water ninjutsu. He was not stupid. He lost last time because of a hard fight. This time he would definitely change his tactics. Mei Terumi did not act rashly. Although Obito's ninjutsu was restrained by her, Obito's taijutsu was much stronger than her. Of course, the two of them just did not make big moves instead of standing still. Mei Terumi quickly scanned the entire venue. At the beginning, there were many trees here, but after so many battles, they were either knocked down or burned. Now there is only a small pond besides the open space. Water ninjutsu, water dragon bullet jutsu. Mei Terumi dodged the shuriken thrown by Obito and quickly formed a seal in her hand to perform ninjutsu again. Seeing that the water dragon seemed to want to drive him to the small pond, Obito burst out chakra and used shaving to distance himself in the opposite direction and ran towards the edge wall of the battlefield. He knew that water escape would be stronger when performed in water. Although it was just a small pond, it could provide some help for Mei Terumi. Flame-breathing chakra mode. Obito strengthened his breathing and entered the flame-breathing chakra mode, and his physical ability was enhanced again. He then opened the Sharingan to enhance his insight, and through flexible positioning, he perfectly made the water dragon bullet hit the wall behind him. At the same time, Obito reached into his ninja tool bag and took out a shuriken, attached fire attribute chakra to it, and threw it towards Mei Terumi. Dissolving escape, a dissolving monster technique. Mei Terumi condensed chakra in her mouth and changed the properties of water and soil to combine into dissolving escape chakra, and finally spit out a large amount of yellow mucus. The yellow mucus is extremely corrosive and sticky. Obito's Sharingan can clearly see that his shuriken merged with the mucus the moment it touched the mucus, and at the same time, some changes occurred on the metal surface. Although it was only very subtle because of the new contact, the powerful insight of the Sharingan allowed Obito to notice this. What kind of ninjutsu is this? It doesn't look like water jutsu, but it looks very powerful. Obito thought of what Mei Terumi said before the battle. It turns out that Mei Terumi was not just bragging, she really had something to hide. Just when Obito was thinking about whether to try fire jutsu, Mei Terumi spit out 2 more yellow mucus. Out of caution, Obito did not, instead of using ninjutsu to counter, he dodged it. Maybe this ninjutsu itself has some shortcomings, Obito dodged it easily. But at this moment, Obito suddenly found that the initial mucus had solidified and turned into a grey wall. Thinking about the attack that he could easily dodge just now, Obito felt something was wrong. He couldn't guess what Mei Terumi wanted to do, but he was sure that Mei Terumi would not make a meaningless attack, as this was a powerful enemy who had defeated him once. Flame Fist. Obito compressed a large amount of chakra on his fist and then instantly transformed it all into fire attribute chakra and slammed it on the grey wall next to him. Boom! With the powerful fist force and the fierce flames, Obito immediately punched a big hole in the grey wall, and Obito walked out of the hole and ran towards the center of the venue. It still doesn't work. It's really troublesome to expose the information. Mei Terumi felt that the battle was getting tricky. From the beginning of the water dragon bullet, her purpose was not to attack Obito, nor even to force Obito to the edge of the pond, but to guide Obito to the wall at the edge of the venue. In this way, she can use the melting escape to create a wall to create a semi-open space to enhance the power of her boiling escape. The lethality of boiling escape is stronger than melting escape, but there is a problem: the power of boiling escape will be greatly reduced in such an extremely open space. Mei Terumi couldn't directly create a closed space on the open ground, and Obito would not be stupid enough to fight her in a closed space, so she chose to create a semi-open space in a circular and progressive manner. But Obito reacted too quickly and immediately thought of her plan through the boiling escape she performed in the Death Forest. Using multiple ninjutsu in a short period of time, and not achieving any results, this made Mei Terumi feel a sense of crisis. She quickly rushed to the pond, wanting to use the water there to reduce the consumption of her water escape. But how could Obito let Mei Terumi pass easily? After being chased and beaten for so long, the fire in his heart had long been extremely strong. Fire Style, Fanfiction Fire Technique. Obito spit out small fireballs at Mei Terumi. Although the fireballs were small, there were many of them, and the overall attack range was better than that of the fireballs. Water Style, Water Prison Technique. Mei Terumi immediately used a water shield to protect herself. It was impossible for her to completely dodge so many fireballs. Although Obito's flame-breathing chakra mode was not complete and could not be released directly without seals, it could simplify the seals, so his ninjutsu speed was faster. After spitting out more than 10 fireballs, Obito immediately stopped releasing them, and the chakra on his feet burst and rushed in front of Mei Terumi. Fire, Konoha whirlwind. When the flaming tornado foot touched the water shield that blocked several fireballs was instantly shattered, and Mei Terumi flew backwards. Water style, water formation pillar. Mei Terumi didn't have time to stand up. She half lying on the ground, she began to quickly form seals. She gathered a large amount of chakra and spit out a huge water ball regardless of consumption. The volume was 3 times that of the initial water ball. The huge water ball instantly wrapped Obito, who rushed over. But Obito had already prepared. He held his breath and burst out all his breathing power. At this moment, the breath of fire was running to the extreme. The chakra in his body was burning and turned into nutrients to improve Obito's strength. There was no time to think more. Looking at the figure moving rapidly in the water, Mei Terumi immediately changed the form of the water formation pillar. She wanted to turn the water formation pillar into a water dragon bullet to defeat Obito like last time. But unfortunately, this time Obito was slightly different from the Obito she fought in the Forest of Death. In the high-pressure battle with Akudamai Hideyuki, Obito's breath of fire was transformed, and the power of the extreme state was greatly enhanced. Mei Terumi moved very quickly, and the water ball was changing at a very fast speed, but Obito moved even faster. It took only a blink of an eye for Mei Terumi to reach a place only 3 meters away from her. The decisive Mei Terumi gave up most of the control of the water flow and completed the transformation of the water dragon bullet in an instant. A not-so-thick water dragon bullet hit Obito. She didn't dare to bet whether she could complete all the transformations when Obito arrived in front of her, because if she lost the bet, her journey in the Chunin exam would be over, and her path to Mizukage would also be affected. Although the less powerful water dragon bullet could not defeat Obito, it should not be a problem to repel him. Fire style, flame charge. Obito activated the power of the flame-breathing chakra mode, and his whole body burned with orange-yellow flames. A large amount of chakra gathered at his shoulders, and he hit the hasty water dragon bullet of Mei Terumi in the posture of an iron mountain. The water dragon bullet transformed from the water formation column of Mei Terumi did not require a seal, and Obito's fire-style ninjutsu did not require a seal either. Boom! The moment Obito's shoulder collided with the water dragon, the flames on Obito's body burned more fiercely. The powerful impact force plus the high-temperature flame of the breath of fire directly broke the thin water dragon bullet into pieces. The rapidly changing situation on the battlefield amazed the audience. You know, at the beginning of the game, Mei Terumi was still suppressing Obito, but the situation changed like this in less than a few minutes. This Uchiha Obito is not bad. The officials of the Land of Fire thought that Obito might be the strongest candidate in this Chunin exam. The posture of Obito burning with flames made them subconsciously think that Obito would be stronger, which was much more terrifying to ordinary people than spitting out a fireball from his mouth. This guy actually hit a trump card when fighting me. Asuma looked at Obito covered in flames with a shocked face. He thought that although he lost, he had forced out all of Obito's tricks. How did he do it? Why didn't the flames hurt him? Bingzu Lietong felt that his ninja knowledge was challenged. How could there be such a thing as fire escape ninjutsu? This is not a ninja. After so many beatings, I finally learned my lesson. Seeing that Obito's victory was certain, Kakashi nodded in his heart. When Kakashi saw Obito being lured to the edge of the field, he wanted to go online to operate, but fortunately Obito finally saw it. Because the ninjutsu was destroyed, Mei Terumi no longer needed to output chakra. She was stunned in place, and Obito, who was burning with flames, had walked in front of her. I said, I will be the winner this time. Obito's palm burning with flames was aimed at Mei Terumi, who was half lying on the ground. If this was a battlefield, he could release the flames instantly to kill Mei Terumi. You won. Mei Terumi said disappointedly with her head slightly lowered. She is not someone who cannot afford to lose, but she is very upset about the result. Although she has shown all her strength, she does not know whether she can be favored by the village leaders after losing in the second round. Originally, she had done a lot of rehearsals for the battles with Might Guy and Kakashi, but now they are no longer needed. Uchiha Obito wins. Hiruzen announced the name of the winner of the battle to the audience. The audience who supported Konoha cheered. Might Guy just won a game and now Obito won another one. He has won 2 games in a row, and this is the second round of the battle. Will Konoha also send young Chunin to participate in the exam? Yuanshi couldn't help thinking in his heart. In order to suppress Konoha in this Chunin exam, Kirigakure specially found a few young Chunin and some powerful genin, but the result was such a fight. Yuanshi had to suspect that Konoha did the same thing as them. With Might Guy's physical skills, Uchiha Obito's fire escape, and Hitaki Kakashi's speed, you call this genin? After winning, Obito did not return to the lounge immediately. He cancelled the breathing method but did not close the Sharingan. With the excellent vision of the Sharingan, he saw Nohara-rin smiling at him, as if she was happy for his victory. Hee. Obito smiled with satisfaction. Although he knew that Nohara-rin could not hear him, he still waved and said thank you. After walking back to the lounge, Obito immediately jumped into Kakashi's face and talked about his various exquisite decisions during the battle. In a word, it was all thanks to his intelligence that he won the victory. There was no strength and it was all operation. If the content is reversed, there will be no problem. Kakashi commented. Mamakai Zabuza vs Hitaki Kakashi. Obito's voice came into the lounge again. Tisk, I want to see what amazing wisdom your battle contains. Obito said with a sneer. Kakashi did not argue with Obito and walked into the battlefield at a leisurely pace. This battle really couldn't show any amazing wisdom, because the enemy's strength was average. It was not difficult for Kakashi to defeat Zabuza even before the special training, not to mention him who had awakened the transparent world and received special training. This chapter is 4K. Chapter 328 The Powerful Thunder Flash. As the last match of the second round, and a battle between Kirigakure and Konoha ninjas, the battle between Kakashi and Zabuza attracted much attention. If Zabuza wins, the top 4 will be half Kirigakure ninjas and half Konoha ninjas. If Kakashi wins, the top 4 will only have Kirigakure ninjas, Hoshigaki Kisame, and the rest will be Konoha ninjas. Kirigakure naturally wants Zabuza to win, otherwise it will be embarrassing. If Kisame loses in the top 4, the final will be a Konoha civil war, which will be even more embarrassing. As one of the 5 major ninja villages, they also have to save face. Of course, in the eyes of people who are familiar with Kakashi and Zabuza, or in the eyes of some people with good eyesight, this is a battle without suspense. How can he win? He lost to that guy a month ago. In Kurosawa's mind, Zabuza will come up to watch the battle with him in a few minutes at most. Zabuza did not guess the audience's thoughts. He has never been the kind of person who caters to others' expectations. Looking at Kakashi's calm and composed appearance, Zabuza's thoughts could not help but go back to a month ago. Facing a strong enemy like Akudamai Hideyuki, Kakashi and his team really did not abandon or give up, and everyone fought to their limits. And Kakashi didn't even have the strength to run, but still chose to step forward to help his teammates and swung a knife that he still couldn't understand. Zabuza really didn't understand it at all. He looked like he had to use all his strength to walk, and he was weak inside and out. But it was this weak Kakashi who killed Akudamai Hideyuki with one sword. Zabuza felt that he might never be able to understand Kakashi's strength, because he really couldn't imagine who he would desperately swing his sword for. The competition between people starts before they are born. If you were born in Kirigakure, you would probably be the same as I am now. Zabuza said. He still didn't want to admit defeat, but he didn't want to admit defeat because of his strength, but the village. Zabuza has been in Konoha for a month, and during this month he has fully felt the difference between Konoha and Kirigakure. You don't need to kill your classmates to graduate from the ninja school in Konoha, and the atmosphere between ninjas is not so cold and bloody. Growing up with your companions in such an environment will naturally make you feel good, and you will have the idea of protecting your companions. Hirako next to him empathized with Zabuza's words, but it was not because of the ninja village, but because of the difference in talent between people, which is also determined at birth. For example, if you are not born in Uchiha, you will basically not have the Sharingan. There is no if in the world. It seems that the previous sword did not completely cut off the dissatisfaction in your heart. Kakashi replied calmly, and his expression did not change because of Zabuza's words. In Kakashi's opinion, this assumption does not make much sense, because he doesn't know what Kirigakure is like. Kakashi admits that the environment can affect people, but this is not absolute. For example, Obito, although Obito was born in Uchiha, his personality is completely different from that of ordinary Uchiha. If you think Kirigakure is not as good as Konoha, then you should work hard to change it, instead of imagining that I will become Kirigakure. Kakashi said. Kakashi learned a truth from studying the history of the ninja world. Where you are born is determined by heaven and cannot be changed, but you can choose what to do in this life. For example, Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, although they were born in hostile families, they eventually chose to join forces to create Konoha. Senju Tobirama is a member of the great ninja clan, but in order to strengthen the strength of the ninja village, he can weaken the ninja clan to allow more civilian ninjas to appear. That kind of thing can't be done by talking. Zabuza sneered. Kakashi said it easily, but the blood mist was a policy decided by the Mizukage. Then do you think it's easy to kill the Jonin? Kakashi said calmly. It's difficult to change, but if you don't try, you will never succeed. If Kakashi had lay down because of pain and lack of physical strength, he would not have entered the transparent world and killed Akutami Hideyuki. Zabuza was speechless. The one who was killed was his instructor, so he naturally knew how difficult it was. The battle begins. Obaru adjusted his inner emotions a little and then shouted quickly. Mist hidden technique. In order to prevent being killed instantly by Kakashi, Zabuza immediately retreated and made a seal on the field to create a thick fog, and used the instant body technique to quickly change positions. But to Zabuza's surprise, Kakashi did not move, so his series of position changes and dodges became a battle of wits and courage with the air. What does that guy want to do? Zabuza frowned and guessed Kakashi's tactics in his heart. This was completely different from what he imagined. He imagined that the battle scene was that Kakashi rushed directly at high speed, but in reality, Kakashi did not even draw his sword and walked slowly. In fact, Zabuza's initial guess was not wrong. Kakashi wanted to kill Zabuza instantly with a flash. But after a conversation, Kakashi gave up this idea. He wanted to completely convince Zabuza and use his newly developed Thunder Flash. Kakashi used his thunder breathing to the limit, greatly improving the strength and speed of his body. At the same time, he gathered a lot of chakra in his legs and right hand, ready to explode at any time. Kakashi tried hard to enter that clear and transparent world. He had made many attempts in the past month, but all failed. This time he failed as expected, but Kakashi keenly discovered that although he failed this time, it was different from the previous time. He could vaguely feel something. Kakashi felt a little relieved. After a month of hard training, he finally made some progress. As expected, he still had to fight. Unable to figure out Kakashi's thoughts, Zabuza separated a water clone and let the water clone attack Kakashi. The main body waited for Kakashi to make a move and reveal a flaw. In order to strengthen that feeling, Kakashi tried to close his eyes. The water clone rushed up directly when he saw this. Swish! Kakashi drew his sword and swung it at a very fast speed, and the water clone instantly split into two and collapsed into a stream. Zabuza, who was about to rush forward, had cold sweat on his forehead. He really couldn't understand Kakashi's operation. He closed his eyes and was still so fast. Just when Zabuza was thinking about new tactics, Kakashi moved again. This time he was heading towards Zabuza. Kakashi transformed all the gathered chakra into lightning chakra, and the dazzling yellow flash covered Kakashi's legs and right hand. The yellow lightning passed from Kakashi's arm to the white fang short blade in his hand. Under the effect of chakra, the short blade extended a lightning blade and turned into a katana style. Thunder flash. Zzzz. Boom. At this moment, the lightning on Kakashi's body became more dazzling, and even the thick white fog could not cover its light. The audience could clearly see the yellow light spitting out from the white fog, accompanied by the roar of the mighty thunder and lightning. Zabuza didn't know how Kakashi found him. He wanted to dodge the moment Kakashi's lightning exploded, but just as this thought came into his mind and his body hadn't had time to act, his eyes were suddenly filled with yellow lightning. Kakashi had already arrived in front of him and swung out the lightning blade. So beautiful! Looking at the dazzling lightning strike, Zabuza suddenly had this thought in his mind. Boom! With a loud bang, the white mist on the field quickly faded and then dissipated, and the audience finally saw clear lithe scene inside. Kakashi stood in front of Zabuza, holding a sharp blade wrapped in lightning chakra, with a calm expression on his face, as if he had done something very ordinary. Zabuza faced Kakashi holding the hilt in his hand, with dozens of broken iron pieces of the sword blade under him, and a large pool of blood and charred marks on his chest. What shocked the audience the most was that there was a narrow and long charred slash mark next to Zabuza, and some people estimated that it was at least 6 meters. The next moment, Zabuza couldn't control the blood flowing from his mouth and fell to the ground. What kind of technique did Kakashi practice? I remember that he didn't fight like this before. Asuma looked at the mark left by Kakashi's sword and widened his eyes. He thought that Kakashi's swordsmanship was good before, but it was just a little better physical skill, which was different from now. Sarutobi Hiruzen stroked his mustache and nodded. The Kakashi in front of him was even more dazzling than White Fang of the same age. Although their styles were somewhat similar, Kakashi had found a path that was more suitable for him. In the lounge, Hoshigaki Kisame showed a solemn look. Such Kakashi made him feel a huge threat. Hoshigaki Kisame calmed down and glanced at Might Guy. The semi-finals would be coming soon. He had to beat Might Guy first before he could meet Kakashi in the finals. As expected of a close friend, I feel this passionate youth. Might Guy clenched his fists, tears of emotion flowed from his eyes, and his desire to fight Kakashi became stronger and stronger. Kakashi is really good at pretending. Obito felt that Kakashi was doing it on purpose. He had a more energy-saving move but he insisted on using the strongest one, wasting his energy and chakra in vain. Obito felt even more uncomfortable when he thought that Nohara-rin might still be watching Kakashi like this with shining eyes in the audience, and vowed to beat Kakashi hard in the semi-finals. Are you underestimating me? You're holding back again. Zabuza, who was lying on the ground, spat out a mouthful of blood and said. Although he was seriously injured, Zabuza knew that he was just affected by Kakashi's slash. Kakashi slightly deflected the direction of the slash and did not swing the slash directly at him. It was precisely because he did not take the slash head-on that Zabuza understood Kakashi's strength more deeply. Only a part of the power could break his new weapon and injure him at the same time. If all this power was poured on him, I'm afraid even Tsunade, who was called the medical saint, could not be saved. I just think that you will never be able to defeat me as you are now. Kakashi sheathed the white fang short blade and replied. You haven't understood what true strength is. Zabuza was silent. He looked at the blue sky. Kakashi was now qualified to say this, because Kakashi only used a part of his slashing power to beat him without the strength to fight again, and he couldn't take the opportunity to fight back. One day, I will stand in front of you again and defeat you. Zabuza suddenly said. He was a man who refused to admit defeat. Kakashi said he couldn't do it, but he insisted on doing it. Whether it was changing Kirigakura or finding true strength, he would do it. The most important thing in life was death. Because of Kirigakura's mission, he had passed through the gate of death twice, so there was nothing to be afraid of. Come on if you can do it. Kakashi said lightly. Hitaki Kakashi wins. After seeing that Zabuza was just talking and not moving, Obara quickly announced the end of the battle. Soon, a medical ninja rushed down and took the injured Zabuza away. Lying on the stretcher, Zabuza was thinking about a lot. He had been shocked a lot during this trip to Konoha, but what he regretted most was the fight with Kakashi just now. He was defeated without much effort. He felt that Kakashi would not like this kind of fight, so he felt regretful. The last game of the second round ended and the venue ushered in the intermission time. Although the contestants can rest when other contestants fight, the rhythm of ninja fighting is too fast. It's okay for the first round to have a lot of people, but there are only 4 games in the second round, so there is not much time to rest. Kakashi, what kind of combat wisdom do you have? It's obviously easier to solve it. As soon as Kakashi entered the lounge, Obito began to talk about Kakashi's previous battle. To avenge the Forest of Death, isn't it okay? Kakashi interrupted. Obito had nothing to say. It seemed that there was nothing wrong with being a little ruthless for personal grudges. At this moment, there were only 4 people in the lounge. Kakashi, Obito, and Might Guy were resting and chatting, while Kisame was sitting in the corner with his eyes closed waiting for the exam to begin. The audience ate snacks and discussed the strength of the remaining 4 contestants. It can be said that none of the 4 candidates are weak. Any candidate's performance is extremely strong. Hoshigaki Kisame can turn the battlefield into a water field, and Might Guy's physical skills are exaggerated. It's just that the technology of Naruto has not yet arrived. If there is an online live broadcast, there will be hundreds or thousands of posts on the internet after a short break. Hoshigaki Kisame vs Might Guy. Candidates, please enter the venue quickly. After the break, Obito shouted. Might Guy smiled brightly and walked into the battlefield first, and Kisame opened his eyes and followed him. All the audience looked at the center of the venue seriously. This battle is very important for this joint Chunin exam. If Might Guy wins, it means that Konoha has won a great victory, and the next Konoha Ninja Civil War will be the final. If Hoshigaki Kisame wins, then even if Kirigakura loses in the final, its basic face will be saved. After all, they are in the final together and are at the same level. No problem. The audience in Konoha was cheering for Might Guy, and the Kirigakura ninjas were silently praying for Kisame in their hearts, hoping that Kisame could win the battle. Remember me? I'm in my prime this time, and I won't lose again. Kisame smiled with sharp teeth like a shark. Might Guy scratched his head while looking at Kisame's face. He seemed to hear Obito calling out the 2 words Hoshigaki. Combined with the similar conversation in his previous memory, Might Guy came up with the name of his opponent. Hoshigaki Kamen, I will win this time. Might Guy said confidently. Kisame looked at Might Guy with a question mark on his face. Who is Hoshigaki Kamen? How come he doesn't know? Kisame was convinced by Might Guy. It's okay that he didn't remember his name when he reported it in the Death Forest. The referee called his name 3 times today, one of which was just now. How could he call it wrong? Are you doing this on purpose to provoke me so that I will make a mistake? Kisame thought he had figured out the reason why Might Guy did this. He didn't expect that Might Guy, with thick eyebrows, big eyes and well-developed limbs, would actually use provocation before the battle, which changed the image of Might Guy in Kisame's mind. The battle begins. Hiraho announced on time. 8 gates of ninjutsu, open, open. Rest gate, open. Life gate, open. Might Guy opened 3 gates in a second, and the chakra in his body surged. Rock breathing, full concentration. At the same time, Might Guy changed his breathing and concentrated his breathing to greatly improve his physical ability. Having fought with Kisame once, he knew Kisame's approximate strength, so he went all out without probing. Water style, exploding water wave. Knowing that Might Guy's physical skills were powerful, Kisame didn't dare to hesitate at all. As soon as Hiroha finished speaking, he quickly retreated and then formed a seal to spit out a large amount of water towards Might Guy. Might Guy jumped up to avoid the huge water flow, and then the whole venue turned into a big pond. Might Guy could only fight on the water. Water style, water dragon bullet technique. After using the explosive water wave, Kisame immediately formed a seal and used the offensive water style to condense a thick water dragon and smashed it towards Might Guy. Konoha strong power tornado. Might Guy gathered his strength in his feet and kicked out a whirlwind kick with heavy foot power. With just one kick, he directly kicked the water dragon bullet to pieces, and the water flow splashed in all directions. Might Guy, who was only more than 1.3 meters tall, was very small in front of the thick water dragon bullet, but despite such a huge difference in size, Might Guy kicked the water dragon to pieces with one kick. At this moment, the enormous power of the 8 gates of Dungia plus rock breathing was fully demonstrated. Many ninjas watching the battle took a breath of cold air when they saw this scene. This was really a head-on collision between physical skills and ninjutsu. Guy! Might Guy, the old father, shouted Might Guy's name loudly while watching him kick the water dragon bullet to pieces. Might Guy's training from early morning to late night was not in vain, it was for this moment. Shiranui Genma and Ebisu looked at each other and felt that the division of classes might have cost them a lot of luck. It was so cool to have such a big man in the team, and they felt safe when doing tasks. Even though he had fought with Might Guy once, Kisame's eyelids jumped when he saw Might Guy's powerful physical skills. Facing Might Guy in this state, even Kisame, who was born with far more power than ordinary people, did not want to fight with him in physical skills. It would be okay to get hurt a little, but once he entered Might Guy's offensive rhythm, he might not be able to release his ninjutsu and would lose. After kicking the water dragon bullet to pieces, Might Guy rushed straight towards Kisame. Because of his fast speed, ordinary people could only see a green light moving forward. Water style, water blast. Kisame, who originally wanted to consume more of Might Guy's physical strength, immediately mobilized all his chakras to release his ultimate move. Last time, Might Guy defeated him with the huge water ball of water blast, so this time Kisame wanted to consume more of Might Guy's strength before using this move to prevent a repeat of the same mistake. But Might Guy was in such a good condition that Kisame had to release water blast in advance, otherwise the next battle would be very disadvantageous to him. The battlefield is large for ordinary people, but it is very small for a physical master like Might Guy. Kisame converted most of his chakra into water attribute chakra and turned it into water flow, and the amount of water that was several times more terrifying than before sprayed out of Kisame's mouth. Might Guy immediately thought of the huge water ball in the forest of death. He stopped running and quickly retreated. He couldn't breathe in the water, and being trapped in the water rashly would make him very passive. But Kisame didn't spend this month in vain. He also practiced hard for a month. Although it's not an exaggeration, he is still stronger than he was a month ago. Kisame used the water flow of the explosive water wave that he released at the beginning. Soon, the water ball of the big explosive water wave became larger and larger, with a tendency to cover the entire battlefield. Although there is only one word difference, explosive water wave and big explosive water wave are actually different. The explosive water wave is similar to the water array pillar, which is to create a large amount of water to create a favorable environment for water-style ninjas, while the big explosive water wave can create a huge and solid version of the water prison technique. Soon Might Guy found that he had no way to retreat, because the range of Kisame's big explosive water wave was too large, which could cover the entire battlefield. Might Guy took a deep breath, and height is not difficult to hold your breath in the water for 5 minutes, but if you want to maintain the power of the breathing method, he has tried, and can only maintain it for 1 minute at most. That is to say, he must defeat Kisame within this minute, otherwise he may not be the opponent of Kisame in the water without the blessing of the breathing method. Might Guy raised his own strength to the peak in one breath and took the initiative to let the expanding water ball include himself. Although the restrictions of the venue are somewhat unfavorable to him, there is no word of retreat in Might Guy's dictionary. Kisame's powerful water escape caused a burst of exclamations from the audience. Many ordinary people in the audience felt that this was very magical. Obviously, there was no container that could form a water ball that was not leaking. Kakashi stared at the battlefield. As a practitioner of the breathing method, he understood Might Guy's dilemma at this time. Seeing that Might Guy finally entered the water ball, Kisame smiled. The sharp teeth matched his face and the swimming posture in the water, as if he was really a shark. Water style, water shark bullet technique. As Kisame continued to use his chakra, 5 sharks with bloody mouths appeared in the water, swimming quickly and biting Might Guy. This was the water-style ninjutsu that Kisame had developed in the past 30 days, which was more suitable for him than the water dragon bullet. Kisame also had the idea of developing it further, combining some of the special features of his body, but it was not developed because of the short time. Facing the ferocious sharks, Might Guy was not afraid at all. He burst out with all his strength and rushed towards Kisame. The powerful chakra forced the water flow at his feet to retreat temporarily. Bang! Might Guy punched the attacking water shark directly, and the terrifying force set off waves in the water. It's stronger than that time. Kisame's face changed slightly. Might Guy only took 9 seconds to deal with all 5 water sharks, and he continued to rush towards Kisame. Kisame quickly consumed his chakra again to create water sharks that rushed towards Might Guy. But this still couldn't stop Might Guy's pace. He was approaching Kisame step by step like an invincible god of war. 40 seconds, 41 seconds. Might Guy silently counted the time he entered the water ball. 10 shark bullets. Kisame activated all his chakra to create 10 water sharks in one breath. Even though Kisame had deep chakra, he felt his body was hollowed out when he used water escape in succession. Noon leopard. When he counted to 50 seconds, the powerful chakra of the 8 gates of ninjutsu on Might Guy's body completely erupted, strengthening Might Guy's whole body and bringing Might Guy's momentum to a new peak. The multiple bursts of shaving made the power of this kick unmatched. The impact of Might Guy's kicking technique destroyed the 3 water sharks in the front. The extremely violent water waves in the water ball roared silently like the chakra flame of the panther head on Might Guy's body. When Might Guy's powerful kick touched the sharks, the 7 sharks collapsed instantly. 53, 54. Might Guy's flying kick was getting closer and closer to Kisame while he was silently chanting in his heart. Kisame quickly swam backwards while draining his last chakra to create a water shark that was 3 times larger than an ordinary shark and bit towards Might Guy. Boom! The collision between the panther head and the giant shark caused the huge water ball to fluctuate again. At this time, Might Guy silently chanted the number in his heart to 60. Kisame could clearly sense that Might Guy's breath suddenly weakened, and the cheetah that was about to bite the shark to pieces showed a decline. Kisame showed joy on his face and felt that it was time for him to counterattack. No way! Shiranui Genma and Ebisu showed worried expressions. The venue is too small, can't it be built bigger? This will be too much of an advantage for Hoshigaki Kisame's ninjutsu. Obito thought that Might Guy suffered a great loss on the field. Kakashi's expression did not change. He would believe in Might Guy until the result came out. They agreed to fight in the finals. Before Kisame was happy for half a second, because this place was close to the edge of the water ball, Might Guy used all his strength to hit his head and took a breath. Then Might Guy immediately burst out the power that was briefly extended and defeated the great shark in one fell swoop and kicked Kisame away. Without Kisame's support, the huge water ball instantly lost its binding force. Kisame hit the wall at the edge of the venue fiercely. Might Guy, who landed steadily, spit out the water flow that he had just accidentally inhaled. Then Might Guy immediately confirmed Kisame's condition and found that Kisame was seriously injured and had no strength to fight again, so he was relieved. Might Guy wins. Hiroho quickly announced Might Guy's victory. Might Guy smiled brightly at the people in the audience and gave himself a thumbs up. Defeating Kisame means entering the finals, and he has made a little progress towards his goal of being the strongest in physical skills. My dear friend, it's your turn next. Might Guy looked towards the lounge. I originally wanted to write a 10,000 character chapter to finish Obito's, but I'm worried that it's too late, so I'll post 7K first. There's still one chapter to go. Chapter 329 The Battle of Fire and Lightning. Seeing that Kisame Hoshigaki, the last candidate of Kirigakuer, was eliminated, the master's expression was a little bad. With his own players gone, he still had to wait for the Konoha ninjas to finish and then watch the Konoha ninja civil war to win the first place, which made the master feel very uncomfortable. After all, they are all from the 5 major ninja villages, and the draw was also good. How could it be like this, with only one semi-finalist? What a pity, the ninja from your village is far superior to his peers in water escape, and he was just a little bit away from winning. Sarutobi Hiruzen, he said with a look of cherishing talent. Even Danzo, who was usually in a bad mood, nodded when he saw that the situation of Konoha ninja was very good. It was worth it for him to do so many dirty and tiring work for Konoha. With the efforts of him and Sarutobi Hiruzen, Konoha became more and more prosperous. Although Yuanshi felt uncomfortable, he still had to smile and respond to Sarutobi Hiruzen's words. Might Guy also smiled when he saw Might Guy win, and gave a thumbs up to Might Guy on the battlefield. Although Might Guy didn't know much about the Chunin exam, with Might Guy's performance, there would be no shortage of Might Guy in the Chunin position. Akai is still the Akai who will not let people down. Shiranui Genma and Ebisu sighed with relief. The battle between Might Guy and Kisame really made the audience feel that the tickets were not bought in vain. Basically, the whole process was high energy without rest, and it was all a big scene. Many Konoha ninjas also remembered the name Might Guy. In the situation just now, some Konoha jonins thought it was difficult for them to fight Kisame in the water ball, but Might Guy defeated Kisame in the water ball. But why didn't he use ninjutsu? A ninja recalled all of Might Guy's battles and found that Might Guy had never used any ninjutsu. Maybe his ninjutsu level is relatively poor, but since his taijutsu is like this, it's okay if his ninjutsu is worse, said the ninja next to him. Although ninjas emphasize the comprehensive development of ninjutsu, taijutsu, and genjutsu, if one of them can be strong to a certain level, it can be ignored. After all, most ninjas can only get to Chunin in their lifetime, and Might Guy's taijutsu can beat ordinary Chunin in seconds. What else do you need a bicycle with this taijutsu? And those who mocked Might Guy when he entered the venue were already sweating profusely. Might Guy's son was extremely strong. Uchiha Obito vs Hitaki Kakashi. As the voice of Hiruzen came into the lounge, Kakashi and Obito looked at each other and walked towards the battlefield together. No matter how much you say, it's not as direct as the result of the battle. Kakashi, I want to see what excuse you can make if you lose this time, Obito said provocatively. He was very dissatisfied with Kakashi's usual words and deeds. He was obviously defeated, but he always said something to teach him a lesson. Obito wanted to let Nohara-rin know that he, Uchiha Obito, was more talented and more reliable than Kakashi through this battle. You should say this to yourself. Think about what excuse you will use if you lose in advance, so as not to panic too much at that time, Kakashi said calmly. Now he is very confident in his own strength, because he is the genius Kakashi. How can a genius not have confidence in himself? Not only Obito, he also wants to defeat Might Guy, and finally defeat Shisui, to announce that he, as a genius, has returned strongly, and he wants to become Muyu's strongest disciple. Humph, I'll let you know how powerful my flame is. Obito decided not to argue with Kakashi anymore and speak with strength. Kakashi smiled faintly, which was exactly what he wanted. Seeing that the battle between Kakashi and Obito was about to begin, many spectators were ready to watch the game. Although some spectators felt that it didn't matter who won, the first place would be the Konoha ninja anyway, but people who were related to the contestants would definitely hope that the contestants they knew would win. Obito has opened the Sharingan. Although Hatake Kakashi is very fast, it should be no problem for Obito. Uchiha Yashiro was conducting a battle deduction. Although Kakashi has a record of killing Byakugan ninjas in seconds, Uchiha Yashiro does not think that Byakugan can be compared with Sharingan in battle, and in addition to the blood limit, Obito's own strength is far stronger than Hyuga. Obito has reached the semi-finals, and Uchiha Yashiro must hope that Obito can enter the finals and win the first place to let everyone know how powerful their Uchiha clan is. Hatake Kakashi is not just fast, it's hard to tell who will win. Uchiha Fugaku, who is stronger, shook his head and said, "If you simply think Kakashi is fast, you're overthinking. Although it's hard to see what happened inside because of the white fog, the power of Kakashi's slash on the ground is very strong." The battle begins. When the audience heard the voice of Obito again, they stopped discussing and looked at the center of the venue. Flame breathing, full concentration. Thunder breathing, full concentration. Both Obito and Kakashi immediately concentrated their breathing to improve their physical abilities. Fire style, great fireball technique. Then Obito quickly formed a seal and spit out a huge fireball at Kakashi. Kakashi is too familiar with this scene. Next, either a ninja tool with flames or Obito himself will rush to attack with physical skills. As Kakashi expected, when Kakashi dodged to the left, Obito instantly threw out several flaming shurikens. Kakashi threw lightning shurikens at the incoming flame shurikens while running. Boom! After the two shurikens carrying different chakras collided, an explosion immediately occurred, and the shurikens on both sides disappeared. Swoosh! With the cover of the explosion smoke, Kakashi directly burst out chakra and showed the breath of thunder and rushed over at a high speed. And Obito knew that Kakashi was fast, so he did not save chakra. When throwing the shuriken, he opened his Sharingan and discovered Kakashi's movements at the first time. Fire style, Phoenix fire technique. Obito condensed chakra in his mouth and quickly changed its nature. He spit out small fireballs one after another at Kakashi to prevent Kakashi from approaching. In order to avoid being hit by the high-temperature fireball, Kakashi had to start moving and slow down. For him, Obito was really a very troublesome enemy. The powerful insight of the Sharingan made Kakashi hesitate to use Thunder Flash. Earth style, Earth Flow Wall technique. Kakashi finally chose to use ninjutsu to defend. A thick earth wall with a dog head appeared between him and Obito, blocking all the fireballs spit out by Obito, and also made Obito lose Kakashi's vision for a short time. Here comes this trick again. You still think I am the same me as before? Obito laughed proudly. In the battle with him, Kakashi often used various obstructions to hide his body, and then split the shadow clone to attract attention while the main body sneaked underground to launch a sneak attack. Obito, who had suffered so many losses, would not be fooled again. Fire style, Fire Dragon Flame Bomb. Obito gathered a large amount of chakra in his throat and quickly changed its nature. Large patches of orange-red flames were spit out in the air, covering the surrounding ground. Although the earth style can dive into the ground, it can't dive very deep. With the temperature of his flames, it will definitely make Kakashi uncomfortable. Under the blessing of highly concentrated fire breathing, Obito's Fire Dragon Flame Bomb is quite powerful. Even Kakashi's earth flow wall was burned and broken by the spreading fire, revealing Kakashi's body inside. Shadow Clone. Obito looked at Kakashi behind the earth flow wall with his Sharingan in confusion. The shadow clones are all entities, so even if he has Sharingan, he can't tell whether the Kakashi in front of him is the real body or the shadow clone. But seeing that Kakashi quickly dodged, and no other Kakashi jumped out of the ground, Obito realized that he had been tricked. Kakashi didn't move at all, and just stood behind the earth flow wall, and he wasted the chakra of a fire dragon flame bomb in vain. Obito was glad that he didn't turn on the flame breathing mode to use the fire dragon flame bomb, which would have consumed a lot of chakra. He has more chakra than Kakashi, so there will be no problem as long as he doesn't waste too much. Obito didn't waste the fire dragon flame bomb he used. He took advantage of the fact that most of the field was on fire and continued to compress Kakashi's dodging space. Flash! Just when Kakashi was almost at the edge of the field, Kakashi suddenly exploded. The chakra condensed on his legs. He suddenly pulled out the white fang short blade, and the whole person turned into a yellow electric light and slashed towards Obito. Flame-breathing chakra mode. When Obito's Sharingan detected Kakashi's action, he immediately used the breathing chakra to strengthen and consume chakra to enter the flame-breathing chakra mode, allowing his body to be strengthened again. Otherwise, Obito was worried that he would see his body but would not be able to react in time. With the help of the flame-breathing chakra mode and the Sharingan, Obito dodged Kakashi's slash, and at the same time, he exploded with a fire attribute change, and a large amount of flames burst out from his palm and rushed towards Kakashi. The speed of the flash was within the range that Kakashi could currently accept. After noticing Obito's counterattack, he quickly used the shave to dodge. In this case, if the Thunder Flash fails to deal with Obito, then I will be the loser. Kakashi frowned slightly. This Sharingan is indeed difficult to deal with. Kakashi thinks Obito is difficult to deal with, and Obito also thinks Kakashi is very difficult. Kakashi's speed is too fast, and his fire escape can't cover the entire venue like Kisame's water escape. Actually, it was okay at the beginning, because there were many trees on the field, and the coverage area of fire escape could be expanded through the trees. But after fighting for so long, let alone trees, there was not even a single grass on the field, and they turned it into a wasteland. Obito didn't care too much. He relied on the convenience of the flame-breathing chakra mode to use the Phoenix Fire to bombard Kakashi, forcing Kakashi to fight him in close combat. The flame-breathing chakra mode consumed chakra too quickly, and he had to end the battle as soon as possible. The flame-breathing chakra mode used the Phoenix Fire not only faster but also more powerful. Even with Kakashi's speed, it was very difficult to dodge. After all, Obito could see his movements clearly. When the distance between Kakashi and Obito was only 6 meters, lightning suddenly exploded on Kakashi's body. Thunder Slash! A large amount of yellow lightning enveloped Kakashi's right arm, and as the arm was transmitted to the white fang short blade, a lightning blade was extended. Kakashi used the power brought by this breathing method and the change of nature to swing the sword suddenly. Boom! The slash composed of dazzling yellow lightning rushed towards Obito, leaving a narrow and charred black slash mark on the ground. The Thunder Slash is a variant of the Thunder Flash. He came up with it after fighting with Zabuza. Although its power is slightly less than that of the Thunder Flash, it is safer to use. Flame Fist. Obito immediately used the Flame Charge and Flame Fist in combination. His whole body was burning with flames, and then he swung out the Fire Fist violently, and a large amount of flames rushed towards the slash like a tide. Although Obito reacted quickly, Kakashi's slash was still more powerful. Even though Obito used the Flame Fist to burst out fire attribute chakra to resist and used the Flame Charge to add a flame protection to himself, it was inevitable that there would be an extra blood mark on his body in the end. Kakashi would not give Obito a chance to breathe at this time. He immediately burst out chakra and rushed up. Flash. The consumption of Thunder Slash and Thunder Flash is almost the same, and Kakashi used ninjutsu and flash before, so he didn't use the power of Thunder Flash now, and could only use flash. But the speed of flash is fast enough, and the injured Obito's movement is a little slower, which makes another wound on his body. Damn it, it shouldn't be like this. Obito, who was injured continuously, shouted in his heart. No Hararin is still watching from above, Muyu is also watching from above, and there are so many Konoha ninjas and Konoha residents watching from above. Is he going to lose to Kakashi in front of these people? No, no, he wants to win, he is no longer the last Uchiha. The flames on Obito's body gradually became more vigorous, his momentum became more powerful, and the chakra in his body burned faster. He glared at Kakashi, put his hands together and spit out flames like a sea of fire. Fire style, Fire Dragon Flame Bomb. Seeing Obito perform such a powerful fire style, Kakashi wanted to dodge at the first moment, but he found that there was no way to dodge. The flames covered most of the venue like a dancing Tyrannosaurus Rex, and attacked him from the front, left and right directions at the same time, and behind him was the wall at the edge of the venue. Didn't you use your full strength before? It turns out that his fire style can be even stronger. Uchiha Yashiro was shocked by Obito's Fire Dragon Flame Bomb. You know, Obito is only 9 years old now. Even the calm Uchiha Fugaku showed surprise. This fire style talent is too exaggerated. Even without the Sharingan, Obito can become a very powerful fire style ninja. Asuma is already numb. He has been practicing fire style since his mother's womb, right? He feels that Obito's fire style is better than some jonin. Minato, be ready to save people. Sarutobi Hiruzen said directly to Minato. Sarutobi Hiruzen is very familiar with Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. If Kakashi fails to handle this move, someone will die. He didn't expect that Obito would practice this advanced fire escape to such a level at such a young age. Did Muyu teach him? Sarutobi Hiruzen thought to himself. Minato doesn't know how to use Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. Minato stared at the battlefield and nodded, ready to attack at any time. Hey! Kakashi let out a long breath, and his expression gradually changed from surprise to calmness. Obito has improved from the last to defeat him, so it doesn't matter if he is stronger. Although you are strong, I will not lose. Kakashi's eyes suddenly became sharp, and his breathing was concentrated again and again. He and Might Guy agreed to fight in the Chunin exam, and he didn't want to break the appointment. As a genius, he couldn't lose to Obito twice in a row. Kakashi squeezed all his strength to the limit, and he wanted to try to use Thunder Flash again. Tsutsuizi. The shining yellow lightning appeared on Kakashi's body, and gradually became more and more dazzling than any time before until his whole body was covered by lightning. Kakashi's expression was weak but his eyes became more and more determined. Boom! A thunderous sound exploded, and a yellow lightning appeared in the world of fire. The lightning quickly broke through the encirclement of 3 fire dragons and rushed to Obito. Puff! Blood bloomed. Boom! A narrow and long charred slash mark appeared beside Obito, and the terrifying flames that trapped Kakashi disappeared. I will win back. Obito said the last sentence and fell down directly. That will be difficult, because I am a genius. Kakashi said lightly without moving. Hitaki Kakashi wins. Kakashi couldn't hold on after realizing that Obito really fainted and announced the victory. This chapter is 4.4K. After personally fighting with Obito and watching the fight between Obito and Kakashi, Asuma deeply felt that the gap between him and them was even greater than before. He had trained with Obito before. At that time, although Obito was stronger than him, he was only slightly stronger. But now Asuma felt that if Obito released this level of Fire Dragon Flame Bomb at the beginning, he would have no chance of winning. Their strength has increased so much. After watching the battle, Shisui's expression changed from calm to shocked. Although they trained together frequently, how could they fight so hard during training? Shisui was really surprised by them. Shisui's expression was a little bad, because he found that if he went to fight with them now, he would have little chance of winning against Kakashi or Obito. You know, he is the first disciple of Muyu, and the only disciple in the Muyu team who has maintained an undefeated record. He was the undisputed strongest disciple before. Shisui had an unprecedented sense of urgency, and he wanted to go back to practice immediately. Maybe they can really become for the new 3 ninjas. Jiraiya sighed inwardly. When he was on the battlefield before, he was very optimistic about Muyu's 3 disciples, and their current performance proved Jiraiya's vision. Not only Kakashi and Might Guy who entered the final battle, but even Obito who was defeated by Kakashi also showed extraordinary strength. I hope they are all okay. Nohara Lin looked at the 2 people who fell to the ground with a worried look. It is obvious that both of them have fought to the limit. Both Kakashi and Obito were injured and exhausted. Tsunade-sama, can you please help Kakashi and the others treat them, otherwise they will not be able to take the next exam. Muyu asked Tsunade next to him. In the final, Konoha gave a lot of rest time, but treatment time was a problem. Anyway, Tsunade was also very free. Treatment is no problem, but next time if I make any request, you can't refuse it. After all, my consultation fee is very expensive. Tsunade folded her arms and nodded. Tsunade's meaning was very simple, freeloading was forbidden, and she had to owe her a favor. As long as it's within my ability, please give me your orders, Lady Tsunade. Muyu agreed. What else could Tsunade ask him to do? It was nothing more than making some delicious food, so Muyu agreed very readily. If it was someone who was very ambitious, such as Danzo or Orochimaru, Muyu would have to think about it. Of course, Muyu was not pedantic. He had a flexible bottom line. It was impossible to expect him to do dirty work through verbal agreements. There was a dragon who showed this point well. He would draw cakes when needed, and if not, the noble dragon did not need to keep his promise. Although Tsunade was in a bad period, she would still do what she promised. After Muyu finished speaking, she went directly to the Konoha hospital to treat Obito and Kakashi herself. With Tsunade's help, Kakashi and Obito recovered and woke up quickly. Damn it, if I had held on for a few more seconds, maybe I would have won. Obito said angrily when he found Kakashi on the bed next to him. Obviously, Kakashi was seriously injured in the battle just now, otherwise he would not be in the hospital with him. But the fact is that I am the winner of the battle, and this is an unchangeable fact. Kakashi said lightly. You are so proud of winning once, as if I have never won you. Obito said with an unhappy face when he noticed the pretentious aura on Kakashi. You really only beat me once. Kakashi said with a loud voice when he said once. Although Obito and him are fighting back and forth now, if we go back a year, he can easily beat Obito. Obito has nothing to say, because every word Kakashi said is true. He regrets a little. He should have fought Kakashi more times when he was stronger than Kakashi, otherwise Kakashi would not be so arrogant now. Really, you still don't have a good rest after all this. At this time, Nohara Rin's voice suddenly came, and Obito hurriedly looked at the door of the ward, only to see Nohara Rin standing at the door, and Muyu standing behind Nohara Rin. Are you feeling better? Muyu asked with concern. Yeah, I feel that there is no problem fighting with Kakashi again. Obito patted his chest and said. There is nothing wrong with my body, but my physical strength has not fully recovered. Kakashi answered honestly. That's okay, considering your injury, the rest time has been extended a little, and it will not affect the battle. Muyu smiled and comforted. Kakashi nodded. If he lost to Might Guy because of his stable state, he would be very unwilling. When the finals were approaching, Kakashi recovered to his peak state, and returned to the venue of the Chunin exam with Muyu and others, and entered the lounge to wait for the battle to officially begin. Seeing the fully recovered Kakashi, Might Guy smiled happily and said, My dear friend, I am looking forward to the battle later. I won't let you down. Kakashi replied calmly. At this time, the voice of Oboro came into the lounge. The last exam, Might Guy vs Hitaki Kakashi, please prepare for the battle. Kakashi and Might Guy looked at each other, Might Guy showed his shining white teeth and gave Kakashi a thumbs up. Kakashi raised the corner of his mouth covered by the mask, and also gave Might Guy a thumbs up. When Kakashi and Might Guy walked into the venue side by side, the venue erupted in huge cheers. "Kai, come on, let the youth burn more vigorously." Might Guy stood up and shouted to the audience, providing spiritual support for Might Guy. Although Might Guy couldn't hear the voices in the audience, he knew that his father would definitely cheer him up, so he smiled brightly and responded to the audience. Akagi's 8 gates ninjutsu plus rock breathing are too powerful, and the first place this time should be Akagi. Obito predicted the first place with a pure passerby and no interest in the matter. If Kakashi got the first place, it would be more painful than Obito losing the battle. Now Obito kept cheering for Might Guy in his heart, hoping that Might Guy could beat Kakashi under the watchful eyes of Nohara Rin. Sarutobi Hiruzen stroked his mustache and smiled. No matter who won, this Chunin exam would be a very successful Chunin exam, which fully demonstrated the strength of Konoha. Finally, under the attention of everyone, Beiruo shouted that the battle had begun. Rock breathing, concentrate on breathing. 8 gates of ninjutsu, open the gate, open. Rest gate, open. Life gate, open. The long-awaited battle finally began. Might Guy directly pulled out his full strength, opened 3 gates in a second, and then breathed to the limit he could reach. At this moment, Might Guy burst out with an extremely powerful momentum, and the burst of chakra alone caused the airflow to raise the dust on the ground. Thunder breathing, concentrate on breathing. Facing such a Might Guy, Kakashi did not dare to hold back and directly entered the extreme breathing state. At the same time, the chakra condensed on his feet could burst at extreme speed at any time. Might Guy was in a very excited mood. He was looking forward to fighting with Kakashi in such an environment. Konoha Big Cyclone. The powerful chakra on Might Guy's legs burst out, turning into a green light and rushing towards Kakashi. Due to the fast speed, a strong wind was generated. Kakashi did not hesitate at all. He immediately changed the nature of the chakra in his legs to stimulate his body and then turned into a lightning and disappeared on the spot. Might Guy's fighting style is pure violence. The 3 gates plus full concentration breathing have a great impact on the body. Facing such an attack, Kakashi does not want to take it head-on. Swish, swish, swish. While dodging, Kakashi took the opportunity to throw several shurikens with lightning chakra at Might Guy. If it was an ordinary shuriken, Might Guy might use the airflow from physical skills to deal with it, but this kind of ninja tool with increased nature changes is not so easy to deal with. Might Guy chose to use shaving to dodge. Kakashi was not in a hurry when the shuriken did not hit him. Both of them can be said to be speed-type ninjas with extremely fast speeds. It depends on who reveals the flaw first. Kakashi is still quite confident about this, because compared with Might Guy, he has too many means, and his talent in ninjutsu is not bad. Swoosh! After dodging Kakashi's attack, Might Guy did not stop for a moment and immediately continued to attack Kakashi. Earth Style, Earth Flow Wall. Kakashi retreated while summoning a long and thick earth wall to block Might Guy's way forward. Shadow Clone Technique. Then Kakashi immediately formed a seal to create a shadow clone, and then performed the clone technique with the shadow clone, creating more than a dozen phantom clones without entities. Phantom clones without entities are useless against Sharingan and Byakugan, and will be seen through directly, which is equivalent to wasting chakra. Might Guy does not have special eyes, nor does he master the transparent world, which can play a certain role in confusing. When Might Guy stood on the earth flow wall and looked, more than a dozen identical Kakashis came into view. Konoha Goriki Tornado. Might Guy did not stop running towards Kakashi. He poured a lot of strength into his legs and kicked out a powerful tornado kick. The strong wind alone turned some of his clones into phantoms. Although the shadow clones also used their full strength to strengthen with lightning chakra, they also turned into smoke and dissipated under this kick. Just when all the shadow clones in front of Might Guy were destroyed by Might Guy, Kakashi's real body came out of the ground, and extremely shining purple lightning appeared on his hand. Might Guy was not too surprised by this. After all, it was not the first time that Kakashi used this tactic. He was prepared and condensed chakra in his palm. Konoha hand knife. Might Guy's palm chakra burst out, and he immediately turned around and chopped out a transparent air force out of thin air. Purple lightning. And Kakashi's hand was full of purple light, and a large piece of lightning attacked Might Guy. Even Might Guy could not avoid this large piece of lightning at such a distance. Boom! The purple lightning bombarded Might Guy, making him retreat repeatedly, and his watermelon head turned into an afro. Bang! And Might Guy's hand knife energy also accurately hit Kakashi, knocking Kakashi away and crashing into the earth flow wall. Akai has actually mastered this move. Kakashi frowned as he touched the place where he was hit, and the bone there was broken. Originally, according to his plan, Might Guy could only dodge part of the lightning, and it was impossible for him to counterattack. The purple lightning is the most powerful when used in close combat. For safety, he deliberately used long-range dispersion to increase the attack range, but he was still injured in exchange for injury. But next time, should you still be able to dodge my thunder flash? Kakashi quickly stood up and ran towards Might Guy. Being hit by the purple lightning has a paralyzing effect. Even if Might Guy is very strong, it is impossible that there is no impact at all. Although his bones are broken, they are not bones in key parts. In addition to the pain, the impact on other aspects is not particularly large. Flash. Kakashi did not use Thunder Flash, which he could not adapt to, but used Flash, which he could react to. After all, rock breathing not only has great power but also enhances defense. Maybe paralysis is really useless to Might Guy. If he fails to react, Might Guy will definitely seize the opportunity. Yellow lightning appeared on Kakashi's legs. As Kakashi changed his nature, a dazzling yellow light appeared on the field. Swish! Might Guy burst out his chakra to dodge, but his body was a little slower than usual. It was this little difference that made Might Guy fail to completely dodge Kakashi's slash. Blood burst out from his chest, and his body retreated again and again. My body's reaction has slowed down. It turns out that ninjutsu has this effect. Might Guy quickly stabilized his body and thought to himself. It was the first time for him to withstand the attack of purple lightning, so Might Guy did not know that purple lightning had this effect. Such a powerful paralysis effect. It's not that he hadn't been hit by lightning release before, but it didn't matter. Akaji, you're too impatient. Obito said anxiously. It was really uncomfortable to see Kakashi trying to beat him. From Obito's perspective, Might Guy was too impatient. Kakashi must have a lot of bad intentions when he created so many clones. He should have played slowly. Might Guy didn't shout at Might Guy. He just looked at the center of the venue seriously. The sun he knew would not stop because of a little difficulty. Sure enough, it's still useful. Kakashi calmed down and gathered a lot of chakra to end the battle with Thunder Flash. Might Guy couldn't even dodge a flash. He couldn't dodge his Thunder Flash. Sizzle! A large amount of dazzling yellow lightning appeared on Kakashi, and the white fang short blade in Kakashi's hand also turned into a long lightning blade. At this moment, Kakashi did everything to strengthen his own strength so that he could swing the strongest sword. Hey! Might Guy let out a long breath. At this time, his chest was bleeding, and his body muscles felt like needles from time to time, but Might Guy looked at the dazzling Kakashi and smiled sincerely, and laughed loudly. Ha ha ha! Might Guy laughed loudly. He was very satisfied with such a dazzling Kakashi. The reason why he thought Kakashi was his lifelong enemy was because Kakashi was so dazzling at that time, and was a genius who crushed everyone. When others were still trying to learn the clone technique, Kakashi had already mastered the shadow clone. When others were trying to get the shuriken kunao on the target, Kakashi could already accurately hit the bull's eye. At that time, it seemed that there was no ability that Kakashi didn't have, and he suppressed everyone in all aspects in all projects. At that time, he was the last one in every event, and the first challenge to Kakashi ended with Kakashi killing him in one move. But even at that time, Might Guy always believed that he could reach or even surpass the genius of Kakashi through hard work. In fact, he did it. A few months ago, he defeated Kakashi for the first time and achieved the goal he had been working hard for. But is one victory enough? Of course not. He has lost to Kakashi many times and only won Kakashi once. Now he is no longer the last one who will be killed in one move by Kakashi. Now he has the breath of rock taught by teacher Miyu, the 8 gates of ninjutsu taught by his father Might Dai, and the physical skills taught by teacher Chen. How can he give up the victory that is not far away from him? Might Guy's breathing has been concentrated as never before. His eyes widened, and he used all his breathing power to attack the unsuccessful 4th gate. The 4th gate of the 8 gates of ninjutsu, the wound gate, open. Whoosh! Powerful chakra burst out from Might Guy, and in an instant, Might Guy's momentum reached a new peak. Just the momentum caused a wave of wind and waves around him. At the moment of attacking the 8 gates, Miyu's teachings, Might Dai's teachings, and teacher Chen's teachings were all recalled in Might Guy's mind in 1 second. Thunder flash! Boom! A thunderous roar exploded, an extremely dazzling yellow lightning burst out from Kakashi's body, and powerful lightning chakra condensed on the white fang short blade. Even the audience outside the venue could feel the lightning power that seemed to tear everything in the world apart. Kakashi, this is a move I practiced hard for you, Konoha Dragon God. Might Guy roared, and the powerful chakra provided by the 8 gates was all detonated at this moment. The rock breathing was unprecedentedly concentrated to greatly increase the strength of the body, and even the wound cut by Kakashi was recovering rapidly. Actually, Mr. Chen did not completely hand over the Konoha Dragon God to him, because Might Guy could not use it before, and only practiced part of it. But Might Guy had mastered the Konoha Dragon God in an instant based on Mr. Chen's demonstrations just now. Miyu's rock breathing, Might Guy's 8 gates, Mr. Chen's Konoha Dragon God. At this moment, Might Guy has fully exerted his potential and burst out with unprecedented strength. As Might Guy's body continued to rotate at high speed, a long green dragon quickly formed and appeared in the eyes of everyone. Konoha Dragon God, Might Guy has mastered this. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the long green dragon on the field in surprise. As Mr. Chen's unique skill, Konoha Dragon God can be said to be an extremely difficult physical skill. There is no one else in Konoha who can do it except Mr. Chen. I didn't expect that Might Guy mastered it after only studying with Mr. Chen for a few months. Mr. Chen is known as the strongest in Konoha, and his physical skills are naturally famous. Many senior ninjas on the field discussed it. This kid, I haven't even finished teaching him how to use it. Teacher Chen, who was sitting in the corner of the audience, was also a little surprised. He can say that the current Might Guy is completely different from the Might Guy before the Chunin exam. The current Might Guy can easily beat his previous self. Awesome, Akai, it turns out you still have a trump card. Obito decided to take back his previous evaluation of Might Guy. It was not because of anxiety, but because of confidence. Boom boom boom. When the yellow electric light collided with the blue dragon, a huge explosion occurred on the field, and the roar continued. A large pit appeared with Kakashi and Might Guy as the center, and the surroundings were either traces of lightning slashes or traces of powerful sharp cutting. Bang! The white-haired figure retreated at high speed and hit the wall of the venue fiercely. So strong! Kakashi panted and looked at the long green dragon in front of him. This was the first time that his thunder flash failed in a head-on collision. Might Guy was now so strong that Kakashi felt that Might Guy in this state could beat Akutami Hideyuki alone. Is he going to lose? Kakashi sensed the current state of his body. He had been broken in the bones by Might Guy's Konoha hand knife before, and the failure in the fight just now had caused him to suffer a large area of injuries all over his body. Not only the injuries, but also his chakra and physical strength were almost consumed. Although he only used Thunder Flash and Flash once, he also used ninjutsu, and the consumption of purple lightning was not small. Kakashi wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and answered his inner question with action. He stood up again tremblingly. As long as he could stand up and swing the knife, he still had the possibility of winning. He tried his best to enter the transparent world again. This was his only hope for a Jedi counterattack. The dragon god of Konoha moved very quickly. Without Kakashi moving forward, he found that Kakashi had stood up again and the long blue dragon quickly rushed in front of Kakashi. And at this last moment, Kakashi saw it. He saw it just like a month ago, his own body and Might Guy's body. It turns out that Thunder Flash has so many shortcomings. Kakashi optimized his Thunder Flash at this moment. At this moment, Kakashi had no more ideas, and his remaining strength did not support him to have more ideas. Now he only had the idea of swinging the sword in his mind. As long as he could swing that sword, there was still hope. Cut. After injecting chakra, the short blade of the white fang was extended again and turned into a long sword of lightning. There were no more fancy special effects. Kakashi just swung a sword at the rushing blue dragon. Boom! The yellow sword light flashed, the sound of thunder and lightning exploded, dust flew, and a narrow and long burnt black slash mark appeared on the field. After this slash, there was no more green dragon, only a green figure standing in the gray. My dear friend, you are worthy of me. Might Guy gave Kakashi a thumbs up, and then he fell down with all his strength. Pa! The white fang short blade in Kakashi's hand fell, and he gave Might Guy a thumbs up with his last strength, and fell down the next moment. Hitaki Kakashi wins. Obaru announced the first place of the Chunin exam, and Kakashi fell a little later. P.S. Sorry, it's a little late, because I want to finish it in one go. Generally, I will ask for leave in advance if I don't update. I am holding back for a while. Chapter 331 The Chunin exam is over. Damn it, he can win like this. Originally, Might Guy used Konoha Dragon God Obito to help Might Guy open the champagne, but Kakashi was able to use a stronger slash at the last moment. And Kakashi fell a little later than Might Guy, and it was clear that he was not going to work. Obito felt very uncomfortable when he heard the announcement of the battle result by Hiruzen. When he saw Nohara Rin looking at Kakashi with a smile and a worried expression, he felt even worse. In his expectation, the person standing below should be him. We must master the chakra mode of flame breathing as soon as possible. Then we will see if he can withstand my fire style. At this moment, Obito's training motivation was full. He wanted to stay up all night to improve his strength, and then defeat Kakashi in front of Nohara Rin. They are really strong. Asuma sighed. The two of them fought to the end and showed strength that should not appear in the Chunin exam. Those who had trained with Might Guy before were even more shocked. Many of them were Might Guy's classmates. They saw Might Guy go from the last place to the first place in the grade and now the second place in the Chunin exam. During the special training, they could still see the gap between themselves and Might Guy. Now the gap is so big that they don't know how many years they have to practice to reach Might Guy's current strength. Kai, your youth has reached its climax today. I am proud of you. Might Guy gave a thumbs up to Might Guy and shed tears of emotion. Although Might Guy lost the final, he did not think that his efforts were in vain. On the contrary, in this Chunin exam, Might Guy made a name for himself and let many Konoha ninjas know that there is a physical ninja like Might Guy who can defeat many geniuses with physical skills only. Even if he lost, Might Guy only lost in the last second. After the last move, everyone reached their limit. As a father, Might Guy certainly sincerely hopes that his child can be the first, but he does not think it is shameful to be the second, because the second has surpassed countless ninjas. Next, as long as Might Guy continues to work hard to surpass the first, that will be enough. In fact, Might Guy's ability to grow so quickly has far exceeded Might Guy's expectations. He got the opportunity to participate in the Chunin exam at the age of 9 and then won the second place. Kai, if you keep going like this, you will definitely achieve your goal. Might Guy decided to make a big meal today to celebrate. The audience was still discussing the battle. The final performances of both players were very impressive and unexpected. It was indeed the right decision for you to let Kakashi follow Minato. Sarutobi Hijan said to Minato behind him with a smile. Today's Kakashi is really dazzling, even more dazzling than when he was in the ninja school. In the ninja school, he just suppressed the students of Konoha, but there were excellent ninjas from other major ninja villages participating in the Chunin exam, so this first place is particularly valuable. Kakashi's performance really exceeded Sarutobi Hiruzen's expectations. He just wanted Kakashi to get out of the shadows before, but he didn't expect that he would not only get out of the shadows, but also directly transform into a butterfly and usher in a wave of transformation. Through these exams, Sarutobi Hiruzen seemed to see the next Konoha White Fang. I didn't do anything. Kakashi's excellence is mainly due to Miyu. In fact, when I became the instructor, Kakashi's inner shadow had been almost healed by Miyu. Miyu was teaching the content related to core training. Minato shook his head and explained. Minato would not take it on himself if it was not his own credit. Kakashi's current situation is not particularly related to him. At the beginning, Minato was still worried about how to teach Kakashi, but when he took over, he found that Kakashi had been taught by Miyu, and everything was normal except that he spoke less. In terms of ninja training, Kakashi mainly studied breathing techniques and lightning escape and earth escape. Minato definitely didn't understand breathing techniques. Although he mastered a little lightning escape, he was not good at it, and he didn't know earth escape at all. For ninja rookies like Obito and Nohara Rin, Minato could teach them all kinds of knowledge about ninja missions and what to do when they encountered any situation. Kakashi was different. He had been a ninja for several years, so Minato really didn't have much to teach Kakashi. Of course, it's not that there is no relationship at all. Minato just thinks that Miyu plays a major role compared to him. Is that so? But Minato, you don't need to belittle yourself. I think they like you very much. If you are really far from Miyu, Obito would have come to me to complain with his personality. Sarutobi Hiruzen showed a thoughtful look and said with a smile. Since Minato said so, it must be Miyu who played a key role. After all, although Minato is modest, he will not be so modest as to attribute all his credit to others. Miyu does have unique skills in education, and it is not only reflected in teaching in large classes. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded in his heart. This is also one of the reasons why Sarutobi Hiruzen rejected Danzo's request before. Minato, who can kill enemies quickly on the battlefield, is still in the village. How could he send Miyu, a special talent, out? What do you think of the finals being a civil war among your students? Do you guess that Kakashi will win? Jiraiya asked Miyu curiously. The excellent performance of Obito and others made Jiraiya recognize Miyu's teaching level, which is almost the same as his. If I have any thoughts, I am happy for them. As for who will win, I haven't thought about it. After all, they are all disciples. Miyu thought for a while and answered. He really didn't guess who would be first, because Kakashi and the others were all about the same strength, and it was possible for anyone to win, it all depended on performance. In this case, Miyu couldn't guess, because they were all disciples, so he couldn't step on one and praise the other. In the battle between Might Guy and Kakashi just now, as soon as Might Guy used the Konoha Dragon God, Miyu immediately opened his white eyes, and saw that Might Guy was indeed forcing through the 4 gates. In fact, if it was the normal 4 gates plus the Konoha Dragon God, Kakashi wouldn't be able to win now, because the transparent world also depends on the strength of the person, and the stronger the strength, the better the transparent world effect. But Might Guy's forced breakthrough of the 4 gates caused great damage to his body, so in the end, Might Guy would fall first. This was not a question of perseverance or not. Even though his body couldn't bear it, he was able to say something, which was already an extraordinary performance. Since they are all your disciples, it doesn't matter who wins. It's all over. Let's go buy vegetables quickly. Tsunade said she was looking forward to today's dinner. Tsunade-sama, my disciples are so injured. Do you think it's appropriate for me to go shopping now? Miyu tactfully reminded Tsunade. If Tsunade didn't treat him, Miyu felt that Might Guy would have to stay in bed for at least a month. Kakashi wasn't much better. Might Guy was injured when he rushed into the 4 gates, but Kakashi was also seriously injured after being hit by the Konoha dragon god, and then he overdrew his body in a seriously injured state. I think they are really seriously injured. Tsunade, please help treat them first. Jiraiya helped. At this moment, Kakashi and Might Guy looked extremely miserable. It was obvious that they were seriously injured. I'll treat them first, but you should make more delicious food in the evening. Tsunade emphasized. Hehe, what's the point of just eating? I'll bring a bottle of good wine to eat and drink. Jiraiya said with a smile. You just want to eat my meal. Tsunade crossed her arms and raised her eyebrows, and saw Jiraiya's real purpose at a glance. Haha, good things are shared for happiness. Jiraiya, who was exposed, continued shamelessly. Tsunade said that the wine must be good. If anyone dared to use ordinary wine to eat, Jiraiya must taste her fist. This was the feast she earned from her work. Jiraiya agreed with a smile, and then they went to Konoha Hospital together. Shisui said goodbye to Miyu after staying for a while. After watching their fight, Shisui couldn't stay idle for a moment. Let alone the first place in the team, I'm afraid that he can beat Nohara-rin now. Shisui is not sure that he can beat any of the 3 people including Obito. Shisui couldn't understand this speed of progress but was greatly shocked. He must work harder to practice and catch up. Teacher Miyu, I'm going back too. After seeing Shisui leave, Obito was also ready to slip away. If he doesn't leave, we'll hear you still waiting for Kakashi to wake up and taunt you? Obito doesn't want to be attacked by Kakashi. Facing Kakashi who won the first place, he had no way to fight back. If he won, he could say anything. If he lost, he could find fault with his breathing. At this moment, Obito had only one idea, which was to seize the time to practice, surpass Kakashi while Kakashi was recovering, and then defeat Kakashi, so that he could continue to taunt Kakashi. Obito had thought of the lines. On the day of the Chunin exam, he didn't have the breakfast he usually ate, which affected his performance, so Kakashi won by chance. In fact, he was always stronger. Miyu nodded. There were people taking care of the hospital, and with Might Guy and Kakashi in the same ward, Kakashi would not be lonely. After he was free, Miyu glanced at the system panel. Under your guidance, your disciple Uchiha Obito has practiced hard and gained a certain amount of strength, and received a reward, Fire Dragon Flame Bullet, Mastery Level. Under your guidance, your disciple Might Guy has practiced hard and gained a certain amount of strength, and received a reward, Li Lianhua, Mastery Level. Both Obito and Might Guy have received promotion rewards. The rewards are good, but they are not very useful to Miyu now. The Mastery Level Fire Dragon Flame Bullet is very powerful, but Miyu is not short of offensive fire escape now, and the Mastery Level Great Fire Extinguishing Arrow is also very powerful. Li Lianhua is a little more useful, because although Li Lianhua is useless to Miyu, it is a good physical skill for Might Guy now, and he can teach Li Lianhua to Might Guy. Miyu did not see any rewards related to the Chunin exam. He guessed that the system would not settle the results until the results came out. Miyu was a little looking forward to this. After all, his 3 disciples performed very well, and Obito, who ranked the worst, was also in the top 4. After the third exam, the master called together the candidates from Kirigakure who were going to take the third exam. Mei Terumi was a little nervous, thinking that the master would probably criticize them. After all, none of them made it to the finals, and only one of them made it to the semi-finals. She was aiming for the first place but fell in the quarter-finals. Facing a powerful Kirigakure elder like the master, even Kurosawa, who was extremely arrogant in front of Kakashi and the others, lowered his head like an honest child and walked to the designated room. Zabuza looked indifferent, and his main point was rebellion. Kisame Hoshigaki had no expression on his face. He was already the best performer in Kirigakure, so even if there was a punishment, it would be the lightest. But to Mei Terumi's surprise, Master Yuan did not criticize them. Instead, he smiled and said, "Everyone has worked hard this time. The village will remember your contributions. Although the final results are a little worse than Konoha, this is a battle in Konoha after all, and they have more advantages." Master Yuan's actions were beyond the expectations of the Kirigakure ninjas. Master Yuan did not blame them for not getting first place, but comforted them that Konoha had the home advantage and they should not be sad about the failure. This immediately made some Kirigakure ninjas feel flattered. This is the Master Yuan elder who is second to none in Kirigakure. In fact, if Master Yuan scolded them, no one would have any objection. After all, they also knew that they did mess up this time, and their performance in the later stage was beaten by Konoha ninjas. But you can't forget the failure because of this. You must remember your failure deeply, and then use it as motivation to practice and improve your strength. Master Yuan continued. With his eyesight, he could see that it was not Kirigakure who was not good, but the Konoha ninjas who participated in the Chunin exam were ridiculously strong. So he didn't want to blame the Kirigakure candidates, he just wanted to promote a few geniuses and brush up their favorability. The Kirigakure ninjas nodded one after another, thinking that the master was worthy of being the respected elder of Kirigakure. After a round of encouragement and some chicken soup, the image of the master became kind and tall in the hearts of many Kirigakure. After all, there are very few such friendly seniors in the Blood Mist. If the task is not completed well, it's good enough not to kill you. Mei Terumi was relieved. No criticism should not affect her future path to Mizukage. But the words of the master made Mei Terumi a little nervous again. Kisame, Mei Terumi, Zabuza, you stay, the others can leave. The master said after thinking it was about time. Soon, only the master and Mei Terumi were left in the room. You three are all geniuses of Kirigakure. The master said with a smile. Obito is so strong, but he was suppressed for a while in the quarterfinals against Mei Terumi, which is enough to show the strength of Mei Terumi. Not to mention Kisame, who almost beat Might Guy in the semifinals. As for Zabuza, although his performance is much worse than Mei Terumi and Kisame, he is already the youngest and best among the remaining people. Kurosawa's performance is similar to Zabuza, but Kurosawa is older than Zabuza. Kisame, you are very capable. I think you can go to the Anbu for training. In addition, if you two have any incomprehensible doubts about water escape, you can come to me for consultation. The master finally said. Mei Terumi instantly showed joy and nodded repeatedly. The chance of becoming a water shadow with the master has greatly increased. Sorry, I watched the game today, so the update is late. Although I expected it, I still didn't expect to be 3:0. I feel a little uncomfortable and it's hard to write. I will write more tomorrow. Chapter 332 Promotion. The Chunin exam was over, and the candidates returned to their daily lives. The special training also went on as usual the next day. Perhaps because of the achievements of Obito and others, many special training students became extra hardworking. There is nothing wrong with genius, because Konoha has always had geniuses. But Obito and Might Guy are different. It's like everyone used to work together. Obito and Might Guy are a little richer than them, but after a year, Might Guy and Obito have become multimillionaires. Because they have been promoted step by their side, they feel that even if they can't become as strong as Might Guy, they shouldn't be like this. People like Asuma who have a good relationship with Obito have infinite fighting spirit because they feel more deeply. Miyu is very pleased with this, because this is exactly the purpose of his special adjustment of the holiday, so that these students can see what kind of strength the best group of people of their age have. According to Miyu's observation, S-level rewards depend on the progress of students. The more students learn, the more rewards he will give. The rest depends on the skill level. For example, it is very difficult to increase the proficiency of perfect level fire escape, but it is very fast for proficient level thunder and earth. Due to the teaching ability shown by Miyu, Narayui and other genin have been obediently receiving special training. What surprised Narayui was that in addition to the 5 major attributes, Miyu's special properties such as yin attributes were also very strong. Although he could not teach shadow secrets, he could also solve some yin escape problems for him. 5 days after the end of the Chunin exam, the list of promoted Chunins was determined. At this time, the Kirigakure also left Konoha. After all, Konoha would not give Kirigakure its forehead protectors, and Kirigakure had to go back to promote their own ninjas. Miyu guessed that Kirigakure might not have strawberry ice cream now, because before Kirigakure left Konoha, he saw Terumi Mei frantically purchasing strawberry ice cream. She even generously returned him 3 servings of strawberry ice cream as a return gift. You treated me to 2 servings before, so I, Mei Terumi, will repay you with 3 servings. Mei Terumi said with a proud look on my face. Originally, she didn't have much money, but because she was leaving, the master gave them some money to buy Konoha specialties, so they could buy some souvenirs and local specialties from the Land of Fire. So Mei Terumi used all the money to buy ice cream. She thought it was good, and it was indeed not available in Kirigakure, and it was delicious. Mei Terumi was very satisfied with this trip to Konoha. She had delicious strawberry ice cream and was valued by the master. Except for losing in the quarterfinals, there was nothing to regret. Then I will accept it without hesitation. Miyu smiled and accepted it and left. Although he was not particularly interested in such sweets, he could give them to the students. Mei Terumi looked at Miyu's back with a thoughtful expression. She always thought Miyu was strange, not the silly and stupid strangeness of Obito, but gave her a strange feeling. Just now, Mei Terumi finally understood what that strange feeling was, because Miyu didn't treat her as a foreigner from another village when they were together. Because of the Mist Ninja forehead protector, even a silly person like Obito, Mei Terumi could feel the obvious sense of distance from him. Miyu couldn't say she was close to her, but when Mei Terumi communicated with him, she felt like she was talking to a stranger from her own village. If Mei Terumi hadn't stayed in Konoha for a while, she really wouldn't have noticed the difference. What a strange guy! Mei Terumi muttered in her heart, and then stopped thinking about it. Maybe she thought too much. Go to the Hokage's office? Is there any difficult task for us to complete? Obito asked excitedly after hearing Minato's words. Are you going to rescue the kidnapped princess or repel the invading enemy? Minato smiled and shook his head and said, this kind of mission is not something you can accept, and Kakashi's body hasn't recovered yet, how can he assign a mission to you? Although Kakashi and Might Guy were discharged from the hospital on the 4th day with Tsunade's treatment, their bodies have not fully recovered yet and they still need to rest for a while. Kakashi looked at Obito speechlessly, thinking that ninja novels are harmful to people. How could so many princesses be kidnapped? What is that? Obito was a little disappointed. He thought that he had performed well in the Chunin exam and made Sarutobi Hiruzen look at him with a new look. You will know when you go there. Minato didn't tell Obito and others directly, but smiled mysteriously. Kakashi looked at Minato's expression and basically guessed what he was going to do. He should be promoted to Chunin. Thinking of this, Kakashi's expression was a little subtle. He was wondering if he would take it if the village gave him another Chunin vest. Kakashi thought that if it was really given, he should take it. After all, he had already won the first place, and the vest was a consumable item. On the way to the Hokage building, Obito and his friends met a few acquaintances from the Chunin exam. "Hey, Kakashi, how is your recovery?" Might Guy smiled, and his 2 rows of white teeth were particularly shining in the sun. "We have only been discharged from the hospital for 1 day, how can we recover?" Kakashi replied speechlessly. "Ha ha ha." Might Guy laughed out loud without feeling embarrassed. "Of course, it's because I am looking forward to the next battle with my best friend." Might Guy looked at Kakashi with a sharp look in his eyes. For Might Guy, failure is not terrible. After all, in his life so far, he has lost most of the time, and won only a few times. What he wants is not to be undefeated, but to learn from the experience of failure and then forge the next victory, so as to become the strongest. Since Kakashi has changed from a pursuer to a leader, he naturally has to surpass Kakashi as soon as possible. "Let's talk about it after my body recovers." Kakashi shook his head and said. That is, his body has not recovered yet, otherwise Kakashi would have challenged Shisui to avenge his previous shame. When he defeated Might Guy, Obito, and Shisui in a row before, Kakashi thought that he must defeat them all after his strength caught up. Now that his strength has finally caught up, Kakashi will not miss such a good opportunity. After all, Muyu's disciples are too competitive, and Kakashi doesn't think he can always be ahead. If Might Guy can stabilize the 4 gates and Konoha Dragon God can improve a little bit, he may not be able to win in this transparent world that he has not yet fully mastered. Kakashi planned to make the transparent world open and close freely. Anyway, he couldn't do too much intense exercise recently, so he just used all his time to study the transparent world. "Hey, you are here too." Asuma found Kakashi and others and greeted them. "Akai, Asuma, have you also been notified to go to the Hokage's office?" Obito asked after responding. Might Guy and Asuma both nodded. Obito immediately used his little brain to guess the reason. "Could it be that our performance is too good, and the 3rd Hokage wants us to enter some secret department?" Obito said with a look of sudden enlightenment. Kakashi's mouth twitched, and he had to admit that Obito's brain circuit was different from that of ordinary people. If it was only Obito and him and Might Guy, it would be possible, but Nohara-rin and Asuma were also among them, which was impossible. It's probably about the promotion to Chunin. In order to prevent Obito from continuing to make up strange things, Kakashi directly said his reliable answer. "That should be it, otherwise there would be no need to call me to the Hokage building." Asuma nodded and said. "But Kakashi, aren't you already a Chunin?" Obito looked at Kakashi with a puzzled look. "I also took the Chunin exam. When I got to the Hokage building, you naturally guessed who was right." Kakashi didn't want to argue too much with Obito on this issue. After all, it was not good for a Chunin to take the Chunin exam. When he arrived at the Hokage building, Kakashi was more certain of his guess because he also saw Narayui and Yamashiro Aoba, 2 candidates who also took the Chunin exam. Everyone entered the Hokage's office together. It was Obito's first time to the Hokage's office, so he looked around with curiosity, and found that the Hokage's office was completely different from what he imagined. Obito thought that the Hokage's office was full of scrolls that looked extremely dangerous and kept secrets, and powerful ninja tools were hung on the walls. But the real Hokage's office was a large desk, and then there were many windows, and nothing else, not even extra seats. You all performed very well in the Chunin exam. Not only the ninjas who scored, but also the officials and clients who came to watch the exam recognized your performance, so I decided to promote you all to Chunin. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't say too much nonsense and made things clear directly. Narayuito, Yamashiro Aoba, and Asuma were all eliminated in the first round, but they all played to their level and were included in the promotion list based on their comprehensive performance. And Kakashi and the others are even better. It can be said that they played with the momentum of Konoha, and the strength they showed is no longer comparable to ordinary Chunin. Kakashi was extremely calm. He automatically ignored Sarutobi Hiruzen's words and just thought that he was accompanying Obito and the others. He was originally a Chunin, so what was the point of promotion? Asuma's expression was relieved. It was really not that he was not strong enough, but that Obito and Kakashi were too outrageous. Naruto smiled. It was worth it for him to fight so hard. Although he was slightly inferior to Nohara Rin, he finally completed the promotion. Aoba Yamashiro also smiled. He was confident in his own strength, but he met Kisame in the first round, and he was worried about the promotion these days. I am at the same level as my father. I will strive to be promoted to Jonin with my father as soon as possible. Might Guy was a little excited. Because his father was ridiculed as a 10,000-year genin before, Might Guy was a little concerned about the ninja level. We passed together. Nohara Rin smiled softly and thought to herself. Before the exam, she was worried that she would be a drag, but after the exam, Nohara Rin had no pressure, because she had fought with all her strength in the third round, and she could accept it no matter what the result was. You really got promoted to Chunin. Obito felt that Kakashi had good luck today, and he guessed it right. Why, are you not satisfied with being promoted to Chunin? If you want to be promoted to Jonin, you are still a long way to go. Keep working hard towards Miyu and Minato. Sarutobi Hiruzen said with a smile. Hehe, not really, but our entire team is now Chunin, can we take on high-level missions? Obito replied with a smile. Obito was naturally very happy to be promoted to Chunin. After all, Kakashi always used his Chunin status to suppress him before, now everyone is Chunin, Kakashi no longer has the status to suppress him. In theory, if it is below A level, there is no problem, but A level depends on Minato's arrangement. Sarutobi Hiruzen stroked his beard and said. Now Obito and the others can do it by themselves without Minato. They were the main ones to accept the missions, because they were already 3 Chunins, and it was no problem for them to accept B-level missions on their own. But A-level missions were not possible. At least one special Jonin was needed for A-level missions, and an experienced formal Jonin was needed to lead the S-level missions. A-level missions are not bad either. Obito smiled excitedly and chose to ignore the last few words of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Although Obito had A-level and S-level missions in his mission history, these were changed later. Obito has not officially accepted A-level missions yet. These are your promotion forms and Chunin vests. From now on, you will be Chunin of Konoha. You need to take on more responsibilities and receive more dangerous missions. Sarutobi Hiruzen said seriously, then stood up and handed the corresponding promotion forms to several people. As for the vests, they were the same and he took them himself. Becoming a Chunin not only gives you more rights, but also requires you to take on more responsibilities. Except for extremely important missions, Jonin are generally not sent in full, and the main force is Chunin. As long as we can protect Konoha, no matter how dangerous the mission is, it doesn't matter. Obito said he was not afraid of danger. Seeing Obito's words that were full of the will of fire, Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded, thinking that Obito might become the next Uchiha Kagami. Sarutobi Hiruzen really had nothing to do with them, so except Asuma, everyone else left the Hokage's office quickly. Xylan, I said we are all fine. Obito said to Nohara Rin while flipping the Chunin vest left and right. Yeah, Obito, you are right. Nohara Rin responded with a soft smile. As the voices of his companions faded away, Asuma asked Sarutobi Hiruzen directly, is there anything else? I'm going to practice. He was about to leave, but was stopped by Sarutobi Hiruzen. Your vacuum jade aura is too scattered, otherwise it can penetrate the phoenix fire. There is also a problem with the practice of the Great Flame technique. The flame temperature is low. Sarutobi Hiruzen picked up his pipe and talked to Asuma about the Chunin exam. Tisk, you know a lot. Asuma turned away with a dark face. Just as Asuma opened the door of the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke again. But the last combination ninjutsu was okay, and the overall performance was okay. I wanted to write more. I have a slight fever today. Although it is not serious, it is indeed difficult to write when my brain is hot. I hope it will be better tomorrow. No matter what achievements Asuma made in the ninja school, he could not get the recognition of Sarutobi Hiruzen. His expectations gradually decreased. At first, he hoped to get the praise of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Later, Asuma would be satisfied even if Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded to him. But no, Sarutobi Hiruzen never nodded to his achievements. In Asuma's memory, Sarutobi Hiruzen only preached, asking him to learn from his calm elder brother and to be like Orochimaru in the ninja school. You don't need to say it, this is what Mr. Miyu taught. Asuma said with a curled lip. Although Asuma still didn't have a good expression towards Sarutobi Hiruzen, it can be seen that the atmosphere has eased a lot. You can ask me if you don't understand something. I have quite a lot of experience in combination ninjutsu. Sarutobi Hiruzen said, spitting out white mist. Can you teach well? Asuma was very skeptical about this. He did not doubt Sarutobi Hiruzen's understanding of combined ninjutsu and his own strength. After all, the Hokage was still very valuable, but whether he could teach well was another matter. Then I will teach Miyu first and then let him teach you. Sarutobi Hiruzen said speechlessly when he saw that his teaching level was questioned again. The only person in Konoha who dared to question his level so blatantly was probably Asuma. I think this is quite reliable. Asuma's eyes lit up, and he felt that this might be better than Sarutobi Hiruzen teaching him directly. Go and practice quickly. Sarutobi Hiruzen rubbed his forehead and asked Asuma to leave quickly. This child was really troublesome. Asuma hummed a little song and walked out of the Hokage's office. He was in a very good mood and even closed the door of the office gently. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed and continued to handle official business. After a while, the door of the office was opened again, and Shimura Danzo walked in. Hiruzen. Shimura Danzo was about to say something when he was interrupted by Sarutobi Hiruzen. Why didn't you knock on the door? And you have to call your job title during working hours. Sarutobi Hiruzen said with a straight face. Shimura Danzo was a little confused. He was usually like this, and he didn't see Sarutobi Hiruzen say anything. Why did he act like he had taken a detonating tag today? Hiruzen, you. It's working hours now. Sarutobi Hiruzen emphasized again. Shimura Danzo didn't know what medicine Sarutobi Hiruzen took today, but the higher the rank, the more powerful he was. Shimura Danzo could only reluctantly call the Sandame. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression eased and asked, just tell me what you want to say. I need Hitaki Kakashi and Uchiha Obito to join the route. Shimura Danzo said directly. Your route organization is still short of 2 chunins. Sarutobi Hiruzen was not ready to agree to Danzo's request. They are chunins now, but they have great potential. The route organization needs such ninjas. Danzo continued. Forget about this. The route organization can't expand anymore. If I find that the route organization is secretly developing illegal members again, I will cut the funding of the route organization. Sarutobi Hiruzen said in a warning tone. He knew that Danzo was not an honest person. Even if he refused, Danzo might do something in the dark, so he warned in advance. Hitaki Kakashi can be left alone, but Uchiha Obito must join the route. Uchiha like him is too dangerous. We must be highly vigilant to prevent the next Uchiha Madara from appearing. Danzo said his real purpose. What he really wanted was Obito, and bringing Kakashi was just to pave the way for this sentence. Shimura Danzo always kept in mind the teachings of his teacher Senju Tobirama. Uchiha are born evil beings, and they need to be vigilant against the Uchiha clan at all times. If it was an ordinary Uchiha, it would be fine, but Uchiha Obito already had a double Megatama Sharingan at the age of 9, and also mastered a very good fire escape, which made Shimura Danzo very uneasy. Although he secretly cultivated a wood escape ninja, that wood escape ninja was much younger than Obito. If Obito rebelled like Uchiha Madara before the wood escape ninja grew up, it would be troublesome. Obito is an Uchiha with the will of fire. He is not dangerous. I believe that under the guidance of Minato, Obito will become the next Kagami. Sarutobi Hiruzen put the pipe into his mouth and took a sip before saying. Based on Obito's current performance, Sarutobi Hiruzen does not think Obito is dangerous. On the contrary, he is very optimistic about Obito. It is undoubtedly more reliable to let Minato lead Obito than Shimura Danzo. Hiruzen, have you forgotten the teacher's teachings? Danzo said dissatisfiedly. Those Uchiha are too dangerous. The village is so good to them, but they are still thinking about rebellion. Danzo tried to use the hawkish Uchiha coup during the reign of Senju Tobirama to make Sarutobi Hiruzen understand the danger of Uchiha. The teacher also said that Uchiha should be properly guided. Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head and said. Compared to these, you should put more attention on obtaining intelligence from the enemy country. Sarutobi Hiruzen completely rejected Danzo's proposal. Seeing that Sarutobi Hiruzen had no intention of giving in, coupled with Sarutobi Hiruzen's attitude at the beginning, Danzo was furious. Hiruzen, you will regret it. Danzo left this cold sentence and slammed the door of the Hokage's office. Sarutobi Hiruzen continued to handle official business with a calm face and felt much more comfortable. If he couldn't do anything with his son, how could he do anything with you, Danzo? Sarutobi Hiruzen would not allow the root to continue to expand. If the root organization becomes stronger, it will be too big to be eliminated. The root organization was established by Shimura Danzo under the guise of cultivating the Anbu. At first, it was just a small subsidiary of the Anbu, but with the efforts of Shimura Danzo, its power continued to expand, and now it has the momentum of the Anbu and the Anbu. Sarutobi Hiruzen would naturally not let this happen. If the root organization really surpassed the Anbu, it would be a big deal. Sarutobi Hiruzen was comfortable in the office, but Danzo, who walked out of the office, was getting angrier and angrier. When he was young, he was no worse than Sarutobi Hiruzen, but now he is suppressed by Sarutobi Hiruzen. If the teacher had chosen me, Konoha would be stronger now. Shimura Danzo thought indignantly. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen is a little stronger than him, Sarutobi Hiruzen is indecisive and cannot compare with him in handling affairs. Shimura Danzo wanted to improve too much. He really wanted to tell Sarutobi Hiruzen one day that I am the Hokage. At this time, Shimura Danzo suddenly thought of his subordinate who was no longer a member of the root. It seems that Muyu is Uchiha Obito's trainee teacher, and he respects Muyu very much, so Muyu should have enough understanding of Uchiha Obito. When Shimura Danzo thought of this, he immediately returned to the root and wrote a letter for the ninja to give to Muyu. He needed Muyu's assessment of Obito to determine how dangerous Obito was. At the same time, Danzo asked Muyu to pay more attention to Obito and report immediately if Obito showed any intention to harm Konoha, so that Danzo would have a reason to bring Obito to the root. As for why Muyu was sent instead of other root members to follow Obito, one was because Minato Namikaze had the ability to sense that the root would be discovered, and the other was that Muyu was Obito's teacher, and Obito was not wary of Muyu. Now Obito's strength is not enough to enjoy individual surveillance. There are only a few Anbu in the entire Uchiha who are monitoring him, not to mention that it is a war period now. Disciple Hitaki Kakashi worked hard to practice and achieved perfect results in the Chunin exam and was promoted to Chunin, and received rewards, Chakra plus 1800, Random Blood Limit Extraction Scroll. Disciple Might Guy worked hard to practice and achieved excellent results in the Chunin exam and was promoted to Chunin, and received rewards, Chakra plus 1500, Taijutsu Extraction Scrolls, Mastery Level. Disciple Uchiha Obito worked hard to practice and achieved excellent results in the Chunin exam. Promoted to Chunin, received rewards, Chakra plus 1200, Ninjutsu Extraction Scroll, Mastery Level. Extraction Scroll, the higher the level, the easier it is to extract excellent rewards. This time the rewards can be said to be rich enough to exceed Muyu's expectations. In terms of chakra alone, the three disciples can provide 4,500 chakra points, which directly makes Muyu's chakra break through 70,000. Muyu can't say whether the remaining rewards are good or bad for the time being, because the lottery is too unexpected. If you draw a garbage or duplicate, the mastery level will not be useful. However, Muyu saw the system introduction that there is no possibility of garbage in the high-level lottery scroll. Muyu thought about it, went to the bathroom to wash his hands, and then prayed to all the gods he knew, such as Taoism, Buddha, and God, before starting the lottery. Anyway, it doesn't cost money, just believe it a little. If it works, you will make a lot of money, and if it doesn't work, you won't lose money. Muyu used the worst ninjutsu extraction scroll first. Then a huge turntable appeared in front of Muyu. Muyu took a casual look and saw all kinds of abilities from all the worlds. It turns out that it's not just Naruto's ninjutsu, but also skills from other worlds for localization. Muyu found that she was a little wrong. Because those ninjutsu proficiency scrolls and mastery scrolls cannot upgrade skills such as nature change, Muyu preconceived that ninjutsu extraction scrolls are all Naruto's ninjutsu. Muyu clicked on the center of the turntable, and it spun dizzily and then slowly stopped. The skill pointed to gradually enlarged on the turntable screen, and the information of this skill also appeared in Muyu's mind. Ninjutsu Extraction Scroll A has been consumed, and the skill obtained is Great Snake, Mastery Level. Great Snake is the ultimate move of the ancient martial arts of Kusanagi. Muyu doesn't know how it is in the King of Fighters world, but after localization, it is indeed a very powerful fire escape, and it is very suitable for people who practice the breath of fire to learn. Muyu then used the physical skill Extraction Scroll S. Euro Taijutsu Extraction Scrolls has been consumed, and the skill is obtained, Legend of Malonk Knife Cutting Sword Golden Skyline, Mastery Level, Euro. Muyu was a little surprised to see this reward. He quickly sorted out the memories in his mind and found that this was indeed the extremely lethal taijutsu in his impression. Golden Skyline is a bit similar to the Hell Stab of the Third Raikage, both of which use fingers to attack, but only a bit, because the Golden Skyline is not stronger with fewer fingers, and there is no change in nature. Localized Golden Skyline is an extremely pure taijutsu. When it is practiced to a certain level, it can exert great power without chakra. Muyu thinks this is quite reasonable, because the Golden Skyline in the world where it is located was developed by an ordinary person with no ability. It is a taijutsu that trains the body to the extreme. Muyu is very satisfied with this reward. This taijutsu is not only powerful, but also extremely suitable for Might Guy. As for other disciples, Muyu thinks it is difficult for them to learn it. Finally, Muyu set his sights on the Blood Limit Extraction Scroll. This scroll has no level and really requires luck. The Samsara Eye and the Samsara Eye are both considered bloodline limits, and there is a possibility of drawing them, but so are the ordinary Byakugan and Sharingan, and there are also bloodline limits such as explosion and lava. Muyu did not hesitate and clicked to draw directly. The random bloodline limit drawing scroll has been consumed, and the reward is obtained Ice Release. Muyu sighed slightly in his heart. It seems that his luck is not particularly good. Then Muyu thought about it. He couldn't use the Samsara Eye or the Samsara Eye now, because he didn't have enough chakra. Although these two greatly improved his strength, he couldn't bear it without chakra. For Muyu, not drawing the Manjiki Sharingan was good, because at this stage, the Manjiki Sharingan was more disadvantageous than beneficial to him, and the ordinary Manjiki had too many side effects. If it wasn't for the ability of Kamui, it wouldn't be worth it. Compared to this, Ice Release is very good, and it can also create some ice cubes to cool down when it's hot. Muyu took a look at his current panel. Name, Hanyum Wyu. Chakra, 72,800. Skills, Golden Skyline, Mastery, Orakai, Mastery, Ice Release, Beginner. Muyu decided to wait until the special training was over, and when the Earth attribute and Thunder attribute were mastered, he would change the direction of obtaining rewards again and brush more chakra. He basically had several proficient level ninjutsu for each chakra attribute, and even more below the proficient level. He also had quite a few proficient level skills, and could deal with quite a lot of situations, so Muyu wanted to brush chakra to 100,000 and then decide what reward to brush according to the situation. If there was a clear tough battle with the enemy, he would either brush chakra or the corresponding restraint reward, otherwise he would continue to brush all of them and brush himself into a hexagonal warrior. At night, Muyu saw the letter sent by Danzo. After reading the content, he smiled slightly and asked him to catch Obito's handle. Danzo's idea was quite good. Chapter 334 War. Why did you lose in the first round, and you became a Chunin, but Midori didn't? Inyazuka Midori found the Chunin vest on Narayui during the special training. It's a little bit of all reasons. Narayui thought for a while and said tactfully. He couldn't say that Inyazuka Midori didn't have outstanding strength and didn't show combat wisdom. In fact, Narayui felt that he became a Chunin with a little luck. This Chunin exam is much more difficult than before. Obito and Kisame are not good enough. If the top 4 candidates were to take the Chunin exam at normal times, they would be killed indiscriminately. If Narayui met any of the top 4 candidates, Narayui felt that he might not be able to become a Chunin. Because Narayui was too weak in front of them. No matter how strong his fighting wisdom was, it was useless when the gap in strength was too big. He was killed instantly with a kick and a knife. After all, he couldn't set traps in advance for the Chunin exam. In a few months, Midori will definitely become a Chunin. The special training has made Midori stronger. Inyazuka Midori looked at another teammate, Abarameinaya, hoping that Abarameinaya would work hard with her to prepare for the next Chunin exam. The Chunin exam will be held twice a year. Of course, the next Chunin exam will not be held jointly by the 2 villages, and officials and wealthy businessmen will not be invited. Abarameineya's expression did not change, but he just nodded calmly. Inyazuka Midori smiled, and Abarameinaya was not a person who was good at expressing emotions. Nodding meant agreement. Not only Narayui, but Asuma, who was wearing a Chunin vest, was also particularly conspicuous among a group of genin and ninja school students. Since the special training is only for genin and ninja school students, Narayui and Asuma became the only 2 Chunin. Because they are the only 2 Chunin, and Asuma performed well in the Chunin exam, some of the more powerful students would ask Asuma for advice. Brother Asuma, you are really amazing. You can actually learn 2 attributes of ninjutsu. Among so many candidates, you are the only one except the first Hitaki Kakashi. Gang Zisha said with a longing face. Before, he only had Ebisu as a good brother, but now he decided to increase the number of good brothers. 2 attributes are useless, and I still lost to Obito's fire escape. Asuma's expression was a little depressed. That time when the combination ninjutsu lost to Obito's fire escape did make him a little uncomfortable. 2 ninjutsu could not beat Obito's single attribute ninjutsu. Brother Asuma, don't panic. In the future, if you continue to improve and use 3 or 4 attributes of combination ninjutsu, can he still block it with 1 attribute? Shinayu Izumo immediately analyzed. Asuma had to admit that what Kamitsuki Izumo said made sense, but how to practice so many attributes well was a problem, and it was not easy to practice multiple nature changes at the same time. Actually, there is no need to do this. We have a ninjutsu that has defeated Konoha's strongest taijutsu ninja. If you, Asuma, learn it, you can say that you will definitely win against Obito, but the probability of winning can be increased a lot. Kamitsuki Izumo came up with a good idea. Oh, what type of ninjutsu that defeated Konoha's strongest taijutsu ninja? Asuma immediately became interested. If nothing else, the title of defeating Konoha's strongest taijutsu is still very intimidating. Yes. Kamitsuki Izumo was about to say something, but found that it was time for a break and he had to start practicing. Everyone continue to practice. Muyu's voice was transmitted to all the students. We will talk to you in detail tomorrow, Asuma. Kamitsuki Izumo stood up and said. This is the last practice time in the afternoon, and it's time to go home for dinner. Brother Asuma, this ninjutsu will definitely surprise you. Gangzai Tetsu said with a confident smile, and then walked back to the training place of Group C with Kamitsuki Izumo. Then I'm looking forward to it. Asuma replied with a smile. In fact, he didn't expect Gangzai Tetsu and the others to have any particularly strong ninjutsu. It's not that he looked down on them, but the truly powerful ninjutsu was difficult to learn, and there were certain conditions for the learners. Gangzai Tetsu and Kamitsuki Izumo were still too young. When Asuma was in the 2nd grade, even if Sarutobi Hiruzen wanted to teach him Fire Dragon Flame Bomb and Cyclone, Asuma couldn't learn it. He didn't have enough chakra and his level of nature change was not enough. But after all, he was a little fanboy, and he spoke well, so Asuma was happy to cooperate with them. Then Asuma began to practice the wind attribute chakra nature change. At present, he is still focusing on the wind attribute. Only when the wind attribute encounters difficulties will he put it down and practice the fire attribute. After practicing for a while, Asuma walked to Kurane and said, Karina, why don't you take a break? Excessive fatigue may affect your practice efficiency. Asuma saw Kurane practicing when he was resting just now, and she hasn't stopped yet. Kurane stopped when she heard Asuma's words, and stood there panting to rest. If it affected her practice efficiency, it would be a headache. Have you encountered any problems recently? I feel that Kurane is practicing too hard now. Asuma asked with concern. It's a good thing to practice more diligently, but Asuma felt that Kurane was too diligent now, so he was a little worried. Because I don't want to be left too far behind by you. Kurane looked into Asuma's eyes and said seriously. Last year, she was suppressed by Shisui, a first-year student, in the special training, but Shisui was indeed an exception among exceptions, and Kurane could accept it in her heart. Obito and others' performance in the Chunin exam gave Kurane too much of a shock. Both Obito and Might Guy are familiar to Kurane Ui. They are all good friends. Although Obito's strength surpassed theirs in the last special training, the gap was not big. This time is different. Obito and his friends showed overwhelming strength in the Chunin exam. Karaui, I feel that I can't survive a single move against them. They are so strong that Kurane wonders how they can become so strong in just 1 year. Not only Obito and the others, but even Asuma's progress makes Kurane feel a little strange. Unconsciously, Asuma's wind escape surpassed fire escape, and he can also use wind and fire combination ninjutsu. When Kurane said this, Asuma instantly empathized. In Kurane's eyes, Obito and others were so strong that it was confusing, and it was almost the same for Asuma. Karina, I understand you, let's work hard together. Asuma nodded and said. Of course, we should also pay attention to moderation. Asuma reminded him after speaking. Asuma has become a Chunin and is so hard-working. The students around him are infected by it, and the whole training ground reveals the atmosphere of struggle. In addition to adding some teaching projects, Muyo basically follows the model of the previous special training, taking an exam every 2 weeks to test the students' learning results, and then scoring and ranking. There is no doubt that Asuma is now the strongest ninja in the special training. Narayuiwa, who is also a Chunin, is no match for him in a one-on-one fight, so Asuma won the first place in Group A in the first exam. As for Group B, Moonlight Gale is becoming more and more outstanding as the special training progresses, but Moonlight Gale's first place is not very stable, it depends on the state. In Muyu's opinion, the gap between Moonlight Gale and the second place in Group B is very small. As for Group C, Hongda did a good job this time. Although she didn't get the first place, she got the second place. As a second-year student, she is already very strong and defeated a group of fourth-year students. The performance of Shinayu Izumo and Gangzai Tetsu is not bad for the second-year students, but it is quite satisfactory when compared with the overall students. They are much weaker than Hongdu. The overall performance of the students in Muyu's class surpasses those of the third-year students. In the evening, Muyu returned to her home in the main city of Konoha. Not long after, Namikaze Minato knocked on the door and walked into Muyu's home. "Sorry, I'll have to trouble you, Muyu, to take care of Kushina again," Namikaze Minato said to Muyu a little embarrassedly. For Namikaze Minato, no matter how good the relationship is, he will feel embarrassed to trouble others. "Well, if I'm in Konoha, I can't do without Kushina's food." Muyu didn't ask the reason clearly but agreed directly. Listening to Muyu's words, Namikaze Minato showed a warm smile and took the initiative to explain. "Kumagaku has sent more ninjas to attack the border in the land of hot water, so I need to lead some ninjas to support. This is not a confidential matter, so it's okay to tell Muyu, he is openly supporting the front line, not carrying out some secret missions." "I see. Will Obito and the others follow you to the battlefield?" Muyu thought about it and asked. This is not a small matter. If they go to the land of hot water for the war, then Muyu, who is far away in Konoha, has no way of knowing what Obito and the others will encounter. The accident in the Chunin exam gave Muyu a premonition that Uchiha Madara might take action in advance, because Obito's growth rate was much faster than in the original. Minato Namikaze shook his head and replied, "This time I received an S-level war mission, which is too dangerous for Obito and others. It just so happens that they can now accept missions on their own, so I don't plan to take them with them. If it was an A-level mission, Minato Namikaze might still consider taking Obito and others with him, but S-level is too dangerous, not to mention that this is a war mission. I'm sorry to bother you with Obito's training. I'm not a very qualified teacher," Minato Namikaze said with a wry smile. He felt that he could do too little for Obito and others, and now he had to leave Obito and others behind to carry out the mission. "Don't say that. Even they have recognized you. Why do you deny yourself? There is nothing you can do about the village's mission." Muyu smiled gently and comforted. Minato adjusted his mood and thanked Muyu again, then took the food to find Kushina. When leaving Konoha, he was most worried about Kushina. Just when Muyu felt that the war was getting more and more intense, he got a message from Tsunade a few days later that Jiraiya had returned to the battlefield of Grass Country. Perhaps because of the news of Kumagakure's massive attack, Iwagakure also tried to increase troops to continue to put pressure on Konoha. The situation on the mainland is now very chaotic. There is a war between Iwagakure, Konoha, and Kumagakure, and between Kumagakure, Sand Village, Konoha, and Iwagakure. The four major countries on the mainland are caught in a melee. Only the water country on the sea has not yet participated. Although it is the big ninja village that is fighting the war, they are not fighting on their own land. Basically, they are fighting in nearby small countries. Even the wind country drove Kumagakure to the river country after easing up, which forced the small countries to be involved and participate in the war. Will Kirigakure attack Konoha in advance? Or will it remain unchanged? Muyu thought of the only big country that did not participate in the war. Due to the changes in the plot of the butterfly effect, he is also a little unclear whether Kirigakure will maintain the original action. Although Konoha did not ask Kirigakure to pay too much for the accident in the Chunin exam, and they looked like they would make money by being friendly, Muyu did not think Kirigakure would not start a war against Konoha because of this. It was inevitable for Kirigakure to start a war against Konoha, because Konoha had won too many times before and had always maintained the strongest posture. The strongest would be feared by everyone, and now that there was a chance to weaken them, they would naturally not let it go. Although Kirigakure was unwilling to be the first challenger, it certainly had the courage to join in the fun when the two countries had already gone to war. The Chunin exam made Kirigakure they have seen the strength of the younger generation of Konoha. Miyu believes that Kirigakure may feel a sense of crisis and attack Konoha in advance. Uchiha Madara is also a key point for Miyu to consider. Since Uchiha Madara can control Kirigakure Jonin, he may also control other Kirigakure and promote Kirigakure to join the war. The more chaotic the ninja world is, the more beneficial it is for the elderly Uchiha Madara, which is convenient for him to act. If Uchiha Madara wants to take action against Obito in advance, then Kirigakure and Konoha will definitely go to war. This is one of the reasons why Miyu has been so low-key before. He doesn't want the plot to change too much because of him, which will increase the difficulty of protecting his disciples. For example, he knows that Obito will die in the Battle of Konoha Bridge. If the plot does not change, then he only needs to go with him to easily save Obito. If the plot changes, then Uchiha Madara may not necessarily choose the mission of Konoha Bridge. Even though Miyu has been very careful, the change still happened. The accident in the Death Forest was definitely the work of Uchiha Madara. Although Kirigakure has not made any move yet, Miyu will prepare for the worst. However, even if Miyu reselects him, he will still maintain similar actions, because he will not stop helping Obito improve his strength just because the plot will change. This is completely a case of throwing the baby out with the bathwater. The enemy is in the dark and we are in the light. What Miyu can do now is to improve his own and his disciples' strength as much as possible. It stands to reason that after the arduous and extremely special training in the middle of the Chunin exam, they should have rested for a while, but for the safety of the disciples, Miyu prepared a new hellish training for them. Good morning, Shisui, how did you know I became a Chunin? Obito met Shisui on the way to the South Forest for training, and greeted Shisui with a happy face. Shisui. Hehe, Teacher Miyu, good morning. After arriving at the South Forest, Obito smiled and greeted Miyu. Although he failed to get the first place, becoming a Chunin made Obito feel very good. Well, good morning. Miyu responded with a gentle smile. I don't know why, although Miyu smiled warmly, Obito suddenly felt something was wrong, and felt that something bad was going to happen. After a few days of hard work, I finally finished the outline of the next part of the plot. I will update more in the next few days. Chapter 335 5 Self-Created Ninjutsu. P.S. Readers who read the previous chapter yesterday or in the morning can download it again and read it again. I found some problems at noon, so I changed it. Today we start the final training of Changzhong, and maintain the breathing method all day long. Miyu said. The most important point of Changzhong is to be able to maintain the breathing method for 24 hours. Now Obito and Kakashi's breathing method has reached the upper limit, but in fact, the Changzhong training has not been truly completed. Is it full concentration or ordinary breathing? Obito scratched his head and asked. If it is full concentration, he can't last an hour even if he does nothing, let alone a day. Ordinary breathing is enough, and you don't need to do too much training. Miyu replied with a smile. Concentrated breathing in normal situations is relatively concentrated, which is different from the extremely concentrated breathing during combat. Obito and his friends have not yet practiced breathing all day, so they have to do it in a cyclical and progressive manner. Kakashi nodded when he heard this. In this way, even though he has not fully recovered, he can still participate in the training. This sounds quite simple. Obito said with a smile, thinking that this was a relaxation training after the Chunin exam. Of course, in order to urge you, if you can't keep your breathing state, you need to do a question every time you break it, and if you don't continue it within 10 minutes, you need to add another question. Miyu stated the training rules. Although his disciples are all diligent, in order to make them feel more urgent, the punishment rules are also necessary. It's hard to say about others, but Obito and Might Guy are very fond of this. After listening to Muyu's words, Obito's smile disappeared instantly and gradually became solemn. His premonition seemed to be correct. It turned out to be the evil question-solving training again. Although Muyu's questions helped him achieve good results in the Chunin exam, it didn't make Obito like doing questions. He started to feel dizzy when he thought of the black and white test paper. The training is very difficult. Might Guy showed an expression as if he was facing a great enemy. As diligent as he was, he had never been able to maintain the state of breathing method all day. If Might Guy had to do the questions, he would rather fight with the cloud-hidden ninja for another hour. Under Muyu's arrangement, all the disciples except Nohara Rin started the final Chongzhong training. Nohara Rin has been exposed to breathing method for too short a time. Now she hasn't even reached the entry level of water breathing. It's too early for her to practice Chongzhong. And now Nohara Rin's training focuses on medical ninjutsu. Her role in the team is more about treatment. As for the power of Nohara Rin's ninjutsu now, it's better to keep the chakra for healing than to use it against the enemy. But it's a pity that on the day the Chunin exam ended, he took Nohara Rin to Tsunade's house and failed to successfully hand Nohara Rin over to Tsunade for custody. Otherwise, with Nohara Rin's talent in medical ninjutsu, she could learn a lot from Tsunade. It's not that Tsunade doesn't like Nohara Rin, but Tsunade has to go to the capital of the Land of Fire recently, so she can't teach for the time being. Although he didn't want to do the exercises, Might Guy didn't change his training plan. After all, the power he cultivated is his own. However, it is difficult to complete the first training perfectly. After 2 hours, the first unmaintainable the person who holds the breathing method. Kakashi once. The shadow clone who was responsible for watching Kakashi recorded it. Kakashi, can you do it? It's only been a short while and you've stopped. Obito laughed at him the first time he heard it. It's just one question. Do you think I'm you? Even if there are 10 questions, I won't be any problem. Kakashi took a breath and said calmly. He kept trying to enter the transparent world. Every time he tried, he had to concentrate his breathing to the extreme. Even if he didn't do too much training, the consumption was extremely large. Even if he rested from time to time, it would not be useful. Kakashi could feel that he was not far from the real transparent world, so he focused on the transparent world and practiced hard, even temporarily putting down the armed color domineering. If Muyu knew what Kakashi was thinking, he would tell Kakashi that you were right. In Muyu's appraisal, Kakashi's proficiency in the transparent world had reached 90 points, and he only needed the last 10 points to truly master the transparent world. Just hold on. You'll be miserable when you're doing the questions. Obito curled his lips and thought Kakashi was just being stubborn. Kakashi didn't argue with Obito too much. He rested for a few minutes and then entered the breathing method again. When he got better, he would challenge Shisui. Because there hadn't been a civil war between disciples for a while, he didn't know how strong Shisui was now. In order to defeat Shisui, Kakashi would try to make himself stronger during this period. After all, it's always a good idea to improve your own strength. Soon, after 2.5 hours, the second person who couldn't maintain the breathing method appeared. It was Obito who had laughed at Kakashi not long ago. Kakashi didn't say anything, just glanced at Obito and laughed. The chakra mode of the flame breathing consumes a lot of energy. Obito explained loudly with a slightly red face. Originally, there was no problem, but he had just practiced the ninjutsu of the flame collision, and the energy consumption was too great, so he stopped for a while. Everyone was busy practicing, and no one responded. Obito took a few minutes to relax and entered the breathing method again. After 5 hours of training, the situation of being unable to maintain the breathing method increased, and everyone had to concentrate on breathing to barely hold on. Even at the lunch break, Muyu still asked everyone to maintain the breathing method. Due to the consumption in the morning, the situation in the afternoon was even worse, and the number of times the breathing method could not be maintained increased. After the day's training, Mu announced everyone's training results. Kakashi 34, Obito 32, Kai 31, Shisui 28. Everyone has worked hard today, you can go back and rest early, and tomorrow will be the same training content. Mu reminded. Now Kakashi and the others can still rest well. When they have to maintain the breathing method even when sleeping, it will be difficult for them to sleep well. Come again tomorrow. Obito stumbled and almost fell to the ground when he heard it. Since graduation, Mu rarely conducts continuous question-solving training, usually once a week or so. In a trance, Obito seemed to see a mountain of questions coming towards him, and a miserable life was about to come. Although the training is a bit hard, I believe you can finish the regular training quickly. I will cook a big meal for you to celebrate. Mu encouraged with a smile. Obito swallowed what he wanted to say. Mu trusted them so much, how could he give up easily? Mu can't be blamed for the many questions. It's his own breathing method that has not been practiced well. It's his problem. If the breathing method is practiced well enough and can be maintained, then there is no need to do questions. Because the summer special training is still going on, Mu only sent the shadow clone to teach Obito the next day, and the main body to teach the students of the summer special training. At this time, the summer special training has almost been halfway. On this day, Mu gathered Group B and Group A and announced the new course. Next, Group B and Group A will take classes together temporarily, and then learn ninjutsu. Mu announced. Group C also wants to learn, but because they are a little behind in the course, it will take a few more days for them to take their turn. We can actually learn ninjutsu. Some students were delighted. They thought that teaching nature change was good enough, but they didn't expect that this special training without registration fee would also teach ninjutsu. Group B and Group A are almost all genin, with only a few very outstanding students from the ninja school, but for genin, it is a rare opportunity to learn ninjutsu from Mu. After all, this is a ruthless person who can fight with the tailed beasts, and his teaching ability is particularly strong. What ninjutsu will it be? Shiranui Genjian is very much looking forward to it. He still remembers Mu's performance on the first day of the special training. If it is those 5 ninjutsu, it is really a big profit. This course is not mandatory. If some of you feel that these ninjutsu are not very helpful to you, you can choose not to learn them, because the ninjutsu I will teach next are some low-level ninjutsu I created. Mu explained. When Mu decided to teach nature change, he developed 5 ninjutsu for teaching. After all, optical nature change without learning specific ninjutsu is not helpful for fighting. Although he has mastered many low-level ninjutsu, for most students, even C-level Fengxian Fire and Huo Ball are not easy to learn. Will use it. Considering this, Mu used his extensive knowledge of ninjutsu to further reduce the power of ninjutsu and developed 5 D-level ninjutsu. Teacher Mu developed it himself. Asuma was excited. This was developed by teacher Mu. Even if it was of a lower level, Asuma felt that it had more potential than ordinary ninjutsu. Because Mu was a ninjutsu genius, Asuma still remembered that when he knew Mu only knew fire escape and water escape, but now he can use ninjutsu of the 5 major attributes at will. Fire escape, small fireball technique. Mu asked the students to spread out a little, then formed a seal and spit out a half-human high fireball, leaving a charred mark on the ground. Fire escape is Mu's strongest ninjutsu now. Not only has the level of nature change reached the perfect level, but there are also a large number of people who are proficient in fire escape ninjutsu, so this D-level fire escape Mu developed the fastest. Mu also developed an advanced version, C-level big fireball technique and B-level fireball C technique. Wind style, wind slash. Mu formed a seal with his palm again and a fierce wind burst out, leaving scratches on the big tree next to him. This is the most difficult one among the 5 low-level ninjutsu developed by Mu, because if the wind style wants to have attack power, the level of property change cannot be too bad. Water style, water shock. Lightning style, electric beam. Earth style, rock spike. Mu quickly demonstrated the remaining 3 ninjutsu. Water shock spits out a column of water, while electric beam sprays out an electric current, and rock spike controls the protruding rock pillars on the ground to attack. He basically has ideas for the subsequent development of these ninjutsu, such as water shock can increase the shape change to become thinner and increase penetration, and electric beam can also move in the direction of pseudo-darkness. Mu is very satisfied with the reward of S-level evaluation, so he will continue the special training. If these ninjas who have participated continue to participate, they can learn advanced ninjutsu. It would be great if last year's special training was also like this. A student couldn't help but sigh after watching it. He has graduated for several months, but the instructor has not yet started to teach them ninjutsu, just taking them to do some training. If he can master this ninjutsu when he is in school, he will be far ahead. Being able to master a technique like the Great Fireball and the Phoenix Fire at the genin stage can be called excellent. Genins like him who have just graduated usually rely on physical skills and ninja tools to output. Many civilian genins empathize with him. The road of civilian ninja is really too difficult. If you meet a teacher who knows your own chakra attributes, it's okay. If your natural attribute is water, and then you meet a teacher who specializes in fire escape, it's really uncomfortable. After the demonstration, Mu split into 5 shadow clones to teach ninjutsu with corresponding attributes. The students who can learn basically went to learn. After all, Mu taught so well, and more skills are better. Of course, it depends on the situation. No one in Narayan Shui's team learned it, because they all rely on the family secrets, and learning these is not very helpful to them. They have already started to learn ninjutsu. Gang Zisha was very envious when he saw the movements of Group B and Group A. Then Gang Zisha couldn't help but ask Mu's shadow clone of Group C, Teacher Mu, when will our Group C learn ninjutsu? Gang Zisha looked at Mu nervously, afraid that Mu would say she didn't want to learn. According to your current progress, it will be about 4 days later. Shadow clone Mu thought for a while and replied. It's not that he is partial, but the progress of Group C is indeed slower, so it will be later. Great! Gang Zisha was very excited. He could finally learn other ninjutsu. He was tired of practicing the 3-body technique. Perhaps because they can only learn the 3-body technique in school, the students of the ninja school have great enthusiasm for learning ninjutsu. After knowing that it was due to the progress, the students of Group C studied the nature change very diligently, and they all wanted to learn ninjutsu as soon as possible. This momentum made them meet the requirements 1 day ahead of schedule, and they also learned ninjutsu from the shadow clone 3 days later. After 2 weeks of learning ninjutsu, a new practical test happened to come. Many students had a better understanding of ninjutsu in battle. Being able to use ninjutsu and using ninjutsu in battle are 2 different things. After 2 practical tests, the special training came to an end, because the special training only lasted for 5 weeks. In the last week, under the strong request of many students, Mu changed the special training time to 6 weeks. I feel that there are still many aspects of ninjutsu that I don't understand. Anyway, there is nothing to do during the holidays. Teacher Mu, please teach for a little longer. Teacher Mu, if it doesn't work, then there will be no weekends. If school starts, you will definitely not learn this in school. Many students begged Mu to extend the training time or make up for the holidays. Although if they have 1 more week of classes, they will only have a few days of rest during the summer vacation, but the students didn't think it was a big deal. There will always be holidays, and it's a rare opportunity to learn ninjutsu. Compared to themselves, the students are more worried about Mu. After all, Mu is much more tired than them to teach so many people. Facing such eager students, Yu had no reason to refuse. It is true that you get what you sow. It is indeed tiring to attend more classes, but there are more rewards. However, this is an unexpected change after all. Yu reported this to Sarutobi Hiruzen when she went to Sarutobi Hiruzen's house to learn ninjutsu. Now Yu usually does two things at the same time when she goes to Sarutobi Hiruzen's house. One is to ask Sarutobi Hiruzen for ninjutsu and show her progress in learning ninjutsu to consolidate her genius personality, and then report the progress of the special training. Since there are so many students this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen also attaches great importance to this special training. If the students are willing, it's okay to add one more week of classes, but it's hard for you, Yu. Sarutobi Hiruzen said while stroking his goatee. Yu considered the issue of student holidays when setting up the special training. Even if the special training is over, the students will have more than a week of vacation, so one more week will not affect the normal opening of the ninja school, and the movements of the ninjas will be more free. As long as the students can learn something, it doesn't matter if I'm a little tired. Yu said seriously. He said this sincerely, because the more students learn, the more rewards he will give. If every teacher is as outstanding as Yu, then the strength of the students in the ninja school will definitely improve a lot. Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but praise. Hearing Yu's sincere words, Sarutobi Hiruzen was touched. Originally, it was impossible for a ninja with Yu's strength to teach in a ninja school, because with such strong strength, he could get a lot of money and resources by doing tasks, and doing more difficult tasks could also improve his reputation and accumulate qualifications for a high position. Such an excellent ninja should be given more rewards. Sarutobi Hiruzen prepared to give Yu more rewards to compensate. After extending the teaching time, Yu reported the progress of the students in this exam to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Your self-created ninjutsu. Sarutobi Hiruzen showed an interested expression. Yu simply demonstrated it to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Although they are all very simple ninjutsu, I can see your ninjutsu skills. You are thoughtful. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded in approval. If school starts, those teachers will be shocked by the students and learn new ninjutsu. Sarutobi Hiruzen said with a smile. Yu's special training always brings him surprises. It can be said that Yu alone has done what the teachers of the entire ninja school cannot do together. Sarutobi Hiruzen thought about it and decided to create a new position for Yu in the ninja school. The monitor of the teacher class cannot be replaced at will, and Yu has basically reached the top of the ninja school. If Sarutobi Hiruzen wants to promote Yu again, he must either give her another position or add a new position. Sarutobi Hiruzen will inspect during the last exam. If there is no problem, he will let Yu be the vice principal of the ninja school. Since the establishment of the ninja school, there has been no vice principal position, because the identity of the principal is too special. You are a Hokage. What identity can you have to be a vice principal? Sarutobi Hiruzen now thinks that Yu is capable enough to become a vice principal. 5K, and there will be another chapter of 3K later. Chapter 336 Mutual Prediction. After a week of training, Obito often has 3 questions in his mind: where do I come from? Who am I? Where am I going? It's not that Obito is going to give up being a ninja and follow philosophy, but thinking about these 3 questions is easier than doing the test paper given by Yu. Obito's current limit is to do 10 questions a day. If there are more, he can only write randomly. Although his breathing method is constantly improving, even if he performed the best yesterday, he still got 15 questions, which means that even if he works very hard every day, he can't solve the debt of the day, and those extra questions will continue to accumulate. So this is the life that Chunin has to face. Is there a genin exam? I want to pass it again as a genin. Obito feels that genin is also pretty good. There is no such exam. Obito, what are you thinking about? Nohara-rin was amused by Obito's words and couldn't help saying. Exams have always been used for promotion, so there is no demotion exam. Obito looked at Nohara-rin with a melancholy face. Nohara-rin was the only one among Muyu's disciples who didn't need to do question-solving training. It was because it was Nohara-rin. If it was anyone else, Obito would definitely drag the other person into the water. Anyway, Teacher Muyu didn't limit the time for you to finish the questions, so you can take your time. Nohara-rin comforted softly. Xiaolin, you won't understand this kind of pain. Obito sighed. Although there is no time limit, Obito feels a headache when he thinks about the debt of nearly 100 questions on his shoulders. Obito doesn't even care about comparing with Kakashi now. He has only one goal in his heart, that is, to master the Chongzhong and then completely end this painful special training of doing questions. Not only Obito, but Might Guy was also tortured. He and Obito are really brothers in theory. This kind of training is a double beating for them physically and mentally. The body is tired because of keeping the breathing method all the time, and the spirit is heavy when they go back to do the questions. The double torture brings extremely focused training. At this moment, they are too eager to make progress, and they must get out of the sea of suffering as soon as possible. Another week, Obito successfully became the first person to maintain the breathing method throughout the training, and other disciples soon reached the standard. Is this painful time finally coming to an end? Obito clenched his fists, his face full of excitement, even happier than when he became a Chunin. Successfully completed such a hard training, youth will be even more high-spirited. Might Guy gave himself a thumbs up. Still a little short. Kakashi exhaled lightly. He felt that there was only a piece of paper between him and that transparent world, but this piece of paper was a bit hard and not easy to be pierced. Can't relax yet, need to spend more time to practice. Shisui has been full of urgency since the Chunin exam. He raised his glasses and smiled gently, saying, "And? No, the second phase of training has just begun." Since he was going to give his disciples a hellish training, it would not end so easily. This time, he wanted them to reach the proficiency level in breathing techniques and improve their self-protection ability. Each level of breathing techniques is a qualitative improvement. Once they reach the proficiency level and master it, Obito and his friends will have an extra buff that will always exist, and it will also enhance their training efficiency. The goal of the second phase is to maintain breathing techniques even when sleeping. After hearing Muyu's words, Obito was stunned, thinking he had heard it wrong, but seeing that others were also confused, Obito knew he had heard it right. How can I maintain breathing techniques when I am unconscious when I sleep? Obito asked in confusion. In Obito's mind, breathing techniques are actually ninjutsu, but they are very special ninjutsu. How can you use ninjutsu when you sleep? Can you breathe when you sleep? Muyu did not directly answer Obito's question, but asked back. Of course, you will die if you don't breathe. Obito answered immediately. Although his knowledge level is not high, he still knows this common sense. Since we can breathe, why can't we use breathing techniques? Muyu said slowly. Thinking along this line of thought, Obito found that there was nothing wrong with it. You can use shadow clones to supervise yourself. Once you just sleep without breathing techniques, the shadow clone will immediately hit the original body to wake it up. In case you can't do it, you can exchange shadow clones and let the other shadow clone supervise you, and wake up 4 questions at a time. Muyu said the specific rules. After Muyu finished speaking, Obito's forehead was covered with cold sweat. Although Muyu smiled gently and the weather was warm, Obito still felt the feeling of cold. He seemed to have met the hard days that followed. Although the training and questions in the previous stage were very tiring, he still felt very comfortable when he lay on the bed. The second stage was different. He had to practice even when he slept, otherwise he couldn't sleep well. Is it that Mr. Muyu is too disappointed with the progress of our breathing method? The harshness of the training made Kakashi self-examine. Several disciples could feel that the intensity of this training was full, but no one raised any objections, and soon completed the distribution of shadow clones according to Muyu's requirements. Kakashi and Obito exchanged shadow clones to supervise. Might Guy did not have a shadow clone, so Shisui's shadow clone supervised Might Guy, and Muyu's shadow clone supervised Shisui. On the first night of the second stage, Obito lay comfortably on the bed and was about to go to bed when he noticed Kakashi's shadow clone sitting in the room, and immediately remembered the breathing method. We must not give Kakashi a chance, this guy might be ruthless. Obito immediately became alert, and kept giving himself hints in his mind to maintain the breathing method. But the first time is always inevitable to suffer a little. Even though Obito made enough psychological hints before going to bed, he was excited when he dreamed of dating Nohara Lin in the Sea of Flowers and forgot about maintaining breathing. Xiaolin, I. In his dream, Obito's eyes sparkled as he looked at the shy Nohara Rin. Just when Obito was about to hold Nohara Rin's delicate hand, a sharp knife hit Obito's chest, and the Sea of Flowers disappeared instantly. What Obito saw was the dark bedroom, and the shy Nohara Rin was nowhere to be seen. Only Kakashi, who was expressionless and wearing a mask, was in a striking posture. Damn it, it was almost there. Obito looked at Kakashi in anger, wishing he could use the Flame Iron Mountain to knock Kakashi to death. 4 questions. Shadow clone, Kakashi said lightly. Hearing the word question, Obito instantly calmed down and woke up. He was practicing. Breathing method, breathing method, breathing method can't stop. Obito kept repeating in his heart to give hints. Before falling asleep again, Obito encouraged his shadow clone in his heart. Come on, another me, don't let Kakashi have an easy time. It's true that his own suffering is uncomfortable, but his brother's success is even more uncomfortable. The biggest bad news for Obito now may be that Kakashi's training is going smoothly and he hasn't been awakened. However, Obito obviously overestimated Kakashi. Even Kakashi couldn't have completed this kind of full-intensity training perfectly for the first time, otherwise the punishment set by Muyu would be meaningless. The ninja school will completely abolish the theoretical examination. This theory is harmful to people. The adult version of Obito, wearing a divine robe and a bamboo hat, announced his proposal for the reform of the ninja school in the conference room. And the adult version of Kakashi sitting next to him sighed, secretly sighing that the job of assisting the Hokage is really tiring. Not only does he have to deal with various major events, but he also has to find ways to prevent the Hokage from performing various stupid operations. Bang! The shadow clone Obito saw that Kakashi's breathing rhythm was gradually becoming chaotic, and his eyes immediately lit up and punched Kakashi directly. Original body, thank me, I helped you get revenge. Shadow clone Obito showed a proud smile. Although he had no way of knowing what happened to the original Obito, he knew that the original Obito would definitely be beaten by Kakashi's shadow clone. Kakashi, please won't I give you some water so you can rest for a while? Obito's clone said with a smile. No need. Kakashi let out a long breath and replied. Although the training was hard, it was not meaningless. He could gain the power to protect his companions through this training. And Kakashi knew that Obito would not really let him go, so he just mocked him verbally. If he really agreed to Obito, he would mock him further. Kakashi quickly adjusted his breathing and fell asleep, but before he fell asleep again, he couldn't help but think of the strange dream just now. If that guy becomes Hokage, maybe it will really be like this. Thinking of Obito's silly look in the dream, Kakashi's mouth corners slightly raised. Kakashi was no exception when Obito did that kind of thing. After all, this was Uchiha Obito who could only get single-digit scores in theory and could do questions until he was dizzy and babbling. Immediately, Kakashi shook his head in his heart. It was impossible for Obito to become Hokage in his current state. Now Konoha generally believes that the fourth Hokage will be produced from the 3 ninjas. Whether it is Orochimaru, Jiraiya or Tsunade, there are many supporters. The fourth Hokage is impossible, and the 5th Hokage is even more impossible. Kakashi thinks it should be Minato or Mu Moon. Even if he was the 6th generation, Kakashi didn't think Obito could become Hokage. Compared with Obito, Shisui was more suitable to become Hokage. Although Obito was strong, becoming Hokage was not only about strength, but also about other aspects. In fact, Kakashi felt that if he tried hard, he should be higher than Obito, but he didn't have any idea about the position of Hokage. While thinking about the possibility of Obito becoming Hokage and maintaining the breathing method, Kakashi fell asleep again. That night, none of Muyu's 4 disciples could have a complete dream. P.S. 8K today, a small request for monthly tickets. Chapter 337 Kakashi, Shisui, have you ever lost? Fire style, small fireball technique. Red Bean completed the seal with a very standard seal action, then condensed the chakra in the throat to change the nature, and finally spit out a fireball the size of the head. Looking at the flames leaving a trace of burnt color on the ground, Red Bean smiled proudly. Hehe, it's still me. I will definitely win the first place in Group C next time. Hongdu smiled with her hands on her hips. Gang Zisha, who was just spitting out some small arcs, stopped practicing silently. Izumo, do you think that fire escape is easier to learn? I think those who learn fire escape are quite fast. Gang Zisha said to Shenyu Izumo, who was practicing water attack next to him. Shenyu Izumo nodded, and analyzed seriously, I think so too. Maybe teacher Muyu is best at fire escape, so he teaches better than others. Hongdu was unhappy and complained, is it difficult to admit that I am too good? No matter how much you slander my strength, it is true. Very difficult. Gang Zisha answered honestly. If he wants him to sincerely praise Hongdu for her excellence, he would rather go against his cousin. In my heart, there is only one genius in the first class, and that is Shisui. Since you have also learned fire escape ninjutsu, why don't you find a chance to challenge Shisui? If you win, I promise that the whole school will praise you as a genius. Kamizuki Izumo instigated. Kamizuki Izumo admitted that Hongdu was somewhat powerful, but compared to Shisui, this year's Hongdu might not be able to win against last year's Shisui. Although Shisui did not come to participate in the special training this year, Kamizuki Izumo felt that Shisui should receive more rigorous training in the family, learn family ninjutsu and so on, and his strength must be still increasing. Why don't you go? If you can win, I'll even let you call me brother. Hongdu was not fooled. To be honest, the fact that the whole school praised her as a genius was indeed very attractive to Hongdu, but Hongdu was not stupid. She had seen Shisui fight. Shisui's fire escape a year ago was much stronger than hers now. It was impossible for him to win and he could only be beaten. Kamizuki Izumo showed a regretful expression, feeling that Hongdu had been fooled so many times that she had developed antibodies and could not be fooled by ordinary words. Everyone gathered together. At this time, Muyu's voice sounded. The students in the 3 groups quickly stopped practicing and moved closer to Muyu's body after hearing what Muyu said. Although it was almost time for the end of get out of class, the students did not rest and were practicing after school. The 3rd generation Hokage heard that everyone was studying hard, so he planned to come over to watch and guide during the last exam. Muyu did not keep the secret and made things clear directly. This is actually not a very new thing, because Sarutobi Hiruzen also came last year, but he is the 3rd generation Hokage after all, and he is very popular among students. This can be used to further enhance the students' motivation to practice. It's still teacher Muyu who has face. The Hokage didn't come during the 2nd special training last year. Maybe we have to thank the teacher of that special training. If it weren't for their poor performance, maybe teacher Muyu would not have served as a special training teacher again. After hearing this, the students first showed a surprised expression, and then complained about the 2nd special training in the previous school year. At that time, Muyu was in charge of the internship program, and Sarutobi Hiruzen thought that he could also tap other educational talents, so he selected several teachers who usually performed well in class to be responsible for the special training. There is no harm without comparison. After the second special training, the students have a deeper understanding of the strength of Muyu's teaching ability, and there are also gaps between teachers. Izumo, it seems that our chance is coming again. Gang Zisha looked at Shenyu Izumo solemnly and said. Yes, it's over. It's been a year, maybe the Hokage has forgotten us, we have to leave a deeper impression. Kamizuki Izumo nodded, showing a solemn expression. In his opinion, this is a very important opportunity. If he and Gang Zisha can successfully impress the Hokage, they may be reused as soon as they graduate. But we don't seem to have any other ninjutsu worth mentioning except the confuse technique, but the confuse technique has been used last time, what should we do? Gang Zisha's face showed a trace of worry. He also felt that this was a rare opportunity, but Gang Zisha couldn't think of how to show himself. Indeed, although the confuse technique is very good, it may not be effective the second time. Kamitsuki Izumo showed a thoughtful look. Izumo, you have a lot of ideas, think about what to do. Gang Zisha placed his hope on Kamitsuki Izumo, who often had good strategies. I can't think of any good way for the time being. Shenyu Izumo shook his head and said, but he still came up with an idea that was not a good idea. We can brainstorm and ask for help from Brother Ebisu. If Brother Ebisu can't do anything, we can go to Brother Asuma. Gang Zisha's eyes lit up, and he felt that what Shenyu Izumo said made sense. Of course, they did not forget to invite their good brother Hongdu. But Hongdu was busy practicing to seize the first place in Group C and was not interested in their plan. The two complained about Hongdu together, and then went to find Ebisu without giving Hongdu a chance to react. For some reason, seeing Gang Zisha and Shenyu Izumo looking at him expectantly, Ebisu felt something was wrong. Brother Ebisu, we need your help. Gang Zisha and Shenyu Izumo said solemnly. Please teach us how to impress the third Hokage. Hearing this, Ebisu's mouth twitched. He recalled the memory of the special training in the previous school year. Rather than leaving an impression, Ebisu hoped that the third generation would forget the memories related to him. So, why don't you follow the Hokage after the exam, and then challenge him? Use your best tricks to challenge the Hokage, and let the Hokage see your determination as a ninja. Ebisu thought for a while and said. In order to avoid being tricked, Ebisu decided to strike first, so that he would not be involved. As expected of you, Brother Ebisu. Gang Zisha thought this was a good idea. Kamizuki Izumo also nodded in agreement. Although it was a bit direct, sometimes a direct shot could have unexpected results. After a week of training in the second stage, Obito finally understood what a really hard training was like. He was exhausted from training during the day, had to do homework when he got home, and was woken up when he went to bed at night. After removing the shadow clone in the morning, the fatigue from staying up late would return to his body. If Obito had to describe how tired he was now, it would be that he didn't even have the heart to talk to Nohara-rin during the rest time, and would use this time to close his eyes and rest a while. Of course, it was not just Obito who was tired, the others were also exhausted physically and mentally. Every day, apart from training and sleeping, they could no longer think about more things. The training intensity was high enough, but the effect was obvious if they persisted. They could not guarantee it during sleep for the time being, but now the four disciples could basically maintain the breathing method continuously when they were awake, which improved their training efficiency and made their bodies more durable. Perhaps because he was too tired, some kind of protection mechanism was triggered. Obito completed the second stage of training unknowingly. On the Saturday of the second week, he successfully slept well and the breathing method was not used once. There was no break. On the same day, Kakashi also had a good sleep, while Shisui completed the goal on Sunday, and Might Guy completed it in the third week. Might Guy's progress was a little slower mainly because he focused on the 8 gates for a period of time, which made his breathing proficiency fall behind a little. Although they all completed the second stage, not all the disciples' breathing methods reached the proficient level. Only Kakashi and Obito's breathing methods reached the proficient level, while Shisui and Might Guy's were still a little short. This is because Kakashi and Obito's breathing method upper limit is already high enough. One entered the transparent world in advance and the other half opened the stripes. Before the start of the training in Changzhong they were just a little short of proficiency before, so they reached the proficiency level immediately after completing the uninterrupted breathing. In fact, normally, you have to complete the Stage 3 special training to reach the proficiency level. Stage 3 is an enhanced version of Stage 2. You have to keep breathing for 24 hours and concentrate your breathing to increase the upper limit of breathing. After the end of Stage 2, Yu did not start the Stage 3 training immediately, but temporarily resumed the daily ordinary training. After all, it has been almost a month of high-intensity training, and the intensity during the Chunin exam is not low, so Obito and the others have to take a break. Shisui, can you have a battle with me? Kakashi challenged Shisui during the lunch break. He originally wanted to challenge Shisui after he recovered, but Miyu's regular training was too tiring, causing Kakashi to not want to move after training, and had no idea of fighting at all. After temporarily resuming ordinary training for 2 days, Kakashi felt that his energy and spirit had reached the peak, so he immediately challenged Shisui. Kakashi has never forgotten that he lost 3 games in a row, losing to Might Guy, Obito, and Shisui. He had never lost to his peers before, but he lost 3 games in a row. Those 3 losses once made Kakashi doubt his life, thinking that he was not a genius but just an ordinary ninja. Now he has regained his confidence. He has defeated Obito and Might Guy in the Chunin exam. He only needs to defeat Shisui in the end, and then he will still be the invincible genius Kakashi of his age. No problem. Shisui hesitated for a moment, then looked at Yu and finally agreed. He knew in his heart that his chances of winning were very small, but Shisui didn't want to be considered a coward who was afraid of failure by Yu. Yu played the guest referee as usual, and the other disciples who were resting also came to watch the show. Come on, Shisui, I'm rooting for you. Obito hoped that Shisui could beat Kakashi in front of Nohara Lin. What a youthful day, my dear friend, let's have a competition after the battle. Might Guy shouted with a look of excitement. Yes, but only for rock paper scissors. Kakashi replied expressionlessly. Might Guy's smile collapsed instantly. Although it was also a competition, how could rock paper scissors be compared with a fist-to-flesh fight? The battle begins. Yu announced after the 2 of them had set up the opposing seal. Flame breathing, full concentration. Thunder breathing, full concentration. The 2 of them concentrated their breathing, allowing the breathing method to provide stronger power. Shisui knew that Kakashi was very strong now through the battle of the Chunin exam, so he was very cautious. Although Kakashi didn't know how Shisui's strength had increased, Shisui's performance as a super genius made Kakashi dare not be careless. Fire style, Great Fireball. Shisui quickly formed a seal, condensed chakra, and spit out 2 great fireballs at Kakashi in succession. Although the power of a single great fireball decreased, the coverage area was wider, and the test effect was better. Earth style, Earth flow wall. Kakashi did not use the high speed of thunder breathing to dodge, but used Earth style to block both fireballs. In fact, dodging consumes less energy and is a more cost-effective choice, but Kakashi is worried that Shisui has a backup plan that he doesn't know about, so he chooses Earth flow wall defense for safety. This battle is an information disadvantage for Kakashi. Shisui knows all his methods from the Chunin exam, but Kakashi doesn't know what new ninjutsu Shisui has mastered during this period. If the opponent is Obito, Kakashi won't consider it so carefully, but facing Shisui who has an intelligence advantage, Kakashi thinks it's better to be safe. Kakashi will definitely use Shadow Clone to deceive people again. Obito complained when he saw the earth wall on the field rising to block his vision. He has been tricked by Kakashi's shadow clone countless times, and he has gained experience from being tricked. Not necessarily. Kakashi didn't use shadow clone during the last Chunin exam. Nohara-rin said. That's because he knows I'm too smart to fool me, so it's useless. Obito explained with a rather smug look. Nohara-rin covered her mouth and chuckled without saying anything. In the battle with Obito, Kakashi did not use his shadow clone to fool Obito, but Obito used the fire dragon flame bullet to burn the ground because of a misjudgment, so in a sense he was also fooled. Unlike Obito and Nohara-rin who paid attention to Kakashi, Might Guy paid more attention to Shisui. He was curious about how far this genius who had never lost a game had grown. In Might Guy's eyes, Shisui was also an absolute genius. He had the ability to defeat a genin in his first year, and he had never won a victory against Shisui despite his hard work. Mr. Miyu, who do you think will win? Obito asked Miyu who was sitting next to him. No one should know their strength better than Miyu. Watch it with peace of mind, you will know the answer soon, but you can be more confident in your current strength. Miyu did not directly answer Obito's question, but gave a tactful hint. Shisui is of course a genius, and the best proof is that he can remain the strongest disciple for a long time at the youngest age. But Kakashi and his team's current strength is not just the result of hard training, but the strength they gained from fighting on the edge of life and death. The two life and death crises of Kumagakure and Mist Hidden Ninja brought them a transformation. From Miyu's perspective, he can take action at any time to ensure the safety of his disciples. It's different for his disciples. Miyu was not with them on those two occasions. From their perspective, it was a real life and death crisis. 4K, still can't stay up late, I didn't fall asleep until after 3 o'clock yesterday, and my mind was full of mud when I was typing today. I don't know how to write. I'll do 4K today, go to bed early, get up early, and update early, and try to write more during the day. Chapter 338 Kakashi's Life Mission. Shadow Clone Technique. Seeing the earth flow while rising, Shisui immediately used the shadow clone technique to create a clone, and then used the instant body technique to hide next to the tree. Since he didn't know what tactics Kakashi would use next, he would hide himself in the dark and observe the situation. Then Shisui opened his Sharingan to improve his insight. The next moment, Kakashi jumped onto the earth wall and looked down at Shisui's shadow clone. Swish, swish, swish. Shisui's shadow clone quickly threw several shurikens at Kakashi to block Kakashi's position, and then instantly rushed towards Kakashi. Kakashi ran and jumped on the earth wall to dodge the incoming shurikens, and finally collided with Shisui who was rushing over. The two quickly fought dozens of times, and Shisui's shadow clone quickly fell into a disadvantage. The shadow clone wanted to retreat. Although the shadow clone is a physical clone, it will dissipate when it is attacked. At this moment, another Kakashi suddenly appeared from the ground and grabbed the leg of Shisui's shadow clone. This sudden change allowed Shisui's shadow clone to withstand Kakashi's heavy punch firmly and turned into smoke and dissipated directly. Fire Style, Phoenix Fire Technique. At the moment when Kakashi stretched out from the ground, dense fireballs were spit out from the tree and hit Kakashi. Boom boom. A large number of small fireballs submerged Kakashi on the ground and dissipated with Shisui's shadow clone. Lightning Style, Pseudo Darkness. Another Kakashi drilled out from the ground and spit out a powerful lightning spear. Fire Style, Great Fireball Technique. Shisui on the tree spit out a huge fireball again and hit Kakashi. Boom boom. The extremely sharp lightning spear smashed the huge fireball like a balloon, and then directly split the tree where Shisui was, breaking it and falling to the ground. Kakashi did not show a winning smile on his face, because at the last moment a figure flashed out, and he quickly dodged the incoming kunai. Swish! Just as Shisui was about to continue attacking, a yellow lightning suddenly rushed out from behind the tree, and the extremely sharp lightning slash was about to hit Shisui's body. Shisui, who was attacked by surprise, was not panicked, but smiled. Boom! Shisui, who was hit by the lightning slash, suddenly exploded, and the fierce flames drowned the two of them. Kakashi, this guy, always cheats people with his shadow clones, and finally he was cheated, but he shouldn't be killed by the explosion. Obito complained about Kakashi while staring at the smoke, and he had the urge to open his Sharingan. How could a close friend fall to a ninja tool like an explosive tag? Might Guy had enough confidence in Kakashi. The smoke soon faded and dissipated. There was no one inside, only the ground that had become charred due to the explosion of the detonating tag. The two people just now were shadow clones. Whoosh! Just when the audience was still surprised by the battle situation, Shisui's figure suddenly rushed out, and Kakashi instantly locked onto Shisui and saw the blood-red Sharingan in his eyes. Illusionary body instant technique. The moment Shisui looked at Kakashi, his Sharingan was activated, and at the same time, his hands formed seals to use ninjutsu. Instantly, more than 20 Shisui appeared on the field and surrounded Kakashi. Multiple shadow clones. The name of a ninjutsu immediately emerged in Kakashi's mind, and he shook his head immediately. Although this ninjutsu was not difficult to learn, Shisui could not have the chakra to split more than 20 clones, unless it was a shadow clone with no combat power, but that would be useless except for wasting chakra. Whoosh! Kakashi immediately threw a shuriken at a Shisui, and something Kakashi didn't expect happened. The shuriken passed through Shisui's body, and the Shisui who was hit didn't disappear or get hurt. A clone without a physical body. Kakashi was a little confused, and this was even more useless. Before Kakashi could think about it, several Shisui quickly rushed forward to fight with Kakashi, and then Kakashi was surprised to find that these Shisui were all physical. Kakashi exerted his full strength of thunder breathing and rushed out of the encirclement at a very fast speed. At this moment, he was extremely confused. The confused Kakashi casually threw a ninja tool at one of the Shisui again, but it still hit the phantom and penetrated through. Kakashi had some guesses in his mind. He used thunder breathing to the extreme, and his body became transparent and visible in Kakashi's perception. This was the result of Kakashi's 1-month hellish training. Although it was still not a real transparent world, he could turn it on and off by himself, without having to gamble on the illusory luck. Kakashi was shocked to find that his chakra was in chaos. He was inadvertently caught in Shisui's illusion. So that's why it's so weird. Kakashi understood what was going on with Shisui's clones. Those Shisui who couldn't be hit were neither shadow clones nor ordinary clones. They were not clones at all but the effect of illusion. As Kakashi calmed down his chakra, the number of Shisui on the field suddenly decreased, leaving only 3 Shisui. Shisui thought it was not good to realize that Kakashi had gotten rid of the illusion. He had only shown this technique in front of Miyu since he developed it. It shouldn't be so easy to break. This was a technique he created by combining the Sharingan illusion, the instant body technique and the shadow clone. Shisui immediately stopped his charge and wanted to retreat. He didn't want to get close to Kakashi after the technique was broken. But how could Kakashi miss such a good opportunity? The 3 Shisui were not far away, and he could easily get rid of them in one go. Thunderbolt! Kakashi's eyes became extremely sharp, and dazzling yellow lightning burst out from his body. The yellow electric light flowed from his palm into the white fang short blade, extending a section of electric blade. With the explosion of Kakashi's chakra, his whole aura rose rapidly and became more and more terrifying. When watching the battle, Shisui only felt that Kakashi was very fast, and he could not see his body clearly without the Sharingan. When he really faced Kakashi, Shisui realized how strong Kakashi was now. Boom! A thunderbolt sounded, and Kakashi turned into a lightning bolt and rushed towards Shisui. Bang! The shadow clone that could not withstand this force dissipated instantly, and Shisui also flew backwards at a high speed with the rumble of thunder and lightning. Kakashi wins. Miyu caught Shisui for treatment and announced the result of the battle. Kakashi recovered. The lightning on his body dissipated after he became a normal breath. He exhaled a long breath and slowly put the white fang short blade back into the scabbard. Calm, Kakashi was extremely calm at the moment. It was easier to defeat Shisui than he thought. In his imagination, it should be as difficult as the final battle of the Chunin exam. The fact is that it was not. It was even easier than defeating Obito in the semi-finals. After all, he was also seriously injured after defeating Obito. Kakashi thought about it carefully. After all, Shisui has not graduated yet. He has not experienced the potential burst between life and death. It would be really strange if he could keep the same progress speed as them. Although it was easier to win than expected, Kakashi did not think that Shisui was not talented enough. On the contrary, Shisui's performance made Kakashi feel that if Shisui was the same age as him, he would probably not be his opponent. Both had the Sharingan and were taught by the same teacher. Shisui could develop such an excellent illusion before he graduated. On the contrary, Obito, who had 2 Megatama, could not do it at all. Although you are excellent, I am stronger now. Kakashi became happy. There is no doubt that he is now Muyu's strongest disciple. Except for Nohara Rin, all other disciples have been defeated by him. What a pity! If Kakashi hadn't been so cunning, Shisui might have won. Obito still insisted on his strategic policy of stepping on Kakashi, to make Nohara Rin feel that Kakashi's victory was lucky and not glorious. You can also say that he is resourceful. Nohara Rin has a different view on this. Hard, Obito's fist hardened, and he wanted to go up and fight Kakashi again, but he just thought about it, because Obito was not sure to beat Kakashi now. Mr. Muyu, thank you for your trouble. After Shisui recovered, he immediately thanked Muyu, with a trace of confusion in his eyes. Although he had a premonition before the battle, he was the undefeated Uchiha Shisui after all. It was impossible to say that he had no confidence in the battle. Kakashi's hard power was indeed very strong, but he had the advantage of intelligence, and there was also a good hope of winning. When teacher Muyu announced that Kakashi had won, Shisui really felt that the world seemed to have faded. He was no longer Muyu's strongest disciple, and his undefeated record was broken. Is it because I didn't practice seriously enough, didn't practice enough, or didn't think too little during the battle? Why did I lose? Shisui asked himself in his heart. Shisui didn't know what Kakashi and the others had experienced. He only knew that Kakashi and the others had surpassed him, and not just a little. Shisui made up his mind. Since he didn't know how Kakashi and the others practiced to gain such strength, he would simply push his practice to the limit until he surpassed Kakashi and the others. Don't think too much. You have done well enough now. You are younger than them and haven't graduated yet. As if seeing through Shisui's inner thoughts, Muyu put her hand on Shisui's head and said softly. When a person who has never lost loses, no matter how good his mentality is, he will inevitably feel uncomfortable. Although Shisui didn't change much on the surface, Muyu knew that Shisui must be in a bad mood. Is losing good? Shisui looked up at Muyu's light blue eyes. It depends on the situation. As for the current situation, Shisui, you are good enough. Muyu smiled warmly and looked at Shisui. The sun was very bright at noon, and Muyu's golden hair was particularly bright in the sun. Looking at the warm smile on Muyu's face and listening to Muyu's sincere comfort, Shisui's originally anxious heart returned to peace. Muyu said that he was good enough, which meant he was really good enough. As for why he lost, there must be other reasons. Don't think too much, just practice at the current pace. Muyu patted Shisui's body to shake off the dust stuck on his clothes and said. Yeah. Shisui nodded, with a faint smile on his face. Obito didn't want to be offended by the victorious Kakashi, so he walked aside to prepare for training. When he passed by, he noticed Shisui's eyes and said in surprise, Shisui, your Sharingan has also become 2 Megatama. Shisui then realized that he had unconsciously opened his Sharingan. He pulled out the short blade and used the short blade as a mirror to observe his Sharingan, and found that there was indeed an extra Megatama. The haze of failure was completely swept away, and a trace of excitement flashed in Shisui's eyes. If this was the case, if he practiced for a little longer, maybe he could win back. With the interlude of Kakashi and Shisui fighting, the motivation of Muyu's disciples to practice was replenished. The intensity of training some time ago was too high, and it was inevitable that they would slack off after relaxing. Disciple Hitaki Kakashi completed the training task and received rewards: Chakra plus 2500, Reikari, Mastery level, Earth Style, Earth Spear, Proficiency level. When Kakashi defeated Shisui, Kakashi's training task also entered the settlement. Muyu nodded secretly after seeing this. The skills were all good. The 2500 chakra points were too good. They directly increased Muyu's chakra to 76,000, and he was one step closer to the goal of 100,000. Disciple Hitaki Kakashi gets an optional life mission. Life mission: the real power lies in protection. Main goal: protect your companions and yourself. Everything I care about. Task progress: 0, remaining trigger times: 5. Task reward: depends on the completion of the task and the growth of strength during the task, and a settlement will be made every 50% progress. Note 1: the task will automatically fail if any companion determined by Hitaki Kakashi dies. Note 2: life tasks are extremely difficult. Once they are completed, you can proceed to the next life task. Please choose carefully. Note 3: the greater the difficulty, the higher the reward. Life tasks appeared as Muyu expected. After all, Kakashi has also reached level 4 of trust. It was because of the training tasks that he could not refresh before, but the specific content of the task surprised Muyu. Other people's life tasks are rewarded once every 10%, but Kakashi's is only issued at 50%, but looking at the task progress, there is still a remaining trigger number. Muyu guessed that Kakashi's task progress should be faster. Muyu clicked on the life tasks of other disciples. The fastest progress is Obito, whose task progress has reached 9.8%, and he is only 0.2 away from getting the first reward. This is actually taking advantage of his status. Because he is Minato's disciple, Obito is a natural Hokage. In addition, he performed well in the Chunin exam, so his mission progress has increased a lot. Might Guy's has also increased, currently 5.1%, and it has increased after the third round of the Chunin exam. Shisui's has not changed for the time being. As a student of the ninja school, he obviously cannot affect the survival of Uchiha. If the mission resume is better, it should be able to improve a little. Muyu thought as he looked at Obito's life mission progress. The mission is equal to the contribution of the ninja to the village. If you want to become a Hokage, you can't miss this aspect. Muyu is very curious about what rewards can be brushed out of the life mission. It can only be unlocked at the 4th level of trust, and each one is more difficult than the other. There is another chapter later. Chapter 339 Principal Muyu. On Friday, the students arrived at the training ground early, and even the last one arrived 20 minutes before the start. Because everyone knows that this is the last day of special training, after today, most of them will hardly see Muyu again. The students of the ninja school were fine. Although Muyu did not attend classes in other classes, she could still be seen occasionally in school. Those students who became ninjas would hardly meet Muyu again, so everyone attached great importance to this last day and wanted to leave a good impression on Muyu. 10 minutes before the start, Muyu, Sarutobi Hiruzen, and some other teachers of the ninja school appeared in front of the students. Teacher Muyu. Mr. Sandame. Many students took the initiative to greet Muyu and Sarutobi Hiruzen. Muyu responded with a gentle smile, and Sarutobi Hiruzen also nodded with a smile. There are so many students, there must be 600 of them. Some teachers were shocked to see so many students. This number was almost catching up with the total number of students in 2 grades of the ninja school. And they also noticed that half of the students were wearing forehead protectors, which means there were about 300 ninjas here. Some teachers even saw students wearing chunin vests. Ike Gaoyang was completely stunned. There were even chunins in this special training. You know, the teachers in the ninja school are basically chunins. The grouping is still the same as before. We will be divided into 3 groups, A, B, C, for teaching. However, in order to improve the quality of teaching, each group will be taught separately according to different chakra attributes. Mu Yu briefly introduced the general content of this special training. In this case, how did you teach all of them by yourself, Mu Yu? Oshima Hiroaki couldn't help asking. His teaching level was pretty good, so he was selected by Sarutobi Hiruzen as a special training teacher in the last special training, but the results were not very ideal. Looking at so many students, Oshima Hiroaki really couldn't imagine how Mu Yu taught. If he taught them all at once, it would be fine. Mu Yu even taught each group according to their attributes. He really couldn't imagine how Mu Yu usually taught. Thank you, Nidame-sama. It's really hard for one person to teach so many students, but as long as there are more shadow clones, there will be no problem. Mu Yu replied with a smile. But the fatigue after the shadow clone is removed. Oshima Hiroaki was even more puzzled. The shadow clone was indeed convenient, but the fatigue was not less. Wouldn't this workload make them tired to death? As long as the students can learn well, it doesn't matter if I'm a little tired. Mu Yu continued to answer. Oshima Hiroaki suddenly remembered that Mu Yu was different from him. Mu Yu was not a chunin, but a powerful jonin who could play a role in the battle with the tailed beasts. But even if she was a jonin, it would be difficult to bear this kind of fatigue. Oshima Hiroaki sighed in his heart. He really didn't envy Mu Yu's current status. This was too hard. Why should we divide them according to chakra attributes? Iketani Yang asked puzzledly. Because we need to teach them nature changes. Mu Yu answered concisely. The teachers showed shocked and puzzled expressions. They remembered that the special training was to teach the 3 body techniques and chakra control. They didn't expect that this time they would even teach nature changes. Although Mu Yu's words were very brief, the amount of information contained in them was extremely shocking. It's getting more and more amazing. Shimano Hisanobu sighed in his heart. Some young teachers may not know that the Ministry of Education actually held a meeting to improve the quality of students in the ninja school, and the nature change as a practice throughout the life of the ninja was naturally not ignored. At that time, Shimano Hisanobu was not a teacher. The monitor of the class is only the deputy monitor. The Ministry of Education held a meeting for a long time and finally found that there were too many problems in teaching nature changes in the ninja school, so they finally chose to maintain the status quo. Shimano Hisanobu, who participated in the meeting, knew the difficulty, and Mu Yu actually solved the problem that the entire Ministry of Education could not solve by himself. How could Shimano Hisanobu not admire him? Not only the teaching ability, Mu Yu can teach 5 nature changes by himself, which means that he can perform 5 attribute ninjutsu like Sarutobi Hiruzen. Shimano Hisanobu estimated that he would be able to retire in a few years and make way for Mu Yu. Then Mu Yu split out a shadow clone and began to preside over the final exam, and the main body explained next to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Due to the large number of people in Group C and Group B, Mu Yu split out 4 shadow clones in both groups to fight multiple battles at the same time. It took too much time for so many people to fight one by one. There were fewer people in Group A, so they went on as usual. Sarutobi Hiruzen still started from Group C as last time. Because he felt that the level of this group was the best indicator of the results of the special training, because Group C was the slowest group. If even Group C could show strength that surprised him, then Group B and Group A would be even better. Azuki Mitarashi vs Yayoi Kaiuchi. Shadow Clone Mu Yu read out the names of the students according to the list. The students whose names were read quickly walked to the empty battlefield to fight. Fire escape, a small fireball technique. Azuki used fire escape as soon as she came on the field. Her opponent Yayoi Kaiuchi also had fire attribute and learned a ninjutsu from Azuki. She also started to make hand seals as soon as she came on the field. Yayoi Kaiuchi made hand seals a little slower than Azuki, but the speed of the fireball was not very fast, so it didn't matter if she was a little slower. She soon spit out a fireball. Although they both used the same ninjutsu, everyone could see that Azuki was stronger because her fireball was obviously one size bigger. There is no trick to fight against the same nature-changing ninjutsu. The strong is strong and the weak is weak. Yayoi Kaiuchi's fireball was directly swallowed by Red Bean, forcing Yayoi Kaiuchi to dodge and be defeated by Red Bean. Miyu, you can graduate directly without any problem. Sarutobi Hiruzen stroked his beard and said with a smile. Miyu's class performance was too amazing, and the top few were extremely outstanding, so Sarutobi Hiruzen remembered a few names, and Mitarashi Red Bean was one of them. Yes, some genin who graduated half a year ago may not be able to use her fire escape. A teacher next to him said. His opponent is not bad either, and he can use fire escape ninjutsu. There were also teachers who praised Yayoi Kaiuchi. Yayoi Kaiuchi's head teacher nodded. After all, Yayoi Kaiuchi was usually considered a very ordinary group in the class. It was already very good to be able to learn the nature-changing ninjutsu in such a short time. It's just that she is more outstanding in actual combat. There is still a lot to learn in other aspects. Miyu thought for a while and answered. Miyu does not recommend graduating early unless you are at Shisui's level. Anything can happen after graduation. At first, the teachers were still praising some students for being able to use ninjutsu. After watching a few battles, they found that everyone could use it, but some were better and some were worse. Miyu, the 5 ninjutsu you developed are really interesting and suitable for middle and lower ninjas. Watching Miyu use it is different from watching students use it. Sarutobi Hiruzen found a few clever points. He thinks Miyu's 5 ninjutsu can be promoted so that more middle and lower ninjas can learn it. Sarutobi Hiruzen just said it casually, and it shocked the teachers again. The ninjutsu he taught was actually developed by himself. Miyu said modestly and continued to explain. Although they were very close, the teachers felt as if they were in 2 different worlds from Miyu. Then they went to Group B. As Hiruzen Sarutobi thought, the average level of ninjutsu in Group B was much higher than that in Group C. However, considering that Group B was basically composed of ninjas, it seemed that Group C was not as impressive. When they arrived at Group A, the exam was almost halfway over, and the remaining students were all relatively capable ninjas. Asuma Sarutobi vs Genma Shiranui. When Hiruzen Sarutobi and his friends came, they happened to encounter Asuma's battle. The teachers subconsciously glanced at Hiruzen Sarutobi and then looked at the battlefield very quietly. Hiruzen Sarutobi did not have any special expression, and looked at the battle as usual, just like in other places. It seems that this exam is over here, but Asuma, don't be careless. It's not that easy to beat me. Genma Shiranui said with a smile. Asuma has won the first place in actual combat twice in a row. He thinks he is not his opponent, but he will not let Asuma win too comfortably. His teacher is Mr. Chen, who is known as the best in Konoha's physical skills, and he cannot lose his face. Then I want to see how it's not easy. Asuma laughed heartily. Although they have a good relationship in private, Asuma has no intention of letting him win. After a physical confrontation, he found that Shiranui Genma's physical skills are indeed commendable. He immediately used Wind Escape to accelerate his body and suppressed Shiranui Genma. Shiranui Genma's chakra attribute is lightning, which happens to be restrained by Wind Escape, and Shiranui Genma's lightning escape is also average. After Asuma used ninjutsu, the situation changed instantly and Shiranui Genma was quickly defeated. I remember that Asuma's Wind Escape was not very proficient during the Chunin exam. I didn't expect that he would improve again after such a short time. The teachers praised Asuma's strength. It's not entirely because of Sarutobi Hiruzen's presence. Asuma's performance just now was indeed very strong. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled lightly and said, "It's just bullying a junior who is 1 year younger than him. If the opponent is Kakashi or Obito, he is still not a match." No teacher dared to continue. It's okay for Sarutobi Hiruzen to slander his own son. If you follow him to slander, you have no emotional intelligence. Sarutobi Hiruzen was in a good mood. He called Shiranui Genma and explained some of his mistakes in the battle, and also talked about some ninjutsu tips. "Thank you, Sandaime-sama." Shiranui Genma, who lost the battle, was instantly happy. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled and put the pipe into his mouth and spit out white smoke. Watching it on the spot was more realistic than reading the information. When he went back, he could prepare for Miyu to become the vice president. Chapter 340 Special Training Improvement Reward Settlement. After all the battles were over, Miyu gathered the students and started a meeting to summarize. However, since Sarutobi Hiruzen was present, he would definitely speak first. Although he did not prepare a script in advance, Sarutobi Hiruzen had been the Hokage for so long and had experienced too many such scenes. First, he praised the students for their hard work and their good performance in the practical exams. Then he praised Miyu and affirmed her teaching results. After taking both the teacher and the students into consideration, he began to talk about the future and ideals, and finally talked about the sublimation of the will of fire. It must be said that Sarutobi Hiruzen's approach was very effective for the Konoha ninjas, and many students began to applaud consciously. The next was Miyu. Miyu did not do anything fancy. He simply talked about the difference between the group test results and the final results, pointed out everyone's efforts and progress, and finally sent a blessing and reminder. The third period of the holiday special training has ended here. Thank you for your cooperation over the past month. I hope everyone can walk on the path they want to walk. Finally, don't forget that even if there is no special training, you must continue to train and improve your strength. Miyu said with a gentle smile throughout the whole process. After Miyu finished speaking, there was no applause like Sarutobi Hiruzen. Maybe someone was clapping, but it was covered by the voices because too many people were talking. I will definitely not forget to practice, and I will definitely not let down your teaching, Teacher Miyu. We should thank you for making us so much stronger. Teacher Miyu, when will the next special training start? Will you still be in charge? The students were talking about all kinds of things. Some were thanking Miyu for his hard work these days, and some were concerned about whether they could continue to participate in Miyu's special training. Although Miyu was a powerful ninja, he couldn't communicate with more than 600 people at the same time. It was difficult to hear clearly when all the voices were mixed together. However, he still heard a few words, so he pressed his palm downwards to signal everyone to be quiet. The students quickly quieted down, and Miyu simply replied, "If nothing unexpected happens, the special training will be held again in late December, but we will notify you who will be in charge at that time." Late December is the end of the second semester of the ninja school. Now the ninja school has basically normalized the holiday special training, which is stable twice a school year. As for who will be in charge, Miyu is not sure. Shisui wants to participate in the internship in the second year, and the special training starts at the same time as the internship. If Miyu wants to take Shisui to the internship, there will be no way to take care of the special training. The students were a little disappointed to hear Miyu's answer. If there was no Miyu, there would be no need to come for this special training. However, no matter how reluctant they were, it was time to say goodbye. The students all ran to Miyu and said goodbye to Miyu. Although Konoha is called a village, its scope is not an ordinary village. After graduation, students really have no chance to meet Miyu. Sarutobi Hiruzen saw this scene and sighed in his heart that Miyu was very popular among the students. Even he, the Hokage, was not as good as Miyu in the eyes of the students. Thinking of this, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt that it was a wise idea to accept Miyu as his disciple after retirement. According to Miyu's teachings, in the past 7 or 8 years, there must be a large number of ninjas in Konoha who support Miyu to become Hokage. Teacher Miyu, this is a gift from everyone, please keep it well. Hongdu handed a thick book to Miyu. Last year, they collected money to buy a big cake for Miyu to thank her, but this year there were too many people, and it was really difficult to light candles for nearly 700 people. So, at the suggestion of Nara Yoshiro, they bought a thick book, and each person wrote his or her name and what he or she wanted to say to Miyu on it, and if he or she wanted, he or she could also post his or her own photo. This way, they can express their feelings and help Miyu remember their names and appearances better. In this way, Teacher Miyu won't forget us, right? I will keep it well. Besides, I won't forget you even if I don't need it. Teacher, I have a very good memory. You are Asakawa Sankan, you are Nakamori Goiki. After Miyu put away the gift, he said the names of the students around him one by one. He can do this not because he is an intelligence agent, but because Miyu has the ability to identify. You really memorized all the students' names and faces. Maybe it was because of the memory of the shadow clone, or it might be the influence of the time travel. Miyu remembered every student he taught. Many students stared at Miyu with surprise. They didn't expect Miyu to be able to do this. You know, this is not 7 or 8 or 70 or 80 students, but nearly 700 students. Some students who had average grades in school, were not very outstanding in special training, and had little presence were really moved when they heard Miyu read out their names. They were less cared for, so they cherished it more. Under your guidance, the students who participated in the holiday special training have made progress in ninjutsu and taijutsu and their overall strength has improved. Rewards, Chakra plus 1800, Chakra Nature Change Experience Scroll 2, Ninjutsu Extraction Scroll, Proficient Level, 2. Chakra Nature Change Experience Scroll, increase any mastered nature change experience. The rewards are quite rich, really more people more rewards. Last time only 800 chakra points were given, this time more 1000 points were given, and there are also props to increase nature change experience. In fact, the rewards from the regular classes alone satisfied Miyu's expectations, because he used the classes to upgrade the Earth Attribute Property Change and Thunder Attribute Property Change from the Proficient level to the Mastery level. Proficiency level Property Change is too difficult to get. The rewards for the Mastery level are few, and the probability of getting Property Change is simply too high. However, Miyu naturally doesn't like too much reward, whether it is chakra or skills, the more the better for him. Since Sarutobi Hiruzen was still present, Miyu did not draw ninjutsu or use experience scrolls. After communicating with the students, he quickly went to Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was listening to other teachers' reports. When Miyu arrived, the teachers had almost finished talking. Sarutobi Hiruzen turned around and looked at Miyu who was walking over and said with a smile. Miyu, everyone recognizes your special training results. I underestimated your teaching ability before. I didn't expect that you could teach more than 600 students so well by yourself, and let them learn your ninjutsu. It would be a shame for your contribution if you don't promote you. Shimano Hisanobu's heart immediately sank. He thought that Miyu would replace him as the monitor of the teacher class. After all, Miyu was hard-working and excellent, but Shimano Hisanobu didn't expect it to come so soon. Miyu has only been in the ninja school for more than a year. Normally, no matter how excellent she is, she has to endure several years of experience. As for why Shimano Hisanobu must let Miyu replace him, because Miyu's position in the ninja school has reached the top, and it is impossible for her to replace Sarutobi Hiruzen's position as the principal. What do you think of Miyu as the vice principal? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked with a smile while looking around at the teachers. The teachers he brought were not ordinary teachers. They either won the Outstanding Teacher Award or were middle and upper level teachers in the school. Shimano Hisanobu breathed a sigh of relief. He was not the monitor of the teacher class, but just the vice principal. Wait, vice principal? Shimano Hisanobu recalled Sarutobi Hiruzen's words again in his mind, and his expression gradually became surprised. Where did the vice principal position come from in the ninja school? There has always been only the principal, and the principal is always a Hokage. Mr. Muyu has outstanding teaching ability. The holiday special training and internship program have created an unprecedented precedent and made great contributions to the ninja school. It is more appropriate for Mr. Muyu to be the vice principal. Shimano Hisanobu thought for a while and said. Although there was no vice principal in the ninja school before, if Sarutobi Hiruzen said there was one, then there could be one. However, Shimano Hisanobu was still very surprised. Sarutobi Hiruzen made a position specifically for Muyu, which shows how much he values Isher. Even Shimano Hisanobu, who had seen a lot of storms, was shocked, not to mention the other teachers. The shocked expression on his face could not be controlled at all. We are both human beings, but why is there such a big gap? Ikeguni Yang, who works in the same office with Muyu, can no longer feel envious because of the huge gap. He would never dare to dream about what happened to Muyu, because he would think it was too fake and impossible to happen. After reacting, the teachers also recognized it. This is a position that no previous teacher class leader has ever sat in. Muyu also showed a surprised expression when she heard Sarutobi Hiruzen's words, and then modestly said that she was still young and might not be able to take on this important task. Of course, it's not that Muyu really doesn't want to be the principal. His position in the ninja school is higher and it is more convenient for him to implement various reforms in the ninja school, but the process should still be followed. After all, the character setting has been established before. The next part is that the teachers will talk about their achievements and then Sarutobi Hiruzen will speak again, and finally Muyu will take over the position of vice principal. The matter ends here, and both students and teachers go back to their own homes. Izumo, make a name for yourself today. Gang Zisha said to Shinayu Izumo excitedly, looking at Sarutobi Hiruzen's departing back. Shinayu Izumo nodded, with an equally excited expression on his face. With outstanding strength, if we are reused by the Hokage, maybe we can also leave our own marks in history in the future. It's a pity for Brother Ebisu. Maybe he left this idea for himself, but we have such a deep relationship that he reluctantly gave it to us. Gang Zisha showed an extremely regretful expression. Shinayu Izumo felt that Gang Zisha's words made sense. Although it is good to stand out, they can't forget the big brother who has provided them with countless help. Then let's do this, split off a clone that looks like Brother Ebisu. Challenge the Hokage together. Shinayu Izumo thought of a good idea. It has to be you, Izumo. Even if the second generation is alive, he can't think of a better way. Brother Ebisu will definitely be grateful to us when he knows it. Gang Zisha punched Shinayu Izumo's chest with his fist and smiled happily. He seemed to be able to foresee his success, as if he saw Ebisu's grateful smile. The two of them did it as soon as they said it, jogging in the direction where Sarutobi Hiruzen left. After the end, Muyu returned to the house in the main city to rest. Although the rewards for these 6 weeks of classes are good, it is really tiring. After all, although his body is strong, it is not made of iron, and he still feels tired. Pouring himself a cup of hot tea, Muyu opened the system panel and prepared to draw ninjutsu. Although the level is slightly lower, the lottery screen is basically the same. Ninjutsu extraction scroll B has been consumed, and the skill is obtained, freezing ray, proficient level. Seeing the name of the skill, Muyu instantly recognized the source, but this is not the first time that a Pokemon skill has appeared, so he was not too surprised. After sorting out his memory, Muyu found that this is a very good ice escape ninjutsu, clean and neat without any fancy tricks, and has very good power. Is it because of the ice escape that you can draw ice type skills, or can you reward the corresponding skill's nature change as before? This reward caused some doubts in Mu. At the beginning, Mu only mastered the nature change of fire attribute, but when he obtained other attribute ninjutsu in class, he would be rewarded with the nature change of the corresponding attribute, so Mu was wondering if he would be given the nature change of wood escape if he drew the grass skill or some plant magic system. With doubts in his mind, Mu continued to draw ninjutsu. Ninjutsu extraction scroll has been consumed, and the skill, Violent Pheasant Mouth, proficient level. When Mu saw this name at first, he didn't know what it was. When the skill training memory appeared in his mind, Mu remembered that this was One Piece Aokiji's move. The specific effect is to create an ice bird to attack, which can freeze people. Drawing out another ice escape, Mu felt that there was no way to get those blood limit for free, either to practice it yourself, or to explode the gold coins of the disciples. After all, the blood limit is a fusion of dual attribute nature changes, and fire escape is a single attribute, so it is normal that the rules are different. Then Mu clicked on the chakra nature change experience scroll, and the system instantly popped up many options. Choices: Fire attribute nature change, Perfect level, Water attribute nature change, Mastery level, Lightning attribute nature change, Mastery level, Ice escape, Entry. Mu was a little surprised when he saw ice escape, but it was indeed a nature change, nothing wrong with it. Since all the other 7 natures were mastered or above, Mu tried to use an experience scroll for ice escape. Instantly, a large number of ice escape nature change training memories poured into Mu's mind, and in a trance, Mu had an illusion that he was not a newcomer to ice escape, but an ice escape ninja who had practiced ice escape for several years. When Mu looked at the proficiency of ice escape again, ice escape had gone from entry level to proficient level. Skill: Ice escape, proficiency, 1000/3000. Effect: very good, not only has it reached the proficiency level, but also has a high proficiency. Mu decided to save the remaining scroll. If he gets other blood limit later, he can use it. Since Kakashi and Obito's breathing method has broken through the proficiency level, and they haven't done missions for a while, plus they are all chunin and can freely accept missions below A level, Mu asked them to do the mission, while Shisui and Might Guy, whose breathing method has not broken through the proficiency level, continued to train. I'm so nervous, without Mu teacher and Minato teacher, what if I meet the candidate Reikage? Obito asked the question on the way to the Hokage building. Although being able to accept missions independently makes Obito feel a sense of being recognized, Obito analyzes from his mission experience and feels that it is a bit dangerous without a teacher. Under normal circumstances, we will not meet the candidate Reikage. Kakashi replied speechlessly. Kakashi did doubt their luck before, but things got better after he and Minato met the candidate Reikage. The difficulty of the missions was in line with the mission level, and no accidents occurred. But even the Chunin exams had accidents, so what else is impossible? Obito said unconvinced. Kakashi had no way to refute it. Accidents in such a major event in the village as the Chunin exams were indeed a bad sign. Well, since you are worried about problems, let's take a domestic sea-level mission, which shouldn't be a problem. Nohara Rin stepped out to smooth things over. How can this be possible? We finally have the qualifications to take on higher-level missions at will. Of course, we have to take sea level and above missions. If we retreat because of the possibility of danger, we will never become Hokage. Obito rejected Nohara Rin's proposal, saying that if there are difficulties, we must face them head-on. Kakashi looked at Obito with a little surprise. He didn't expect such words to come from the mouth of the silly Obito. Obito actually had such awareness. Nohara Rin looked at Kakashi, who nodded slightly and said, "Then take the B-level mission, just stay away from the country that is at war." With their current strength, it is easy to do B-level missions, because the enemies they can encounter in B-level missions are generally lower ninjas and Chunins will not appear. It was the first time for Obito to accept a mission as a chunin, and they could choose the mission at will. Excited, Obito walked into the Hokage building with a step that did not recognize any relatives, which attracted a lot of attention. "Uncle Sawada, it's your turn again. Good morning." Obito laughed and waved to Sawada Kazuya, deliberately sticking out his chest to make his chunin vest look more obvious. "Good morning, congratulations on becoming a chunin." Sawada Kazuya responded with a smile. If Obito could not mention the request that would get him dismissed, he actually liked this cheerful, enthusiastic, and cheerful Uchiha boy. Hee. Obito, whose vanity was satisfied, laughed. "Uncle Sawada, is there any mission to rescue the princess? It doesn't have to be from the land of fire, other countries are fine too." Obito asked without giving up. He still wanted to be a heroic ninja who saved the princess. Sawada Kazuya was about to say no, but then he remembered the new commission that arrived last night, so he said. "There is no mission to rescue the princess, but there is indeed a mission related to the princess. 5K, there will be a plot of leaving the village next, and some people should be able to guess where they will go." Chapter 341 Yearning for Heroes. "What is it?" Obito looked at Sawada Kazuya with anticipation and asked. "It is to serve as the princess's guard, a mission issued by the Snow Country." Sawada Kazuya recalled and answered concisely. "Guarding, isn't that similar to rescuing the princess? We accepted this mission." Obito immediately wanted to take the mission. In Obito's cognition, since it is a guard, it must encounter enemies, and after encountering enemies, it will become rescuing the princess. It's a pity, no. After flipping through the scroll, Sawada Kazuya shook his head with a regretful expression. "Why not? Uncle Sawada, you are kidding me. You told us but you said no." Obito was anxious. This was the closest he had ever been to the experience of being the protagonist of a ninja novel. "Because the mission level is above B level?" Kakashi asked after analyzing it. Since Kazuya Sawada said it, there must be such a mission. Since they didn't accept it, it must be a problem on their side. Kazuya Sawada nodded and explained, "I just confirmed the mission level. It is an A-level mission. If you want to do an A-level mission, you need Minato to lead the team." Obito's face fell instantly, because Minato had just gone to the battlefield to perform a mission not long ago. "Uncle Sawada, please make some concessions. You know the strength of our team." Obito didn't want to give up this opportunity. "There is no way to make concessions. If I really let you accept it, you will never see me here again next time." Kazuya Sawada said that he wanted to work for a few more years. Obito sighed. He is no longer a newbie who has just come into contact with missions, so he knows a little about Kazuya Sawada's difficulties. "Obito, why don't we change the mission? Minato-sensei probably won't be able to come back in a short time." Nohara-rin suggested. "I know that, but..." Obito's expression was very tangled. Not only was there a mission like protecting the princess, but it was also a country he had never been to. This mission was really tempting to Obito. Does Minato-sensei have to be there? It should be okay as long as there is a Jonin leading the team, right? Kakashi thought for a while and asked. He saw that Obito really wanted to go. In addition, according to Kakashi's impression, the Snow Country was an island country in the far north, and the war between the big ninja villages would not affect it, which means that it was unlikely that an accident would happen. Sawada Kazuya nodded and replied, "Other Jonins are fine. A-level missions require at least a special Jonin to lead the team." After listening to Sawada Kazuya's words, Obito's eyes, which had been dim, lit up again. Minato was on a mission and couldn't come, but Miyu was in Konoha, and just finished the special training at the ninja school and was resting. "Let's go find Miyu teacher." Obito turned around and walked out of the Hokage building towards Miyu's house. Kakashi shook his head and followed him quickly when he saw Obito's hurried steps. Actually, Kakashi wanted to ask other jonin he knew. Obito didn't think too much, but Kakashi knew that the ninja school would start in a few days. Seeing that the two had left, Nohara-rin followed them out of the Hokage building. Because he was worried that the mission would be taken by others, Obito ran forward and wanted to get to Muyu's house as quickly as possible. Obito didn't have time to say hello when he saw Sarutobi Hiruzen on the road. Why do I feel that there is a little blood on the nose of the third Hokage? Am I seeing it wrong? Obito was a little confused. Who is so powerful that he can beat the Hokage to a nosebleed in Konoha? Obito didn't think too much. What he wanted most now was to take the mission quickly. With the blessing of the breathing method, Obito ran very fast and arrived at Muyu's house soon. "Teacher Muyu, are you there?" Obito shouted loudly outside the door. Obito was lucky, Muyu was studying the sealing technique at home at this time. Muyu put down the scroll in his hand and opened the door and asked, "Obito, what do you want?" "Teacher Muyu, can you take us to do a mission? There is a mission to protect the princess that I really want to do. But that mission is A level, and a jonin must lead the team." Obito told all his purpose and reasons. Muyu showed a thoughtful look. Because the special training added a week of courses, although the holiday special training just ended, it is now very close to the opening day of the ninja school. "Which country's princess is it?" Muyu did not agree immediately, but asked about the specific content of the mission. Generally, the mission of protecting princesses or national dignitaries is S level, and even Konoha's well-known strongmen are designated to take the mission. A level is relatively rare, because a special jonin can take an A-level mission with a few mid-level ninjas, and the lower limit of the team's strength is relatively low. Muyu thought of three possibilities. The first is that this country has already arranged protection forces and then sent a commission to Konoha only to seek peace of mind. The second is that this princess is not taken seriously. The third is that the mission itself is not dangerous, and issuing the commission is for more stability. From the Snow Country. Obito told Muyu everything he knew. When Muyu heard the name, many memories instantly appeared in his mind. His memory is very good now, so he can recall even the content he saw a long time ago. Muyu instantly ruled out the second possibility. According to his memory, the princess named Fenghua Xiaoxiu seemed to be the only heir to the Snow Country, and it was impossible for her not to be valued. Could it be that Kakashi is going to the Snow Country on this mission? Muyu thought of the story of the Snow Country in which Kakashi had been to the Snow Country twice. The first time he was a teenager, and the second time he was on a mission with Team 7, and he was already a reliable adult ninja. The first time Kakashi was on a mission in the Snow Country, he fought with the Snow Ninja and rescued Fenghua Xiaoxiu. The second time he led Team 7 to help Fenghua Xiaoxiu recapture the Snow Country. Then Muyu shook her head. According to the content of Kakashi's communication with the Snow Ninja, when Kakashi first came to the Snow Country, he was already a copy ninja who could copy ninjutsu. This means that Obito had already turned evil at that time, and now Obito is only 9 years old, and the time is obviously inconsistent. The coup will happen at least a few years later. Based on the known information, Muyu analyzed and felt that the third possibility was the most reliable, followed by the first, and the second was completely impossible. "Teacher Muyu, why don't I ask other senior ninjas? After all, you still have work at the ninja school." Seeing Muyu's thoughtful expression, Kakashi spoke. "Yes, it's already September." After Kakashi's reminder, Obito also thought of the opening of the ninja school. "Sorry, Mr. Muyu, I forgot about this." Obito showed an embarrassed smile. He really didn't think about this. He was only thinking about the mission. "I have a way to deal with the ninja school. You wait here for a while. I'll go pack up my things." Muyu finally agreed to Obito's request. According to the plot, the coup in the Snow Country will not happen now, but Muyu will not blindly believe in the plot, because the facts have proved that the plot has changed. The strength of the snow ninjas is not bad. If it is an ordinary Jonin plus Obito and the other three, if an accident happens, it may really fall there. Great! Obito's face instantly showed an excited smile. With Miyu with him, he didn't worry about accidents at all. Kakashi's expression became more relaxed after hearing this. It is indeed safe to do the mission with Miyu. Mr. Miyu, I really trouble you. Nohara Lin felt that Miyu was really gentle. After sealing some necessary items into the scroll, Miyu took Obito and the others back to the Hokage building. Obito was very worried that someone would get ahead of him in the mission, so he immediately asked Sawada Kazuya when he arrived at the Hokage building. He was relieved to learn that the mission was still there. We have accepted this mission. Miyu accepted the escort mission in Obito's expectant eyes. Sawada Kazuya immediately completed the registration for Miyu and handed the information to Miyu. He could see that Obito really wanted to do this mission. Great! Obito cheered immediately, as if he had already seen the beautiful princess and the powerful enemy, and their team would defeat the powerful enemy, rescue the princess and eventually become the hero of the country. Although they had not set out yet, Obito had already imagined himself writing an autobiography in the future when he became famous. When Obito was still the last one in the team, he liked to read those ninja novels very much, and he was very yearning for the various experiences of the protagonists in the novels. So for Obito, it didn't matter who the princess was, but it was important to save the princess, because this would make him a hero. Then Miyu found Asama Sandaifu, who came to Konoha to issue the commission based on the information provided by Kazuya Sawada. I am Hanya Miyu, a Konoha ninja who took on the task of protecting the princess of the snow country. Miyu briefly introduced herself. Asama Sandaifu looked at Miyu for a few times and nodded, but when he saw Obito and others behind Miyu, he frowned and said, "They are not even 10 years old, the snow country is very cold." Although Asama thought the princess would not be in danger, he felt it was a bit inappropriate to let 3 children from other places go to the cold snow country. The environment of the snow country and the fire country is too different. Asama felt that the weather in the fire country is like heaven and is too suitable for human habitation. Before Miyu explained, Obito was unconvinced and said, "Don't look at our young age. We are the elites of Konoha. We have been promoted to Chunin. The weather can't affect us." "Are they all Chunin?" Asama was a little surprised. He was not completely ignorant of ninjas. He knew something about the ninja hierarchy system. Although they are indeed a little young, but they are all qualified Konoha ninjas. Miyu also spoke up. Santa Asama is also a man who knows the rules. After confirming that there is no problem, he asked his men to pack up and prepare to set off. Since the snow country is an island country, Miyu and his friends can only go to the port on the east coast of the fire country to take a boat. However, these Santa Asamas have been prepared for a long time, and Miyu and his friends only need to walk to the port to board the ship. Although Obito was a little unhappy about being looked down upon, through the communication on the road, Obito found that Santa Asama was not the kind of person who looked down on children, but was just worried, so the communication on the road was also pleasant. "Brother Santa Asama, is the princess of your snow country pretty?" Obito asked curiously when he was about to board the ship. He has not seen a real princess yet, and the image of the princess in his mind is all from novels. "Haha, of course she is pretty, she is the cutest princess." Santa Asama replied with a laugh. "Definitely not as cute as Xiaolin." Obito retorted in his heart. Of course, he only dared to say this in his heart. In reality, he didn't dare to be so direct. It's really endless. Nohara Rin looked at the endless sea, with her hands behind her back and smiled. It was her first time to come to the beach. At this time, a breeze suddenly came, gently brushing Nohara Rin's hair, and lifting Nohara Rin's pink skirt. Obito stood on the left side of Nohara Rin. In the near distance was Nohara Rin's cute profile and slightly raised hair and skirt. In the distance was a big ship and the endless blue ocean. Obito was stunned for a while. When Obito reacted, he took out the camera and took a picture of Nohara Rin. At this moment, he was glad that he brought the camera with him. "What's wrong?" Nohara Rin turned sideways and looked at Obito and asked. "Nothing, I just feel that the beach is very beautiful, I need to take more pictures." Obito waved his hand and replied with a slightly red face. Nohara Rin nodded in agreement and said, "Indeed, it's not easy to come here once, you can take more photos as a souvenir." After taking a simple photo, Miyu and others boarded the ship to the snow country. Because it was the first time to take a boat on the sea, Obito was very excited at first, but soon calmed down because there was nothing special on the boat. Although it was not special, Obito was very happy to have Nohara Rin around, and he kept chatting with Nohara Rin. And Miyu talked about the specific details of this mission with Asama Santaifu. The most important festival in our country, the Snow God Festival, will be held in October. After the festival, your escort mission will be over. Asama Sandeu explained. The Snow God Festival is an important festival that has been passed down for a long time in the Snow Country. On this day, the people of the Snow Country will pray to the Snow God to reduce the snow so that they can catch more fat fish. Asama Sandeu, who is familiar with the history of the Snow Country, even knows that hundreds of years ago, the daimyo had to worship in person, but this is not popular now. Miyu nodded and understood the specific content of the task. It is actually no different from the usual escort mission, except for the different characters and locations. Miyu was a little curious. Since the Snow Country has a snow ninja village, why do they have to go all the way to Konoha to issue the commission, and the daimyo is there should be some power on the side? Miyu thought about it and felt that this question was not important, because the money for issuing an A-level task was really a drop in the bucket for a daimyo, even if it was a daimyo of a small country, so this actually didn't need a reason. P.S. I have read the details of the research on the Snow Princess Ninja Scrolls several times recently, so the update is a little less. I will try to write more in the next few days. Because the theatrical version is the original content of the animation, the settings in various aspects will be a little exaggerated. For example, the technology of the Snow Country is almost the same as that of Boruto. I will make some small changes to make the overall harmony. Chapter 342, The Land of Ice and Snow. Xylan, look, such a big ice cube. Obito, who was bored on the boat, looked around and suddenly found a huge floating ice in the distance. Nohara Rin looked in the direction Obito pointed, and a huge floating ice reflecting light under the sun came into view. Nohara Rin's eyes flashed. This was indeed a view that could not be seen in the Land of Fire. What's this? When you arrive in the Land of Snow, you will know how common ice and snow are. Asama Santaifu said with a smile. The Land of Snow doesn't have much else, but it has ice and snow. The country is covered with ice and snow all year round. It should have snowed a lot this month. Isn't it only September now? There will be snow at this time. Obito looked at Asama Santaifu in confusion. Yes, otherwise why is it called the Land of Snow? There was a hint of helplessness in the words of Asama Santaifu. Although the silver-white world is beautiful, it would not be a good thing if it often snowed like this. Normally, praying to the rain god is for rain, and praying to the god of wealth is for wealth, but the Snow Country worships the snow god to make him snow less. As the distance got closer, Miyu's Byakugan could already see the country covered with ice and snow. Miyu used his Byakugan to observe a lot along the way. He felt that he needed to be more cautious in such a special environment at sea. After all, once the ship was destroyed, the sea itself became dangerous. Of course, for a ninja of Miyu's level, it was actually okay. He brought enough food in the scroll. Even if he didn't have a ship, he could run back to the shore by running on the water all the way. He could even use ice escape to make an ice block to rest when he was tired. After entering the vicinity of the Snow Country, it was indeed snowing as Asama Santaifu said, and it was heavy snow. Obito on the boat flashed and caught it with his palm. Snow. Noharalin exhaled hot air and looked up at the snow flying all over the sky. Kakashi focused his eyes and observed the surrounding environment. Miyu also stretched out his palm to feel the winter feeling brought by the falling and melting snowflakes. In fact, Miyu likes snow very much, and also likes to play with snow. The joy of playing snowballs with friends in childhood is one of the best in the whole childhood. Although he likes snow, Miyu hates cold, so he was extremely conflicted for a while, wanting snow but not wanting winter to come. Crossing to the world of Naruto helped Miyu solve this trouble, because with Miyu's current physical strength, he would not feel cold even if he did not wear clothes in winter. Welcome to the Kingdom of Snow. After arriving at the shore, Asama Santaifu said to Miyu and others with a sense of ceremony. Really, such thick snow? Obito pinched a handful of snow from the ground with a curious look on his face. Although it is called the Kingdom of Snow, Obito really did not expect that there would be a country covered with ice and snow before coming. After all, the Kingdom of Fire is not all volcanoes. Kakashi, watch out! Seeing Kakashi's back to him, Obito decisively rolled the snow in his hand into a ball and threw it at Kakashi. Although Obito was attacking by surprise, the sharp Kakashi still spotted the incoming snowball and dodged it immediately. However, what he didn't expect was that Obito had anticipated it. After throwing the first snowball, he immediately grabbed 2 more handfuls of snow and used the 2 snowballs to predict Kakashi's 2 dodging positions. Kakashi, who felt it was difficult to dodge, stopped dodging directly. After grabbing a few handfuls of snow on the spot, he threw them out with the technique of throwing ninja tools. One of the snowballs hit Obito's face accurately. Puff! Nohara-rin laughed accidentally at Obito's face covered with snow. Damn Kakashi! Obito roared in his heart, entered the state of full concentration and breathed, and threw more snowballs faster. Kakashi also used the lightning breath to dodge at high speed and then counterattacked. The 2 people's snowball fight made Asama Sandeo blush, because he found that he couldn't even catch the figure of a 9-year-old child playing snowballs. This is a ninja. Asama Sandeo sighed in his heart. He had also practiced a little bit of samurai, but he couldn't beat a ninja child. Pa! Pa! 2 transparent energy hit Kakashi and Obito's foreheads accurately. If you want to play in the snow, you can play as much as you want after completing the mission. Do the mission first. Miyu retracted her palm and said. After that, Miyu apologized to Asama Sandeo with an apologetic expression. This is nothing. The princess is still in Fenghua City. In fact, she doesn't need much protection. Asama Sandeo said with a smile. Fenghua City is the palace of the snow country. In Asama Sandeo's heart, it is the safest place in the snow country. After all, it is a guard mission. We must first know who we are protecting. Miyu suggested that Asama Sandeo take them to see the princess first. Asama thought Miyu's words made sense, so he took Miyu and the others to Fuka Castle. What would a living princess look like? Obito recalled the description of the princess in the novel and began to look forward to it. The snowy scenery of the snow country surprised Obito, but after arriving at Fuka Castle, Obito felt that the snow country had become ordinary. He had seen many palace buildings like this. Asama, are they the Konoha ninjas who took on the mission? A man in black with a serious expression stopped Asama and asked. Yes, Lord Nudao. Asama bowed and replied immediately after seeing that it was Fuka Nudao. Fuka Nudao is not only the younger brother of the daimyo of the snow country, but also a senior official of the snow country. He can be said to be the 2nd person in the snow country. Don't look at their young age, but they are all strong chunin, and Miyu is a reliable Konoha jonin. Asama added, worried that Fuka Nudao would look down on the Miyu team because of the age of Obito and others. Yet, Feng Hana Nutao nodded calmly and left, seemingly not very interested in Miyu and others. Mu Yu glanced at the departing Feng Hana Nu Tao and gave this theater boss an appraisal. Name, Feng Hana Nu Tao. Chakra, 10,500. Skills, Water Attribute Chakra Nature Change, Mastery, 200/15,000, Water Escapee Black Dragon Blizzard, Mastery. As the future boss, Feng Hana Nu Tao's panel is quite ordinary, not much better than ordinary Jonin. It is worth mentioning that in the system's identification, Feng Hana Nu Tao's ninjutsu are all water escape instead of ice escape. Mu Yu was not too surprised by this. If the ninjutsu of the Snow Country can be copied by Kakashi's Sharingan, it is definitely not a blood limit. At best, it is a snow secret technique that can only be used in the Snow Country. Mu Yu believes that the reason why their ninjutsu can achieve the effect of ice escape visually should be related to the environment here in the Snow Country, and then it is the research of the people of the Snow Country on the change of water properties. Lord Nudao is the younger brother of the daimyo, and he is also an important figure in maintaining the operation of the country. Asama Santaifa briefly introduced Fenghua Nudao to Mu Yu and others. Speaking of which, Lord Nudao is also half a ninja. When he was a child, he went to the Snow Ninja village to learn ninjutsu in order to strengthen his body. I heard that he seemed to have learned it well. If he hadn't been dealing with state affairs, he might have been a powerful ninja. Mu Yu showed a thoughtful expression, thinking that this might be related to Fenghua Nudao as it was related to the coup. With the force of ninjas and the status of the royal family, it was normal for ambitions to expand. Obito was not interested in the story of Asama Santaifa's love affair. He just wanted to see the princess as soon as possible, and then fast forward to saving the princess and becoming a hero. Finally, Mu Yu and others were taken to a hall with transparent lighting to wait. Tada! When Obito heard the sound of footsteps, he instantly showed excitement, but the one who came into his eyes was not the beautiful girl he thought, not even a girl. The first person who entered Obito's sight was a middle-aged man with glasses who looked very kind. The second person Obito saw was a little girl in a purple kimono. She was very young and looked like she was only 5 or 6 years old. Then there were the guards. Obito looked around and couldn't find anyone who looked like a princess. Kakashi, princesses are usually girls, right? Obito asked Kakashi in confusion. Kakashi. He didn't believe that this was a question that people could ask. If a princess wasn't a girl, what else could she be? Sir Hayateki. Asama Santaifu half knelt on the ground and saluted Fenghua Hayateki respectfully. Muyu and others stood quietly and watched all this. Ninjas have their own rules and do not need to pay great respects to these nobles. Get up quickly, it's not a formal occasion anyway. Fenghua Hayateki said with a kind smile. Fenghua Xiaoxu held her father's hand and looked at Muyu and other strangers with curiosity. Hello, Sir Hayateki, I am Hanyu Muyu. Muyu greeted and made a brief introduction. Fenghua Hayateki smiled and nodded, then said to Fenghua Xiaoxu, Xiaoxu, say hello to your brothers and sisters, they will always play with you before the Snow God Festival. Hello, Brother Hanyu. Fenghua Xiaoxu greeted Muyu very obediently, her two big eyes shining. Although it was the first time they met, Fenghua Xiaoxu felt that Muyu was a good person. She is the princess? No way. Obito said in disbelief as he looked at Fenghua Xiaoxu's chubby face. This is not the same as the princess he imagined. She is just a brat that can be seen everywhere. Kakashi covered his face speechlessly. He offended the target of protection when he came up. Muyu rubbed Obito's head. Kenji is still difficult to teach. After hearing what Obito said, Fenghua Xiaoxu puffed up her cheeks, making her already round face look even rounder. Ha ha ha, I said Xiaoxu, you should learn more etiquette in your daily life. Look, others think you are not a princess. Fenghua Xiaoxu laughed loudly at her daughter. Oh, father. Fenghua Xiaoxu didn't expect her father not to speak for her and laugh at her. She immediately let go of her hand and turned her face away to show that she was angry. I was wrong. Xiaoxiu is the cutest princess in the world. Fenghua Xiaoxiu coaxed immediately. Hearing her father praise her for being cute, Fenghua Xiaoxiu felt better and held Fenghua Xiaoxiu's hand. However, Fuka Zayuki was a daimyo after all, and he couldn't be idle during the day. He soon left for business, leaving only the Mu team, the princess, and Asama Santaifu and other guards in the palace. You rude guy, remember this, I am Fuka Xiaoxiu, the princess of the snow country, and the only princess. Fuka Xiaoxiu said to Obito with a serious face. Obito nodded reluctantly, thinking that he had been fooled, and it would be better to take this task 10 years later. I'm not that guy either, I'm Uchiha Obito, the only Uchiha Obito in the world. Obito said, imitating the format of Fuka Xiaoxiu's speech. Humph, that's not necessarily true, the name Obito doesn't sound special. Fuka Xiaoxiu denied Obito's uniqueness. Hello, cute Princess Xiaoxiu, I'm Nohara Rin. Nohara Rin smiled softly and greeted the princess. Nohara Rin knew very well how to deal with such a child, and she could easily control him by praising him. Hello, Sister Lin, you are cute too. Fenghua Xiaoxiu smiled immediately after being praised. Hitaki Kakashi, I will be responsible for your safety from now on. Kakashi said lightly. For him, it doesn't matter whether the princess is old or young, and it's better if she is young, because she won't be released if she is young, and the pressure of guarding will be much less if she stays in Fenghua City. Yet, brother Kakashi looks very reliable. Fenghua Xiaoxiu thought Kakashi's hair was pretty. It's just that a little brat calls me brother, it's no big deal. Seeing Kakashi enjoying the treatment he didn't have, Obito felt a little uncomfortable. Fenghua Xiaoxiu is not a princess, just a little brat. Obito could only hypnotize himself crazily in his heart, so that he would feel better. Hanyumweu defeated the Iwagakure explosion ninja hunter in the war between Konoha and Iwagakure, and played a role in the battle against the Jinchuriki. Fenghua Nudao put down Wyu's information and frowned deeply. Fenghua Zayuki's sudden hiring of Konoha ninjas made Fenghua Nudao very uneasy, because he was planning a coup, so as soon as he knew the information about Mu and others, he immediately sent people out to collect information. This investigation shocked Fenghua Nudao. Ordinary people may not know what this record means, but Fenghua Nudao, who is familiar with ninjas, knows it very well, especially the one about fighting with Jinchuriki. Jinchuriki is the ultimate weapon of the 5 major ninja villages. Its strength is beyond doubt that it can play a role in that level of battle. Fenghua Nudao even thinks that if the Snow Ninja Village has 2 Jinchuriki, it can also become one of the 5 major ninja villages. It's so hidden, how did they find it? Is there something wrong with the Snow Ninja Village? Fenghua Nudao thought about where he had revealed his flaws. He was sure that Fenghua Zayuki had discovered something, otherwise there would be no reason for her not to support her own ninja village, and the ninjas she invited were too strong. Fenghua Xiaoyuki didn't need such strong ninjas to protect her, it was just a festival. We must investigate it thoroughly. Fenghua Nutao decided to find the traitor first. Although Mu was very strong according to the information, Fenghua Nutao did not feel that he had lost, because no matter how strong Mu was, he was just one person, and he had the entire Snow Ninja Village. Even if there was a traitor in the Snow Ninja Village, Fenghua Nutao thought it was an individual Snow Ninja, because Fenghua had already cut the funding for the Snow Ninja Village, and he, Fenghua Nutao, clearly stated that he would vigorously develop the military after taking office. Snow ninjas with normal brains would know who to support. P.S. I was dizzy when I was typing today, and I only wrote 4K. In order to urge myself, I have to set a self-discipline. If I don't write 10,000 words tomorrow, I will send a 50 yuan red envelope to the reader group. I'll fight. Chapter 343 The Plan of Both Sides. Alas, the novel is really made up. Protecting the princess is so boring. Obito, squatting on the ground and poking at the snow pile with his fingers, sighed. The greater the expectation, the greater the disappointment. The more expected Obito was when he came, the more disappointed he was now. Obito imagined the mission of protecting the princess, a kind and beautiful princess and a powerful and evil enemy. The ending is to defeat the enemy with difficulty to save the princess and then become a hero. The actual mission of protecting the princess is a little kid. She can't see the shadow of the enemy at all, and she can't see the possibility of becoming a hero. You can think about the good side. If someone dares to assassinate the princess, he must be a very strong enemy. It will be very hard. Nohara Rin comforted. But how can you become a hero if you don't defeat a very strong enemy? Obito was very depressed. If you are really bored, come and build a snowman with me. It feels a pity not to build a few snowmen with such good snow. Nohara Rin invited Obito while rolling a snowball. Then let's compare whose snowman is better looking. Obito's eyes lit up and he agreed immediately. Although the mission disappointed him, it was indeed a happy thing to build a snowman with Nohara Rin. Kakashi, you should come too. I feel you can build a very delicate snowman. Nohara Rin invited Kakashi to join again. The smile on Obito's face was not so bright. After all, the atmosphere was different with Kakashi. Good sculpture does not mean that snowman building is good. After all, there is no snow escape ninjutsu to assist sculpture. Obito hinted that Kakashi's exquisite sculpture depends on ninjutsu. Really? I think it should be better than your snowman, Obito. Kakashi, who didn't want to participate, decided to let Obito know the real technology. Then wait and see. Obito quickly picked a place to build a snowman after scanning his eyes. Seeing the three people so happy, Fenghua Xiaoxiu also wanted to participate in the snowman competition. Children can't hide their emotions. The guard next to them saw what Fenghua Xiaoxiu was thinking and reminded, Sir Xiaoxiu, it's too cold now. It's easy to get sick if you play in the snow. I know that. I didn't say I wanted to play in the snow. Fenghua Xiaoxiu said with puffed cheeks. Although she knew that the guard was worried about her health, Fenghua Xiaoxiu felt uncomfortable just watching others happy. But a good princess can't scold people. Fenghua Xiaoxiu remembered her father's teachings, so she just used expressions to vent her dissatisfaction. Can you, Princess Xiaoxiu, be their referee? There must be a referee in the game, otherwise it's hard to determine the winner. At this time, Mu Yu asked with a smile. As an ordinary child, Feng Guoxiu might get cold and sick if she plays in the snow at this age, so Mu Yu thought of an idea that she could participate even if she didn't play in the snow, so that Feng Guoxiu could feel a little involved. Is it okay? Feng Guoxiu looked at Mu Yu excitedly, and then thought that this would be unworthy of her status as a princess and changed her words. Ahem, I mean that although I am a princess, I am a kind and generous princess. Since you ask me like this, I will reluctantly agree. Then I'll trouble you, Princess Xiaoxiu. Mu Yu said with a smile. Although she could only sit in the house and watch Obito and the others play, Feng Guoxiu had more expectations in her heart because she could be a referee, such as thinking about how to find fault with the impolite Obito, and what to praise if Nohara Rin's snowman was ugly. Brother Mu, does your country also have such snow? Fenghua Xiaoxiu was curious about other countries. It snows there too, but it's not that heavy or that much, and it's a little later. It snows in winter. Mu Yu explained. Is that so? I used to wonder why there are 4 seasons, but they're all pretty much the same. Fenghua Xiaoxiu looked confused. Because the snow country is in a special location, each season actually has its own characteristics. For example, although the weather in spring isn't hot, it's much warmer than winter, so many flowers bloom in spring. Summer is the hottest season of the 4 seasons. Mu Yu gave examples to explain the differences between the 4 seasons. Because Fenghua Xiaoxiu is very young, Mu Yu tried to describe it in more detail so that Fenghua Xiaoxiu could understand. Listening to Mu Yu's description of the scene of flowers blooming in spring, Fenghua Suiyu's eyes flashed with a trace of yearning. This is a scene she has never seen in the snow country. If this is what Obito said, Fenghua Xiaoxiu may even doubt the authenticity of the content. After all, this content is a bit dreamy to her. Xiaolin, is my snowman okay? After making the snowman, Obito immediately called Nohara Rin's name. Obito is very confident in his snowman, and he even used the Sharingan to make the proportion more accurate. At this time, Nohara Rin's snowman was almost finished, so she looked in the direction of Obito's voice and saw a snowman that looked similar to Obito. It looks like it, right? Obito asked proudly, and in order to restore it, he even took off his goggles and put them on the snowman. In order to no longer look at Kakashi when giving gifts, Obito practiced various skills, and now it can be regarded as playing a little role. It's really good. I didn't expect that you are so good at making snowmen, Obito. Nohara Rin praised softly and showed her snowman generously. Nohara Rin didn't build her own snowman like Obito did. She built 2 small snowmen. Both of them looked unhappy, as if they were arguing. One of them had a black cloth on his face, while the other had a branch goggles on his forehead. Although it was a bit abstract, Obito could still tell that this was his and Kakashi's daily life. You quarrel too easily. It feels like different quarrel scenes are just recalled casually. Nohara Rin wanted to persuade the two to be more harmonious in a tactful way. It's not that I want to quarrel, it's that Kakashi is too irritating. Obito threw the pot on Kakashi. I should say this. Kakashi didn't let Obito slander him. It was only then that Nohara Rin noticed that Kakashi's snowman was actually in the shape of Fenghua Xiaoxiu, and it was more delicate than Obito's. It seems that you are good at everything, Kakashi. Nohara Rin sighed as she looked at the snowman with a puffed face as if he was sulking. Hearing what Nohara Rin said, Obito quickly looked at Kakashi's snowman. Looking at the lifelike snowman, Obito couldn't believe that a snowman could be made like this. It was made of snow and in such a short time. Are you all done? The referee will give the score. Fenghua Xiaoxiu, who was in the house, stood up and shouted after hearing the conversation between the 3 people. You will be the referee. Obito looked at Fenghua Xiaoxiu, who walked out, and questioned Fenghua Xiaoxiu's aesthetic ability. Humph, if it wasn't for Brother Mu Yu inviting me, I wouldn't bother to look at your snowman. Fenghua Xiaoxiu pouted. Obito was speechless when he heard that it was Mu Yu's arrangement. Then Fenghua Xiaoxiu carefully looked at the snowmen of the 3 people in turn and gave comments. The evaluation of Obito is, the snowman actually puts a real goggles on it, which ruins the feeling and doesn't look good. The evaluation of Nohara Rin is, although I don't quite understand it, I feel that Sister Rin's snowman is beautiful. Damn snow country brat. Fukakuoyoki's undisguised double standard made Obito blush a little. Although Obito also admitted that Nohara Rin's snowman was indeed good, how could his snowman not look good? When she finally walked in front of Kakashi's snowman, Fukakuoyoki was very surprised. Although the puffed-up face made her a little embarrassed, it did look like her. Why do you make such a strange expression? Fukakuoyoki couldn't help asking. Because I wanted to do it. Kakashi replied lightly. The purpose of making a snowman like Fukakuoyoki was very simple, just to give Fukakuoyoki in the house a sense of participation. As for the expression, Kakashi thought it would be more interesting. Something is wrong. Something is wrong with the snowman. The more Obito looked at Kakashi's snowman, the more he felt that there was something wrong. He couldn't help but poke the snowman's arm with his hand, and then found that the snowman was actually sandwiched, and there were even stones inside. Why are you poking my arm? Fenghua Xiaoxiu looked at Obito with dissatisfaction. Kakashi, you cheated. Obito ignored Fenghua Xiaoxiu and pointed out Kakashi's immoral behavior. Did you first use the earth escape ninjutsu to make a statue and then make a snowman on the statue? Yes. Is there a rule that you can't make a snowman like this? Kakashi admitted, but didn't think it was cheating. Obito was speechless for a moment. Where did the rules for making snowmen come from? Anyway, I don't approve of your kind of snowman. It's not pure. Obito said that this kind of snowman is a heresy in the snowman world. But the snowman made is fast and beautiful, isn't it? Kakashi thought there was no problem. I think you are just jealous of Kakashi's snowman. The referee Fenghua Zyoksu chose to support Kakashi. Miyu saw this scene but did not stop it. Sometimes it is better to say a few more words than not to communicate. I don't know how the main body is progressing. Miyu looked up and looked into the distance. Although it was a mission, Miyu was not so idle that the main body spent time telling stories to children. Wouldn't it be better to study sealing techniques or breathing techniques at that time? Except for the first day when he arrived in the snow country, the shadow clone of Miyu was always by Fenghua Zyoksu's side. Miyu's plan was that as long as no one came to disturb him, he would continue to study sealing techniques until the mission was over. Someone just wanted to disrupt his plan. The next day, Miyu found that there were ninjas monitoring them. If this was someone from the snow country daimyo, Miyu would not care, because he was protecting his daughter, but the daimyo did not send anyone to monitor secretly because there was no need. Several guards had been following Fenghua Zyoksu, and their attitude was very obvious. Miyu's main body investigated and found that it was Fenghua Nudao's people, and according to that the panels of these ninjas can be judged to be ninjas from the snow village. Miyu, who is familiar with the plot, instantly guessed that Fenghua Nudao might have been preparing to usurp the throne. After all, usurping the throne is not something that can be done on a whim, and it is normal to have been prepared in advance. Miyu did not act rashly. He first observed the character of Fenghua Zayuki, the current daimyo of the snow country, and after confirming that he was a daimyo who could be called a benevolent monarch, Miyu decided to strangle this coup in the cradle. Miyu is not a good person, but many times he is willing to do some good things within his ability. If the hawkish leader like Fenghua Nudao succeeds in the coup, Miyu believes that the people of the snow country will suffer a lot. Based on the performance of the snow ninjas in the original work, Miyu is sure that the affairs of the snow country are within his ability, so Miyu began to act. However, this is a real world after all, and there are not many snow ninjas in the original work. For the sake of caution, Miyu chose to investigate all the forces of Fenghua Nudao first, which is not difficult for him with the identification technique. Have you found out about the traitor? Fenghua Nudao held the hot tea without drinking it, and asked the question that concerned him the most first. He would not feel at ease until the traitor was found. For his own safety, Fenghua Nudao now asked his subordinates to disguise themselves to attend the court meeting with transformation techniques, and sent ninjas to keep an eye on those Konoha ninjas. The main focus was safety first. I sent ninjas to conduct a strict investigation, but did not find the traitor you mentioned. Nudao, are you a little sensitive? Maybe those Konoha ninjas really just accepted the task of protecting the princess. Hanhu Bingfeng drank the hot tea and shook his head. After all, it was a major event of usurping the throne. After receiving the news from Fenghua Nudao, Hanhu Bingfeng immediately conducted a strict investigation on the snow ninjas, but did not find any problems. I sent ninjas to conduct a strict investigation. Our plans are still in the planning stage, so it's not easy to be exposed. Besides, the people who know about it now are the village leaders. How could they do such a treacherous thing for a naive daimyo like Fenghua Zayuki? Everything we do is to strengthen the snow country. No snow ninja will betray his country. Hanhu Bingfeng put down the teacup and said. Fenghua Nudao is also the royal family of the snow country, so Hanhu Bingfeng doesn't think that he is betraying the country by helping him to ascend to the throne. On the contrary, he thinks that Fenghua Nudao's ideas are more suitable for becoming the daimyo of the snow country. After all, he is a ninja with a good reputation like Hanyumwoo. If it is really Feng Huazeyuki who invites him to deal with us, it will be a very troublesome existence. After listening to Han Hubing Feng's analysis, Feng Hua Nudao relaxed a little and expressed his concerns. So what, Nudao, don't you believe in my strength? I'm just a young man under 20. Han Hubing Feng showed sufficient confidence in his words. If it was the three ninjas who came, he would still have some concerns. After all, they were indeed famous in the ninja world, but for Han Yumwoo, he felt that as the leader of the Snow Ninja, he would have no problem. I naturally believe in your strength, Bing Feng. Feng Hua Nudao smiled. He said so much just to make Han Hubing Feng say this. By the way, how is the village's chakra armor? Feng Hua Nudao was completely relieved and asked. There are initial results, which can enhance the power of ninjutsu, but it is difficult to continue to develop due to tight funds. Han Hubing Feng frowned and replied. There will be funds soon, after the plan is successful. Feng Hua Nudao promised. Han Hubing Feng smiled and nodded, which was exactly why he supported Feng Hua Nudao. But what the two did not know was that there was a person staring at them in the darkness not far away. Is it a chakra armor that can enhance ninjutsu? It's interesting. I wonder if it can be used as an external power bank. Myu, with his eyes rolled, showed an interested expression. The Byakugan allows him to conduct long-distance reconnaissance. In addition, as a member of the root, he also has the skill of lip reading, so Myu knew the content of the conversation between the two even though the distance was far. After giving the Snow Ninja leader an identification technique, Myu wanted to know where his courage came from. There is another chapter later, but I am not sure if I can write 5.8k. I am not sure if I will really be depleted of gold coins. I don't want such a thing. Chapter 344 Overturning the Table. Name, Han Hubing Feng. Chakra, 45,000. Skills, Water Attribute Chakra Nature Change, Mastery, 3400/15,000, Wind Attribute Chakra Nature Change, Mastery, 300/15,000, Water Style, Black Dragon Blizzard, Mastery, Water Style, One-Horned White Whale, Mastery, Water Style, Wolf Fang Avalanche, Mastery, Water Style, Swallow Blowing Snow, Proficient Level. After reading the panel of Han Hubing Feng, Myu can only say that courage is a good thing. Chakra quantity is Myu's weakness, but even with this weakness, Myu can easily beat Han Hubing Feng, because now Myu's chakra is close to 80,000, almost twice that of Han Hubing Feng. As for skills, it goes without saying that not only the quantity is beaten, but also the quality is crushed. Although the enemy can be beaten at will, Myu still thinks that this exploration is very valuable. Although Han Hubing Feng can't beat him, he is an enemy that Kakashi and Obito can't deal with at present. For the sake of caution, Myu decided to send 2 shadow clones to protect the disciples in the future, 1 shadow clone to protect in the open, and the other shadow clone to act in the dark according to the situation. Since Feng Huazhao Shui may have discovered it, the plan must be changed. I will prepare for the test work in the next few days. Once confirmed, we will immediately launch a coup. Feng Huanu Tao said after taking a sip of hot tea. If the Snow Ninjas can't find the traitor, he will directly test Feng Huazheoxu and Myu. If he finds something wrong, he will immediately launch a coup. Originally, Feng Huanu Tao wanted to slowly pull all the officials to his side before launching a coup, so as to minimize the losses of the Snow Country, but it seems that there is no time for this. Well, I will arrange a few reliable Snow Ninja village jonin to stay with you. Han Hubing Feng nodded. The most important person in this coup is Feng Huanu Tao, because he is the younger brother of the daimyo and has sufficient status. Myu has been using the Byakugan to see Feng Huanu Tao leave the office, and then he opened the Byakugan to scout the Snow Ninja village to find the so-called chakra armor. It must be said that the Byakugan is indeed a very convenient ability with perspective and long observation distance, and it is too easy to search for special places. The laboratory in the basement was found quickly. However, the defense force of this place is a little less than Yu imagined, probably because the snow country is too remote and rarely experiences wars between ninjas. However, the defense force is meaningless to Yu. If there are many people, he can break in, and if there are few people, he can go in directly. The results were not much different. Yu only found a set of chakra armor for research in the laboratory. He guessed that the completed chakra armor had been in the hands of the Snow Ninja senior management. Yu did not take the chakra armor in the laboratory, but took out a camera to record the research data of the Snow Ninja one by one. Since the Snow Ninja can make chakra armor, the materials must be in the snow country. As long as the technology is in hand, there is no need to worry about the lack of chakra armor. After recording, Yu left quietly. He sincerely hoped that the Snow Ninja could make another breakthrough in a short time, so that Yu could get it for free again. Father, why are the 4 seasons in our country the same? There are no flowers in spring and it's not hot in summer. Fenghua Xiaoxiu asked with a puzzled look after dinner. When Yu explained the 4 seasons to her, he once said that the snow country has a special location, but she didn't understand the meaning. Because our country is located at the northernmost end of the ninja world, the climate is too cold. Fenghua Ziyuki rubbed Fenghua Xiaoxiu's head and said with a smile. Although Fenghua Ziyuki was a daimyo, he was more interested in various knowledge, especially modern science and technology, than any imperial mentality. Before he became a daimyo, Fenghua Ziyuki had been to the fire country, and he has never forgotten the beautiful scenery of the fire country in spring. But although the fire country is beautiful, it is not his own country after all. The Fenghua family is the royal family of the snow country, and the cost of traveling is nothing. There are many people in the snow country who do not have the financial resources to travel to other countries and have no way to see the beautiful scenery of flowers blooming in spring. So before he became a daimyo, Fenghua Ziyuki was determined to change the environment of the snow country through technology so that all the citizens of the snow country could see the beautiful scenery of flowers blooming in spring. Therefore, Fenghua Ziyuki cut the funds of the Snow Ninja village and reduced military spending to increase the development of livelihood technology. He has also been to some small countries that exist well without ninja villages, so Fenghua Ziyuki believes that the snow country does not need snow ninja very much. Can't we go a little south? Fenghua Xiaoxiu still didn't quite understand. Ha ha ha, our country is not a small piece of stone. Fenghua Xiaoxiu was amused by her silly daughter. Then our country will never be able to welcome spring. Fenghua Xiaoxiu's voice was full of disappointment. It's okay when you don't know that the 4 seasons are different from other seasons. After knowing that, Fenghua Xiaoxiu was really unhappy to find that there is only winter in her country. An impolite guy like Obito can live in spring, while her obedient and cute Fenghua Xiaoxiu can only spend her whole life in the cold winter. Of course not, as long as you firmly imagine that spring will come in your heart, the snow country will soon usher in its spring. Fenghua Ziyuki answered seriously. The budget he cut was not in vain. There is a precious mineral in the snow country. Fenghua Ziyuki found that this mineral has magical energy. Just add a little bit of this mineral to the heating equipment to improve the efficiency of the heating equipment incredibly. The snow ninjas call it chakra ore, and Fenghua Ziyuki prefers to call it spring warm ore. It is the hope of the snow country to welcome spring. Fenghua Ziyuki plans to build a huge heating equipment covering the snow country to fight against the severe cold. Really? Fenghua Xiaoxiu looked at Fenghua Ziyuki expectantly. Of course it's true. How could I lie to the lovely Princess Xiaoxiu? Fenghua Xiaoxiu pinched Fenghua Xiaoxiu's round cheeks and smiled. With beautiful fantasies, Fenghua Xiaoxiu went back to her room and fell asleep. In her dream, she dreamed of the sea of flowers in spring described by Yu. She saw that the cold winter of the snow country ended and spring came. When Fenghua Xiaoxiu wanted to pick a flower to take a closer look, a voice woke Fenghua Xiaoxiu from her sleep. Master Zioxu, it's time to get up and eat. After waking up, Fenghua Zioxu judged from the voice that this was the maid who took care of her life. Fenghua Zioxu was a little angry, because she was just about to take a closer look at those beautiful flowers, but the beauty disappeared in an instant. However, as a kind and righteous princess, Fenghua Zioxu would definitely not scold the maid, but just puffed up her cheeks to express her dissatisfaction. Sir Zioxu, I'm sorry to disturb your sweet dream. The maid who knew Fenghua Zioxu immediately apologized when she saw this familiar expression. Fenghua Zioxu completely calmed down and finished breakfast happily. Brother Mu, can you continue to tell me the story of the Fire Country today? I still want to listen. After dinner, Fenghua Zioxu found Mu and said cutely. I also have stories about the Fire Country here, do you want to listen? Obito suddenly thought of a very interesting idea. You. Fenghua Zioxu grabbed the corner of Mu's clothes with her hand, and looked at Obito with a questioning look. Don't underestimate me, in Konoha, I am the man known as the Story King of the Fire Country. Obito lied to children without blushing or beating his heart. Mu looked at Obito quietly, to see what he was going to do. Really? Tell it and try. Fenghua Zioxu still didn't believe Obito. Ahem, then you have to listen carefully. Obito coughed twice and began his performance. During the Warring States period, there were two powerful ninja clans, one was the Uchiha clan, and the other was the Senju clan. The two clans were originally mortal enemies, but the heirs of the two clans formed a deep friendship when they were young, so things took a turn for the better. Obito told the history he heard from Mu in the same way as Mu. Although Obito was not very good at it, the history was indeed tortuous and legendary enough to make Fenghua Zioxu extremely engaged for a while. Please predict whether the two clans can successfully unite based on the above materials and explain it, and analyze the impact of the times on the union. Obito asked a series of questions when the story was about to reach its climax. Fenghua Zioxu, who had been listening to Obito's speech carefully, subconsciously thought about the questions Obito said and felt that her brain was not enough. Her eyes began to get confused. She knew every word, but she didn't know what he was saying when they were put together. Obito, you. Obito's actions made Noharolin a little difficult to comment on. Kakashi couldn't hold it anymore. The kid asked you to tell a story, but you turned it into a history question halfway through. What a grudge! This is not a story at all. Fenghua Zioxu immediately accused Obito of his shameful behavior after she cleared her mind. Fenghua Zioxu made Obito her number one enemy. She had never seen such a cunning person. What stories do you, a princess, need to listen to? You are going to inherit the throne and become the queen. You should learn more. Otherwise, how can you govern the country in the future? Obito criticized Fenghua Zioxu with a serious face. Every time he said he wanted to become a Hokage, he would always be ridiculed by Kakashi. It was finally his turn to say those words to others. Fenghua Zioxu didn't know how to refute what she said. She felt that what Obito said seemed to make sense. Fenghua Zioxu's anxious face turned red. She felt that Obito was not well-intentioned, so she wanted to fight back, but the problem was that she really didn't know how to fight back. Zioxu, can you take me to see your father? Mu asked Fenghua Zioxu after tapping Obito's head with two fingers together. No problem, it's not my father's working time yet. No, it seems that my father doesn't have to work today. Fenghua Zioxu was in a good mood when she saw Obito covering his forehead. Then please take me there. I have something important to discuss with your father. Mu touched Fenghua Zioxu's head and said. Fenghua Nudao still wants to test? He turned the table over directly. Wrote 7.2k, failed to write 10,000 a day, and exploded gold coins. Chapter 345 Rapidly Changing Situations. Under the leadership of Fenghua Zioxu, Mu went to Li Fenghua Zioxu's study. Feng Huaxiaoxiu's study looked more like a research room to Mu Yu, where many mechanical equipment were placed. Xiaoxiu, Dad has something to do now, and can't play with you. Feng Huaxiaoxiu put down the book in his hand and said with a little guilt. Feng Huaxiaoxiu thought Feng Huaxiaoxiu came to play with him because there was no court meeting today. It's not that I want to find my father, it's brother Muyu who has something to do. Feng Huaxiaoxiu said that she was not a playful child. At this time, Muyu nodded and affirmed Feng Huaxiaoxiu's words. Xiaoxiu, you have worked hard. This is your reward. Take it and eat it, but you have to eat it outside, otherwise it will leave a smell in the room. Muyu took out a few beautifully packaged candies and handed them to Feng Huaxiaoxiu like a magic trick. Feng Huanudao is Feng Huaxiaoxiu's uncle after all, and it would be bad to leave a bad memory for the child. Yeah, thank you brother Muyu. Feng Huaxiaoxiu, who was praised and rewarded, smiled happily and walked out of the room. Seeing Feng Huaxiaoxiu happy, Feng Huaxiaoxiu also smiled. It seems that Muyu, you are very good at getting along with children. Xiaoxiu likes you very much. Feng Huaxiaoxiu adjusted her glasses with her right hand and smiled. Although Feng Huaxiaoxiu is a relatively sensible child, she grew up as a princess after all, and grew up in the love of thousands since childhood, so it is not easy to gain favor. Maybe it's because I often teach students of similar age, so I have more experience. Mu Yu replied with a faint smile. Lord Xiaoxiu, I came to you this time because I accidentally discovered that someone in the snow country wanted to rebel. After a brief exchange, Mu Yu directly said the matter. Mu Yu didn't want to spend more effort in places where he could crush them with his strength. Instead of waiting for the other party to make trouble, he might as well take the initiative. Because Feng Huanu Tao's identity is quite special, so Mu Yu chose to confess everything to Feng Huaxiaoxiu first, otherwise it would be a bit sensitive for him, a Konoha ninja, to interfere in the political affairs of another country. Rebellion, how could it be? Feng Huaxiaoxiu's first reaction to Mu Yu's words was to question. After all, Mu Yu was just a ninja he invited to protect Feng Huaxiaoxiu, and according to common sense, he should not be exposed to these things. And the leader is your brother Feng Huanu Tao, Lord Xiaoxiu. Mu Yu took out a scroll and continued to expose the information. Impossible, Nu Tao is devoted to the country, how could he do such a treasonous thing? Feng Huaxiaoxiu frowned and didn't believe Mu Yu's words even more. At this time, all the good impressions that Mu Yu had built in Feng Huaxiaoxiu disappeared, and Feng Huaxiaoxiu was even ready to terminate the mission and let Mu Yu go back. In his opinion, these words were really sinister. Just when Feng Huaxiaoxiu was about to drive Mu Yu out of the study, what Mu Yu took out next made Feng Huaxiaoxiu fall into deep thought. These are all deals that Feng Huanudao made with the Snow Ninja village by taking advantage of his position. As a daimyo, do you know that he has such a close relationship with the Snow Ninja? Mu Yu said calmly after taking out the information. The leader of the Snow Ninja village is not stupid. If Feng Huanudao just said that he would give money if he succeeded in usurping the throne, how could the Snow Ninja fully support him? Feng Huanudao has been using his power to help the Snow Ninja develop. Of course, money will not appear or disappear out of thin air. The money Feng Huanudao gave to the Snow Ninja village was all moved from other places. At one time, there was too much information for Feng Huaxiaoxiu to accept. How could a good brother suddenly become a conspirator who used his power for personal gain and harbored evil intentions? The mission was obviously just to protect Xiaoxiu. Why did he get these materials? Feng Huaxiaoxiu asked after calming down. Maybe he mistakenly thought that I was invited to investigate him. After I found someone was monitoring me, I conducted an investigation. I didn't expect to dig out such a big surprise. Mu Yu replied calmly. Strictly speaking, most of what Mu Yu said was true. Feng Huanudao did send people to monitor him, which made Mu Yu think of taking action. Originally, he just wanted to study the sealing technique with peace of mind. Originally, there is no need to participate in things other than this mission, but I think this country that has been in severe cold for a long time should not bear more tossing, so I came to you. Myu, you are right. This country should not bear more. On behalf of the snow country, I thank you for your efforts, but this matter is too serious. I will send someone to check it first. If it is true, I will definitely give you a big reward. In addition, please keep Zioxu safe. Fenghua Zioxu thought for a while and said. In fact, Fenghua Zioxu didn't believe the information when he first saw it. He even thought that Fenghua Nudao had studied in the Snow Ninja village after all, so it was reasonable to be nice to them. But after reading this extremely detailed information, Fenghua Zioxu could no longer find excuses for Fenghua Nudao. All his projects for the benefit of the people were changed in Fenghua Nudao's hands, just to fatten up the Snow Ninja village. In fact, after reading it, Fenghua Zioxu had already confirmed the authenticity of these materials in his heart, because Mu Yu, who had just arrived in the snow country not long ago, could not know so many secrets of the snow country, and it was naturally impossible to forge them. But this matter involved too much, and it would be too rash to act without investigating. Please do it as soon as possible. Mu Yu nodded, but she was not disappointed. No matter what, Fenghua Nudao is Fenghua Zioxu's younger brother, and he is also an important figure in the snow country. In addition, it involves the Snow Ninja village, so it is normal for Fenghua Zioxu to be cautious. Of course, Mu Yu thinks that the most ideal situation is that Fenghua Zioxu directly nods to him, and then Mu Yu first captures Fenghua Nudao and then captures Hanhe Bingfeng, and the matter is perfectly solved. Looking at Mu Yu's departing back, Fenghua Zioxu sighed. He didn't expect that such a thing as brothers killing each other would actually happen to him. Nudao, why is it so? When Mu Yu walked out of the study, Fenghua Zioxu outside the door was still happily eating the candy she earned from her own labor. Let's go, Zioxu. What kind of story do you want to hear today? Mu Yu asked with a smile. I want to hear the story of Senju and Uchiha during the Warring States period. Fenghua Zioxu was still thinking about the history that Obito had not finished telling. You can't interrupt it halfway and ask those difficult questions. Fenghua Zioxu added when she remembered something. Obito's inhumane behavior really left a little psychological shadow on Fenghua Zioxu. Of course not. Mu Yu touched Fenghua Zioxu's little head and said. But the story will be told a little later. I have to arrange some things first. Obito and the others didn't know that Fenghua Nudao was going to usurp the throne, and they thought it was a simple escort mission. Fenghua Zioxu nodded obediently and waited in the house. Then Mu Yu told Kakashi and others what was going to happen next in simple language. The situation has changed. Fenghua Nudao wants to usurp the throne. Get ready for battle. So they want to usurp the throne. I thought someone sent a letter saying they wanted to kidnap the princess. Wait, usurp the throne. Obito was a little disappointed at first, but when he thought of the meaning of the word, his expression gradually became surprised. Is it the usurpation of the daimyo's power? Obito's expression was a little excited. This is a big event. Generally, this kind of plot only appears when ninja novels are about to end in the late stage. After that, only saving the ninja world remains. Fenghua Nudao, the daimyo's younger brother. Kakashi recalled a little and remembered Fenghua Nudao's serious face. When he just entered Fenghua Nudao when they were in Huachan, they happened to meet Fenghua Nudao and had met once. Teacher Mu, what should we do? Should we send Zioxu to a safe place first? Nohara Lin asked a little worriedly. Because the mission is to protect Fenghua Zioxu, Nohara Lin first considers Fenghua Zioxu's safety, rather than suppressing the rebellion. Not for the time being. Mu shook his head. With his current strength, there is no safer place in the entire snow country than around him. You don't need to take any other actions now, just protect Zioxu as before, but be more vigilant. Although I have found evidence that Fenghua Nudao wants to usurp the throne, the daimyo still needs to verify it, so don't act rashly at the moment. Mu explained. It's so troublesome. Anyway, we all know that the other party is a bad guy. Can't we just arrest him directly? Obito scratched his head and was very puzzled. Who do you think that is? Kakashi looked at Obito with an idiotic look. There was no problem with Fenghua Nudao saying that he was the second in command of the Snow Country. I really don't remember who Fukon Nudao is. He sounds like a relative of Zioxu. Obito answered honestly. When Asama Santaifu talked about Fukon Nudao, Obito was thinking about the princess and didn't listen at all. It doesn't matter who the other party is. You can protect Zioxu and there will be no problem. Of course, you have to protect yourself. Mu said the core. This time, it is very likely that they will face a ninja village. Even a small ninja village is not something Obito and his team can face now, so the main force of this mission is Mu and Obito and his team will just fight against the miscellaneous soldiers. As a daimyo, Fukasake's may be a little naive but not stupid. Before the investigation results came out, Fukasake sent out ninja forces that only obeyed him to secretly block Fukon Nudao's mansion. Once Fukon Nudao made any unusual movements, they could be arrested immediately. Because Fukasake knew that Fukon Nudao was the core of the usurpation of the throne, without Fukon Nudao, the ninjas dared not move. However, Fenghua Zayuki still underestimated his ambitious brother. When you want to test the hardness of a piece of glass, the broken end of that piece of glass is already doomed. When doubt arises, people will use all means to prove their doubts until it really happens. When Fenghua Nudao suspected that his plan to usurp the throne was exposed and suspected that Fenghua Zayuki hired Konoha ninja to investigate him, Fenghua Nudao was already fully investigating the relevant events and preparing for exposure. So when Fenghua Zayuki really started to investigate Fenghua Nudao instantly discovered Fenghua Zayuki's investigation. From Fenghua Nudao's perspective, this was undoubtedly his premonition. So Fenghua Nudao instantly activated his arrangement. On the one hand, he secretly contacted the Snow Ninja village to prepare to forcibly usurp the throne, and on the other hand, he slipped out of the blockade under the cover of the substitute. Fenghua Zayuki didn't know that her brother could do this to usurp the throne. When 1/3 of the evidence was verified, Fenghua Zayuki mobilized her power to control all the people in Fenghua Nudao's mansion, because this was enough to make a national leader a death row prisoner. Nudao, why do you want to do this? Didn't we say that we should make the Snow Country rich and strong together? Fenghua Zayuki said to Fenghua Nudao with a heartbroken face. It's just your wishful thinking. Fenghua Nudao's substitute said with a mocking look. Fenghua Zayuki frowned slightly, feeling something was wrong. This reply was not his brother's style. You are not Nudao, who are you? Fenghua Zayuki asked. It's really strange that an ordinary person actually saw through my exquisite transformation technique. You know, this is the result of my imitating Lord Nudao every day. Seeing that he was discovered, the substitute stopped pretending. The ninjas on Fenghua Zayuki's side suddenly changed their faces, because this meant that Fenghua Nudao had slipped away from under their noses. Sorry, Lord Zayuki, we failed to complete the mission. The leading ninja half knelt on the ground to admit his mistake. I will immediately send people to conduct a large-scale search and try to find the sinner Fenghua Nudao as soon as possible. Then the leading ninja proposed a remedy. Ha ha ha, it's too late, you don't need to go to Lord Nudao, Lord Nudao will come to you soon, only Lord Nudao can bring strength to the Snow Country. The stand-in laughed and said. Seeing that the stand-in was so arrogant, the ninja who grabbed him hit him hard in the abdomen, signaling him to be quiet. As if in response to the stand-in's words, Fenghua Nudao led a group of snow ninjas to launch a surprise attack on Fenghua City in the afternoon. Although Fenghua Zayuki strengthened the power of Fenghua City because of Mui's reminder, the ninja power he controlled was still far behind that of the Snow Ninja village. He cut the budget not only of the ninja village, but also of the entire country's military budget. As for those ordinary troops or samurai, they were even more useless. The snow ninja could make them lose their combat capabilities with some large-scale snow ninja techniques. Because he was afraid of Muyu and felt that Fenghua Xiaoxiu's identity might pose a threat, Fenghua Nudao led the snow ninjas to Fenghua Xiaoxiu's position. Fenghua Nudao knew his naive elder brother too well, he would not run away. So the main battlefield gradually moved towards the direction of Fenghua Xiaoxiu, and the noise became louder and louder, attracting the attention of Obito and Fenghua Suiyu. "It's so noisy, did something happen?" Fenghua Xiaoxiu stood on tiptoe and looked into the distance. At this time, Fenghua Xiaoxiu came here with a group of guards, and said to Muyu with an apologetic face. "I'm sorry, I wasted the information you obtained, Muyu, and failed to solve the problem in the first time. Please take Xiaoxiu away from Fenghua City and the Snow Country. This is my request as a father." The development of the matter exceeded Fenghua Xiaoxiu's expectations. He didn't expect Fenghua Nudao to be so fast. You know, if he hadn't arrested him in advance, he might not have checked all the evidence yet. The power supporting Fenghua Nudao also exceeded Fenghua Xiaoxiu's expectations. The guards of Fenghua City were no match at all. Although Muyu may also be an excellent ninja, there are hundreds of snow ninjas on Fenghua Nudao's side, so Fenghua Xiaoxiu decided to let Muyu break through with her daughter, while he stayed to live and die with Fenghua City. "Ah, why do you want to leave the Snow Country?" "I don't want to be separated from my father," Fenghua Xiaoxiu asked puzzledly. Although she yearned for the Fire Country, she felt something was wrong. "Because my father made a big mistake, he will be punished. If I stay with my father, I will also be punished." Fenghua Xiaoxiu smiled and touched Fenghua Xiaoxiu's head and said, "Then I will be punished with my father." Fenghua Xiaoxiu grabbed Fenghua Xiaoxiu's arm with both hands. Fenghua Xiaoxiu showed a helpless expression and picked up Fenghua Xiaoxiu, trying to let Muyu forcibly hold Fenghua Xiaoxiu and leave. But Muyu did not take the Fenghua Xiaoxiu handed over by Fenghua Xiaoxiu. Muyu raised his black-framed glasses with his right hand and smiled. Although the mission is to protect the princess, it is not a big problem to upgrade it to quell the rebellion, but the commission fee will be supplemented later. Fenghua Xiaoxiu's operation can be regarded as a pig teammate, but for Muyu who has absolute crushing strength, whether it is the best situation or the worst situation does not make much difference. After all, it is just a small ninja village in a remote area. Perhaps the worst situation is more beneficial to Muyu. After all, it can train Obito and others and make the mission more rewarding. "Muyu, I need to remind you that there are hundreds of ninjas in Nudao," Fenghua Xiaoxiu reminded. Based on Muyu's intelligence ability, she must be an excellent ninja, but no matter how strong Muyu is, can she fight hundreds of ninjas alone? "Daimyo, I need to remind you that teacher Muyu is super strong." Obito stood up and said, "I'll ask for a small monthly ticket. I'll challenge another wave of 10,000 a day tomorrow. If I fail, I'll report 50 in the group. I don't believe that this 10,000 day will not move. Last time, I was only 2,000 words away from success. This time, there will be no problem." Chapter 346 One Man Against a Ninja Village. "Sora Yuki, don't worry. You will be fine with Muyu teacher," Kakashi said calmly. Since they haven't officially fought yet, Kakashi doesn't know what level the hundreds of ninjas on the other side are. But Muyu is not a person who shoots without a purpose. On the contrary, Muyu has always been very humble. Obviously, he is stronger than the alternate Raikage, but Muyu didn't say that he would definitely win. So when Muyu said that he could quell the rebellion, Kakashi felt that he would definitely be able to do it, and there would be no accidents. But Fenghua Xiaoxiu still couldn't believe it. After all, in his world, even if he could beat hundreds of ordinary people, it was shocking enough, and the opponent was a full hundreds of ninjas, some of whom were quite strong. Although Feng Huaxiaoxia was not a ninja, he knew that the other side was stronger when he saw that his ninjas were defeated so quickly. "Father, I don't want to leave." Feng Huaxiaoxia held Feng Huaxiaoxia's arm tightly with both hands. Looking at his daughter Feng Huaxiaoxia with tears in her eyes, he sighed. How could he bear to be separated from his lovely child? "Muyu, please, if it doesn't work, please try to take Xiaoxiu away." Feng Huaxiaoxia put Feng Huaxiaoxia down and bowed deeply to Muyu. As a ninja who only accepted the task of protecting Feng Huaxiaoxia, Muyu has done his best. Not only did he help him find out the crimes of Feng Huanudao, but he was also willing to stand up and help him at this time. Muyu nodded slightly to stabilize Feng Huaxiaoxia's mind, and said to the three disciples, "You don't have to take the initiative to attack, protect Xiaoxiu and the daimyo. Neither Feng Huaxiaoxia nor Feng Huaxiaoxia can die. Feng Huaxiaoxia's death will have a major impact on the Snow Country, and Feng Huaxiaoxia is the core of the escort mission." Several disciples nodded to show their understanding, as it was not the first time they had performed a mission. After speaking, Muyu walked towards the approaching snow ninjas. Ice style, swallow blowing snow. Frost Tiger Ice condensed chakra in his mouth and spit out a large number of snow darts to shoot in all directions. Swish! Blood flowers bloomed in the air, and many guards were injured by snow darts. Ice style, white whale. Ice style, dragon breaking tiger. Taking advantage of this opportunity, many snow ninjas formed seals and released ninjutsu to try to destroy the guards in one fell swoop, and a large number of snow secret beasts rushed towards the guards. There were also ninjas among the guards, but their strength was not as good as that of the snow ninjas, not to mention that they were injured at the moment and could not resist so many ninjutsu. Fire style, phoenix fire technique. Just when the guards thought the battle was about to end, a large number of dense fireballs came from behind them. It rushed over their heads, drew a beautiful arc and hit the ice whales and snow tigers. Boom boom! A fierce flame burst out, a huge explosion sounded, and all the ice and snow beasts created by the snow ninjas were destroyed by the fireball and turned into white smoke. This is the powerful ninja Muyu hired by Master Hayayuki. Don't give up, we still have hope of victory. Asama Santaifo looked back and saw Muyu coming and shouted excitedly. Although he knew very little about Muyu, Asama Santaifo could only choose to believe in Muyu at this moment, because the facts have proved that they can't beat the snow ninjas brought by Feng Huanudao. Maybe he can really do it. Feng Hayayuki had a glimmer of hope in his heart. The confidence of Obito and others in Muyu, the confidence of Muyu in himself, and the powerful fire escape made Feng Hayayuki feel that Muyu could create miracles. Bing Feng, he is Hanyum Muyu, are you sure? Seeing that Muyu's fire escape ninjutsu was so powerful, Feng Huanudao turned to look at Hanhu Bing Feng and asked. The person Feng Huanudao wanted to get rid of the most at present was Hanyum Muyu, besides Feng Huaxiaoxia. He had not had a good day since Muyu came to the Snow Country. The ninja who can fight with Jinchuriki is indeed very powerful, but if it is only this level, I can defeat him even without chakra armor. Hanhu Bing Feng answered confidently. He can use his most proficient ninjutsu Black Dragon Storm Kill to achieve the same effect caused by Muyu's attack just now, or even better. If I practice for a few more years, I may not be his opponent. If this kid doesn't die, I'm afraid he can become the next Sunin. Although he said that he would definitely have no problem, Hanhu Bing Feng didn't underestimate Muyu in his heart. You have to know that he started practicing at the age of 6, and it took more than 30 years of practice to have the current strength, while Muyu is only less than 20 years old. Well, I'll leave this to you. I'll find a chance to take people in and catch Feng Huaxiaoxia. Feng Huanudao felt relieved when he saw Hanhu Bing Feng was so confident. Hanhu Bing Feng nodded and confirmed Feng Huanudao's plan. It would be a big trouble if Feng Huaxiaoxia ran away. You should retreat a little, otherwise it will be bad if you get hurt by mistake. Muyu said to the guards. There are hundreds of ninjas on the other side. Muyu must use a large-scale ninjutsu, and there are no reliable ninjas on his side. In order not to hurt friendly forces, Mu chose to let them retreat and fight the entire snow ninja village alone. Asama Santaifo looked at Mu with a confused face, and once doubted whether he had suffered a serious blow to his ears in the battle just now, causing hearing loss. "Lord Mu, are you going to fight the enemy alone?" A guard ninja couldn't help asking. Although Mu's performance was indeed very strong just now, this operation was really confusing. "Lord Mu, there are still many of us who are capable of fighting," Asama Santaifo said, holding the long sword in his hand tightly. Mu shook his head and said, "You retreating is the best help for me. The ninjutsu I will use later will have a wide range. The guard's ideas are good, but the facts are cruel. For Mu, they are a burden that can't help." Although Mu has a strong ability to control chakra, it is indeed very exhausting to face hundreds of ninjas at the same time and pay attention to not hurting friendly forces, because some guards are ordinary people, and they can't dodge the attacks that ninjas can dodge. Some guards wanted to say something, but several snow ninjas had already rushed up. Whoosh! Mu's figure flashed, and he flashed in front of the snow ninjas at a speed that ordinary people couldn't see clearly and punched at a high speed. Bang bang bang! Several snow ninjas who rushed up instantly flew backwards at a faster speed, hitting the ground or other snow ninjas hard. In Asama Santaifo's perspective, Mu's body blurred for a moment and the snow ninja was knocked away. When he reacted, Mu had already returned to the original place. Is this the power of a truly strong person? Asama Santaifo was in a daze. "Everyone retreat, don't hinder Lord Mu from fighting," Asama Santaifo finally shouted. He chose to believe Mu, believing that Mu was not arrogant but truly powerful. Some ninjas among the guards saw how powerful Mu was and nodded and retreated. As ninjas, they knew how powerful Mu was. The snow ninjas also saw that Mu was very strong, but they had an absolute advantage in numbers after all, so they were not afraid and used ninjutsu to attack Mu. Fire style, great fireball technique. Mu switched to the breath of flame and spit out a huge fireball to swallow all the attacks rushing towards him. With Mu's current level of fire style, even the great fireball had a good power. What a powerful fire escape ninjutsu! The snow ninjas sweated coldly as they looked at the huge fireball as big as a two-story building. Ice escape a white whale. Hanhu Bingfeng immediately rushed forward and condensed a large amount of chakra to create an ice whale that was even larger than the fireball and smashed the fireball, and the high temperature of the fireball also completely melted the ice whale in the end. The snow ninjas were more motivated when they saw this scene. Mu was strong, but their leader was also strong. Just then, pieces of silver-white fragments suddenly fell from the sky. This was originally a daily routine in the snow country, but on the battlefield today, it made the guards look uncomfortable and excited the snow ninjas. It's bad. The snow ninjas' ninjutsu will become stronger when it snows. The ninjas in the garrison looked at Mu with worry. There was already a huge gap in numbers, and they all added a buff. How could they fight? Little ghost, it seems that God wants you to die. Hanhu Bingfeng laughed loudly. The sudden heavy snowfall undoubtedly added 10% to their already great victory. Really? Actually, the great fireball just now is just one of the less powerful ninjutsu I mastered. Mu said with a faint smile, and her heart did not change because of the environment. The environment can indeed affect the power of ninjutsu, but if the gap is too big, no environment will be of any use. Humph, bluffing. Hanhu Bingfeng thought Mu was exaggerating his strength. For that level of fire escape ninjutsu, even he had to perform ninjutsu seriously to block it, and it had nothing to do with the weak power. Flame breathing, full concentration. Mu concentrated his breathing again and again, and his physical ability and the ability to change the nature of fire attribute chakra were improved. Then he made a seal to condense a large amount of chakra in his throat. Fire escape, great fire extinguishment. Hoo! A huge amount of flames was spit out from Miu Yu's mouth in one breath. This extremely hot flame quickly melted and dried the ice and snow on the ground, and burned all the flammable things around it. Even the snowflakes that had not yet fallen melted directly under the influence of this high temperature. A white orange-red sea of fire quickly formed around Miu Yu. The high temperature generated by this scorching flame made some defenders sweat in the snow. Looking at this terrifying sea of fire, the defenders who kept a distance from Miu Yu finally understood why Miu Yu asked them to retreat. If they didn't stay away, they would probably be burned to charcoal by this terrifying flame. At this moment, Asama Santaifu was extremely glad that it was Miu Yu who took on the task. He felt that even in a well-known ninja village like Konoha, there must not be many ninjas as powerful as Miu Yu. I said that teacher Miu Yu is extremely powerful. There will be no problem with him. Obito stood on a high place and looked at the dazzling red sea of fire with a proud smile. Obito felt that he had to take 1/3 of the credit for defeating the enemy with the great fire extinguishing, because it was he who gave Miu Yu the great fire extinguishing. Obito had performed very well in the Uchiha gathering before, and the final reward was the great fire extinguishing. After getting the ninjutsu, Obito decisively gave it to Miu Yu, because Miu Yu could teach him after learning it, and maybe he could study it faster than he did himself. I'm afraid issuing that mission is the only correct decision I made during this period. Feng Huaxiaoxiu sighed as she looked at the raging fire. As Miu Yu attacked, the light of hope in Feng Huaxiaoxiu's heart gradually grew. While marveling at the power of Miu Yu's fire escape, Kakashi was also carefully observing the surroundings to prevent any enemy from breaking through the defense line and attacking. After all, those guards looked really unreliable, and it was normal for Miu Yu to miss a few of them when there were hundreds of them. Come on, perform defensive ninjutsu with me. Having noticed that Miu Yu's aura was gradually becoming terrifying, Hanhu Bingfeng shouted immediately. Although it was a bit unbelievable, Miu Yu seemed to be telling the truth. He really had a much stronger ninjutsu. Hanhu Bingfeng, who was standing at the front, could feel the horror of the high temperature sea of fire the most. He looked at Miu Yu in disbelief. He didn't expect that the little brat in his eyes could actually use such an amazing fire escape ninjutsu. At this moment, Hanhu Bingfeng cursed Feng Huanu Tao in his heart. He didn't send anyone to investigate Miu Yu after reading the information collected by Feng Huanu Tao, but now Miu Yu's strength made Feng Huanu Tao feel that he had read fake information. But at this moment, Hanhu Bingfeng didn't have time to think about what went wrong. He had to use ninjutsu to block this fire escape. Ice escape, snow wall. Dozens of snow ninjas, including Hanhu Bingfeng, performed defensive ninjutsu at the same time, creating 3 extremely thick ice and snow walls. The defensive ninjutsu of a single snow ninja really couldn't stop Miu Yu's fire escape, but it would be different if dozens of snow ninjas performed ninjutsu together. The thick ice and snow wall that gathered a lot of chakra even blocked Miu Yu's high-temperature flames. Under the gaze of the snow ninjas and the defenders, the first ice wall quickly melted, and the scope of the sea of fire shrank. The second ice wall became smaller after melting, and when the ice wall melted, the vast sea of fire also disappeared. Hanhu Bingfeng heaved a sigh of relief, which proved that although Miu Yu was very strong, he was not so strong that he could not be defeated. Hundreds of people could still beat one person. Damn it, if our ninjas could also. Asama Santaifu was very unwilling to see the sea of fire being blocked. Because Bingfeng Hanhu had hundreds of ninjas who could help him, but they could not help Miu Yu. Very good, you took another fire escape, so can you continue to block the next one? Miu Yu said with a faint smile. Although the fire escape just now was fierce, it was not his full strength. There were not many such fighting opportunities. Miu Yu was just testing the power of the skill. While talking, Miu Yu silently opened the pattern and entered the flame-breathing chakra mode. Miu Yu's breathing rhythm suddenly changed, and a large amount of chakra in his body burst out and burned with the breathing method to enhance the power of Miu Yu's fire attribute chakra, and his momentum rose rapidly. Is this guy a monster? Feeling Mu Yu's powerful and hot breath, Han Hu Bingfeng's expression changed rapidly. This was not a genius ninja, but a strong man who had grown up. There is another chapter later, chapter 347, Desperate Suppression. Feng Hua Nu Tao, you guys were fooled by your subordinates with false information, right? Han Hu Bingfeng couldn't help cursing. He really couldn't help it. He thought he was just going to fight a more outstanding Jonin, but Mu Yu's performance was completely the kind of strong man who was famous in the ninja world. Of course, Han Hu Bingfeng would not suspect that Feng Hua Nu Tao deliberately used false information to fool him, because they had been grasshoppers on the same rope for a long time. If he couldn't beat Feng Hua Nu Tao, he would not be able to succeed in usurping the throne. Han Hu Bingfeng just thought Feng Hua Nu Tao was stupid, so he got false information. Impossible, didn't you say you would definitely win? Feng Hua Nu Tao retorted. Han Hu Bingfeng thought his information was problematic, and Feng Hua Nu Tao thought Han Hu Bingfeng was weak. A ninja village leader was actually afraid of a young man from a big ninja village. He was full of confidence before the battle, and said that it was no problem to beat Mu Yu, a young boy. Han Hu Bingfeng wanted to punch Feng Hua Nu Tao into the ground. He was so confident because Feng Hua Nu Tao's intelligence was so wrong. If he knew Mu Yu was so strong, he would not cooperate with Feng Hua Nu Tao and would directly abandon the dark and join the light. But after they sprayed each other, they quickly calmed down. One of them was the leader of the ninja village and the other was the second in command of the snow country. They knew that it was useless to discuss who was right and who was wrong now. The most important thing was to win the battle and complete the usurpation of the throne. Feng Hua Nu Tao led several snow ninjas to leave the center of the battlefield and move towards the edge, wanting to bypass Mu Yu and capture Feng Hua Zhao Shui directly. He was the core of the snow ninjas, and Feng Hua Zhao Shui was the core of Mu Yu. If he could catch Feng Hua Zhao Shui, it would be of great help to the battle. Feng Hua Nu Tao's little move naturally could not be hidden from Mu Yu. After all, Feng Hua Nu Tao was also a strong man on the snow ninja side. However, Mu Yu ignored Feng Hua Nu Tao and let him move towards Feng Hua Zhao Shui. He was leading Kakashi and the others to complete the mission, not Mu Yu. If Kakashi and the others finished without fighting, then the final reward for this mission would not be high. After all, this is a teacher system, not the strongest ninja system. What matters is whether the students have grown. Of course, Mu Yu would not let anyone go randomly. For example, Mu Yu would definitely not let a ninja of the level of Han Hu Bingfeng go, because even if Obito and the others exploded, they would not be able to beat them, unless Nohara Rin was killed and Obito opened the Manjiki Sharingan. Mu Yu condensed a large amount of chakra in his mouth, and completed the property change at a very fast speed to convert all the chakra into fire attribute chakra. Fire style, Great Fire Extinguishment. Mu Yu put his hands together and jumped violently, spewing out more flames than the Great Fire Extinguishment just now, like spewing out a meteorite composed of pure high-temperature flames. The flame, which was like a huge meteorite, instantly turned into an extremely fierce sea of fire after it touched the ground, turning everything around into black ash. The fire was far more fierce than the fire that Mu Yu had just released. At this time, Han Hu Bingfeng was sweating because of the sudden increase in temperature around him. The back of his clothes was completely wet with sweat. He had never seen such an exaggerated fire escape ninjutsu. At this moment, Han Hu Bingfeng did not need to issue any orders. All the snow ninjas were doing their best to perform ninjutsu to fight against the sea of fire that seemed to engulf everything. Those who knew defensive ninjutsu created ice walls and snow walls, and those who did not know defensive ninjutsu gathered chakra and waited for the ice wall to break before using offensive ninjutsu to offset the sea of fire. Because they knew that if they could not stop this high-temperature sea of fire, only death would be waiting for them. Don't underestimate the ninjutsu I practiced in the cold winter. A snow ninja fighting in the snow will never lose. When this battle is over, retire and go back to your hometown to get married. Watching the snow ninjas working together to encourage each other to fight the sea off fire, Mu Yu suddenly had a sense of déjà vu. How come he seemed to have become the boss, while the snow ninjas seemed to be fighting the boss? In terms of strength, there was no difference between the snow ninjas fighting him and fighting the boss, and they were fighting the boss above their level. This time, the quality and quantity of Mu Yu's flames were both improved, and the overall power was greatly increased. The huge ice wall that blocked the Huo extinguishing arrow was melted by the terrifying flames of the Huo extinguishing arrow at a rapid speed, and disappeared in just a few seconds, as if it had never existed. Ice escapee Black Dragon Storm Kill. Facing Mu Yu, whose strength was far beyond expectations, Han Hu Bingfeng also used his real killer move. Han Hu Bingfeng used the chakra armor he was wearing to the fullest extent, and then quickly formed a seal to release a large amount of chakra. A giant dragon made of ice and snow quickly formed and rushed towards the sea off fire. Han Hu Bingfeng's ninjutsu was indeed powerful, and it was strengthened to a certain extent in the heavy snow, but it was still immature in the face of Mu Yu's natural disaster like Huo extinguishing arrow. It couldn't even stop the sea off fire for a few tenths of a second, and the ice and snow dragon was soon engulfed by the sea off fire. Ice Releasia One-Horned White Whale. Ice Releasia Dragon Breaking Tiger. Ice Releasia Ice Pillar. After the ice wall was broken, all the snow ninjas who could use ninjutsu used their best ninjutsu to fight against the sea off fire. A large number of ice and snow beasts rushed into the sea off fire to try to stop the spread of the sea off fire. Even though the snow ninjas defended so hard, the sea off fire still did not go out, but the scope became smaller. Han Hu Bingfeng's body quickly retreated to prevent being affected by the flames, and some snow ninjas who were a little slower were directly burned to death by the flames. The snow ninja who managed to survive looked at Mu Yu with a hint of fear in his eyes. This powerful fire arrow only it was to eliminate a small number of snow ninjas, but successfully beat the snow ninjas to the bottom. Because the snow ninjas were hundreds of people fighting against one, and they couldn't stop Mu Yu's ninjutsu alone. Even the legendary 3 ninjas can't be stronger than this. Han Hu Bingfeng sighed, and he had lost his initial high spirits. Mu Yu's strength has exceeded his imagination. This is a head-on collision with hundreds of ninjas. This battle completely woke up Han Hu Bingfeng's dream of a big ninja village. The foundation of the 5 big ninja villages is too strong. Konoha not only has Mu Yu, but also the 3 ninjas, the 3rd generation of Hokage, and the 9 tails Jinchuriki. Even if the snow ninjas really have Jinchuriki, they can't compete with those big ninja villages. At this point, Han Hu Bingfeng didn't know how to win the battle. He could only try his best to fight a war of attrition. After all, the chakra of ninjas is limited, and no matter how strong the ninjutsu is, it is useless without chakra. Fenghua Nudao, play a role. Han Hu Bingfeng's other hope is Fenghua Nudao. Even if Fenghua Zhaoxu is not successfully usurped, he can still escape unscathed. The morale of the snow ninjas is low, but it is just the opposite on Muyu's side. All the defenders are excited. The look in Asama Santaifu's eyes when he looks at Muyu is no longer looking at people. He just feels that Muyu is like the god of fire, and when he opens his mouth, he spits out flames like natural disasters. One person defeated so many ninjas. What a realm of fire escape! The ninjas on guard were difficult to understand but extremely excited. At this moment in their hearts, Konoha, where Muyu is, has become the most powerful ninja village without any dispute. Some people also thought of the legendary Hokage. The fire escape of Konoha's senior ninja is so strong, how terrifying must the fire escape of the Hokage be? I knew that teacher Muyu had a stronger ninjutsu. This fire escape is really powerful. I wonder when I can learn it. Seeing Muyu showing off her power and beating up hundreds of ninjas alone, Obito showed a yearning look. Obito thought about it. Muyu was exactly the protagonist of a ninja novel. When everyone thought it was impossible to win, one person came out to turn the tide. It's a pity that she is not strong enough, otherwise Obito really wants to use this ninjutsu for Miyu. It's so cool to think about it. If you can get through it safely, you must give Miyu the title of Ice and Snow Hero. Fenghuaze Yuki thought to himself. This title is the highest award for brave people in the snow country. There are only a handful of people who have won this title in the history of the snow country. Be careful. Just when everyone was surprised by Miyu's strength, Kakashi found something unusual. Swish! 2 kunai stabbed at Fenghuaze Yuki. Swish! Kakashi quickly pulled out the white fang short blade and slashed the incoming kunai with an extremely fast slash. At the moment when Kakashi slashed the kunai, 3 snow ninjas appeared and attacked Kakashi. Flame breathing, full concentration. Sharingan, open. With Kakashi's reminder, Obito instantly maxed out his strength. Fire style, great fireball technique. Obito aimed in front of Kakashi and spit out a huge fireball, forcing the 3 snow ninjas to disperse and retreat to dodge. The bad guys are coming, Zioxu, get behind me quickly. Nohara-rin asked Fuka and Zioxu to hide behind her. As an ordinary child, Fuka and Zioxu were in the most danger at this time. Even if they were hit by a little aftermath, they would be injured. The obedient Fuka and Zioxu hid behind Nohara-rin and only showed her head to observe the situation. Strange, how did these people get here? Obito jumped off the house with a puzzled expression. Even if Miyu missed a few ninjas, there are still many guards behind Miyu. Are all those guards blind? Because Fenghua City is also my home, no one knows Fenghua City better than me. Fenghua Nudao, who walked out last, said. There is a reason why he personally led the team to catch Fenghua Zioxu. If he can't get around those guards, don't think about catching Fenghua Zioxu. The guards can't beat the snow ninja troops, but they can still stop a few ninjas. Uncle? There are bad guys over there, Uncle, come here quickly. Fenghua Zioxu shouted after seeing Fenghua Nudao. Fenghua Nudao was unmoved, condensing chakra to perform ninjutsu. At this point, it's either you die or I die, there will be no other result. Nudao, since you also know that Fenghua City is also your home, why do you still want to destroy it like this? Fenghua Zioxu asked with a tired face. These days are like years for Fenghuaze Yuki. Suddenly, her younger brother becomes a traitor who wants to usurp the throne, and suddenly he brings the Snow Ninja village to attack. A good country suddenly becomes precarious. Because I want to build a better new home. After condensing the chakra, Fenghua Nudao immediately performed ninjutsu. Ice release, Black Dragon Blizzard. Fenghua Nudao didn't want to waste any time, because although he got around, the guards would soon come to support him after the noise, and he had to resolve the battle as soon as possible. Because of the blessing of the chakra armor, the power of Fenghua Nudao's ninjutsu was enhanced, and soon a frost and snow black dragon that looked extremely ferocious was formed. Fenghua Nudao controlled the black dragon without hesitation and rushed towards Fenghuaze Yuki and Fenghua Zioxu. Uncle! Fenghua Zioxu looked at Fenghua Nudao, who had a somewhat ferocious face, stupidly, not understanding what was going on. What? The 3 guards of Fukahe 8 stood in front of Fukahe 8, holding their samurai swords tightly and preparing to block the attack for Fukahe 8. The fire in Obito's heart was burning very hotly when he saw this scene, and his desire to beat Fukahe 8 was rising. Although she is a princess who doesn't look like a princess, and although she is an unpleasant guy, she has always called you uncle, you bastard. Along with the scolding, Obito's already highly concentrated breathing changed again. Flame breathing chakra mode. Obito could see that Fukahe 8 was not simple, so he decisively entered his strongest state and used all his strength to fight Fukahe 8. Fire style, Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. Obito concentrated a large amount of chakra in his throat, and completed the property change at a very fast speed with the addition of flame breathing. Then, a large piece of high-temperature flame like a dancing Tyrannosaurus Rex spit out from Obito's mouth and attacked the black dragon. Although Obito's fire escape range is far less than Muyu's, Muyu is fighting in other places after all, while Obito is by her side. Looking at Obito's fire escape, Fukasoyoki was very surprised. He didn't expect that Obito, who looked not very old, could have such a strong power. Fukasoyoki rubbed her eyes, and couldn't believe that the rude and silly Obito was so powerful. However, Fukasoyoki not only had the chakra armor but also the heavy snow weather bonus. Even if Obito's fire escape was used to the extreme, he couldn't melt the black dragon. Instead, the black dragon gradually extinguished the flames. The three snow ninjas wanted to help Fukasoyoki defeat Obito and Kakashi, but the guards on the battlefield had noticed the situation here and many guards came to support them. The three snow ninjas could only desperately use ninjutsu to stop the guards from approaching. It was precisely because of the strength of those guards that the three people brought by Fukasoyoki were all senior ninjas of the Snow Ninja Village, and one of them was wearing a chakra armor, which could be said to be the elite of the Snow Ninjas. Of course, the power of the elite is limited. It's okay to delay for a while, but something will definitely happen if they can defeat so many guards. If they can beat so many guards, they won't have to go around. Lightning release, pseudo-darkness. Seeing that Obito was no match for Kakashi, he quickly formed a seal and performed a ninjutsu to spit out an extremely sharp lightning spear and blasted the black dragon. With Kakashi's lightning, the situation changed instantly. The black dragon gradually collapsed in the power of fire and lightning. Fenghuan Nudao frowned. He didn't expect that in addition to Muyu being a big trouble, the little ghosts he brought were also not weak. Ice release, double dragon blizzard. Fenghuan Nudao squeezed the chakra in his body and used a huge amount of chakra to create two slightly smaller frost and snow dragons. Originally, even if he had a chakra armor, he couldn't use this move, but now it was snowing heavily, so he could use it with great difficulty. Although the power of a single line decreased because it was used reluctantly, after all, the number was greater, and the overall power was still increased. After using this move, Fenghuan Nudao's face turned much paler. Looking at Fenghuan Nudao like this, Fenghuazeyuki sighed deeply and said, "Do you really want to become a daimyo?" Fenghuazeyuki really felt that Fenghuan Nudao was so strange at this moment. Although Fenghuan Nudao always had a serious face in the past, he would be softer when facing Fenghuazeyuki, but now he seemed to be an irreconcilable enemy with them. Of course you can say this with a relaxed face, because you are born to be a daimyo, and as a younger brother, I must work hard and risk my life to become a daimyo. Fenghuan Nudao replied coldly. What daimyo or not, bastard, stop making excuses for yourself. The more Obito looked at Fenghuan Nudao, the more the fire in his heart burned. Fire Dragon Flame Bomb. Obito spit out a large piece of hot flames again to fight against Fenghuan Nudao's frost and snow black dragon. The fire was more fierce than before, and even his and Kakashi's figures were covered. However, Obito's fire dragon flame bomb was very difficult to deal with a black dragon, let alone two at the same time. Soon the fire became smaller and Obito quickly fell into a disadvantage. But after the large flames disappeared, Fenghuan Nudao discovered a problem. A white-haired kid disappeared. Thunder Flash. Just when Fenghuan Nudao was looking for Kakashi, Kakashi suddenly appeared 10 meters away from him. Just when Fenghuan Nudao was about to control a black dragon to attack Kakashi, something he didn't expect happened. Boom! A thunder and lightning sounded, and an extremely shining yellow lightning appeared on Kakashi's body. At this moment, Kakashi used his breathing method to the extreme, converting a large amount of chakra into lightning to activate his body and enhance his physical ability. The white fang short blade in his hand also extended a lightning blade after the chakra was injected. After entering the transparent world and using his body strength without any waste, Kakashi turned into lightning and rushed out. Swish! Fenghuan Nudao only felt a flash of yellow light before his eyes, and then he saw two familiar arms flying in the air, followed by a sharp pain. Fenghua Nudao then realized that it was Kakashi who cut off his arms. How is it possible? Fenghua Nudao looked at the arms falling to the ground in disbelief, which was a bit hard to accept. He could allow himself to fall to a strong man like Mu Yu, but he could not accept losing to two little kids who looked no more than 10 years old. You should rarely fight. Kakashi dispersed the chakra of the White Fang short blade and cancelled the transparent world and said lightly. Although Fenghua Nudao's ninjutsu is indeed powerful, his combat awareness is too poor, not to mention the previous fight. That Kirigakure Jonin was not even as good as the Chiyunin enemy they had encountered before. Without the constant chakra support from Fenghua Nudao, the Black Dragon was quickly destroyed by Obito's flames. Whoosh! Obito immediately burst out his chakra and flashed to Fenghua Nudao's body, and hit Fenghua Nudao's face with his fist carrying fire without any hesitation. With a bang, Fenghua Nudao's body fell to the ground. I wrote 5k, and I am still 1k away from 10,000. It's too late to write anymore. I have a lot of things to do tomorrow, so I can't stay up too late. But 9k is not a small amount. I just want to vote for next month. Chapter 348 Freeze Everything. The battle situation changed so quickly that ordinary people like Fukaze Yuki were caught off guard. Just now, Fenghua Nudao was extremely strong against two people, but the next second, his arms were cut off and he fell to the ground. Because of Fenghua Nudao's identity, Nohara Lin quickly hugged Fenghua Zioxu's head the moment the thunder sounded to prevent psychological trauma. After dealing with Fenghua Nudao, Kakashi and Obito did not waste time and immediately helped the guards to deal with the other three snow ninjas. One guard wanted to kill Fenghua Nudao with a sword but was stopped by Fenghua Yuki. Fenghua Yuki walked to the side of Fenghua Nudao and asked seriously, "Nudao, do you regret doing all this?" Until now, Fenghua Yuki still didn't understand why Fenghua Nudao wanted to usurp the throne, whether it was wealth or power. Of course I regret it. I regret not starting the preparation earlier. Maybe I could have completed the plan before you found out. Fenghua Nudao sneered and replied. At this point, even if Fenghua Yuki wanted to protect him, it would be difficult. Since it was all a death sentence, Fenghua Nudao didn't want to admit defeat. Seeing Fenghua Nudao still like this, Fenghua Zioxu also gave up completely. He rubbed Fenghua Zioxu's head and blocked Fenghua Zioxu's sight with his body. The guard next to him understood and immediately stabbed Fenghua Nudao to death with a sword. Bring his body to the battlefield to persuade him to surrender, it should help Mu Yu relieve some pressure. Fenghua Zioxu said. Fenghua Nudao is now equivalent to the client of the Snow Ninja. If Fenghua Nudao dies, the Snow Ninja's battle will lose its meaning. Look, what is that? At this time, someone discovered that there were new changes on the battlefield. It's almost time to end the battle. Mu Yu, who had used up the Huo extinguishing arrow, sensed his remaining chakra and decided to end the battle in one go. The Huo extinguishing arrow just now was indeed fierce. Even hundreds of snow ninjas could not stop it, but the consumption was also great. If they continued to fight like this, they would definitely win, but Mu Yu was used to keeping some chakra in case of accidents. The reason why Mu Yu used fire escape at the beginning was because his fire escape skills were too good, with perfect level nature change, master level flame breathing, and a bunch of master level fire escape ninjutsu. With so many good skills, Mu Yu must test their actual performance in actual combat. After all, the panel does not show the actual power. If you want to win with less effort, fire escape is not a good choice, because those snow ninjas use ice escape on the surface, but they are actually water escape or snow secret techniques, which restrain fire escape. Water breathing, full concentration. Mu Yu switched his breathing method to water breathing to enhance his water escape ability, and immediately entered the water breathing chakra mode. In the island country of Snow Country, water escape or ice escape is the best choice. After Mu Yu entered the water breathing chakra mode, Hanhu Bingfeng felt that Mu Yu had changed a little, but Hanhu Bingfeng, who had seen Mu Yu's true strength, did not dare to go forward to fight with him, but only released ninjutsu behind his men. Water Style, Super, Explosive Water Wave. Mu Yu clapped his hands, and a large amount of chakra in his body instantly transformed into water attribute chakra. A huge wave-like current was spit out by Mu Yu and hit the snow ninjas. You actually mastered this level of water style. Hanhu Bingfeng's face suddenly changed, and he felt very bad. The other snow ninjas subconsciously stepped back a few steps when they saw the water style that was like a huge wave on the sea. It's really like a walking disaster. Asama Santaifu exclaimed. As a resident living in an island country, he knows the sea very well. This level of huge waves can make people feel palpitations even if they are standing far away. He can imagine what kind of mood the snow ninjas who face the huge waves feel. For a ninja of Mu Yu's strength, Asama Santaifu can only say that he is a human disaster, which subverts his understanding of ninjas. As expected of teacher Mu Yu, he is much more powerful than those water styles of the hidden mist. Obito showed a proud expression. Although Mu Yu had never used a strong water escape technique before, Obito was not too surprised. After all, this was the omnipotent Mu Yu. Has water escape technique reached this level? Could it be that Mu Yu's ninjutsu has reached the level of the third Hokage? Kakashi couldn't help thinking as he watched the waves created by Mu Yu. Mu Yu used the most and strongest fire escape technique in front of them. This was the first time that Mu Yu showed his water escape technique. For a moment, Kakashi had a bold guess in his mind. Maybe Mu Yu's other nature changes were equally strong, but he never had the chance to use them. Kakashi thought about it and felt that it was a bit unrealistic. The third Hokage was a super genius in ninjutsu. It was impossible for Mu Yu to be on par with the third Hokage in such a short time. But just when everyone was sighing at the strength of Mu Yu's water escape technique, changes occurred again. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, a series of explosions sounded, and the ground suddenly cracked and burst out streams of water. Mu Yu's super explosive water wave is not just about the large amount of water. Ordinary water explosive waves with enough chakra can also spit out enough water to form a lake. The characteristic of super explosive water waves is that they can control water flow over a large area, and even underground water can be pulled up. Underground water can be pulled up, not to mention the wells that have been mined. All the wells in Fenghua City are spraying water columns towards the battlefield. Super explosive water waves can be regarded as S-level water escape forbidden techniques. To perform them, 3 conditions must be met. One is the water-breathing chakra mode, the second is the high proficiency of water attribute chakra property change, and the minimum proficiency must be more than 3000 points of mastery level, and the third is a large amount of chakra. The water columns from all directions made the snow ninjas extremely embarrassed, and some snow ninjas were directly injured by multiple water columns. What kind of ninjutsu is this? Looking at the water columns bursting from the ground and the water columns shot from the distant city, Hanhu's frozen worldview was challenged again. This is not the ninjutsu he knows at all, and the impact range is too large. But Hanhu Bingfeng had no time to think more, because in addition to the water columns from all directions, he also had to face the huge waves. Boom! After the huge wave hit, there was a loud noise. Some of the snow ninjas vomited blood and fell to the ground after being hit hard, and the rest of the snow ninjas were swept into the huge water flow. Although Hanhu Bingfeng resisted the huge waves, he could not escape because there was too much water. Just when Hanhu Bingfeng was thinking about how to leave alive, the direction of the water column changed, from randomly shooting at the snow ninjas to continuously increasing the water flow. And the water flow that swept away the snow ninjas magically did not disperse, as if there was an invisible boundary blocking the water flow, and finally formed a huge elliptical water ball nearly 100 meters high to trap all the snow ninjas. This is the effect of the big explosive water wave, and the super explosive water wave also has this effect. This is why Yu tirelessly brushed various ninjutsu. When you have enough knowledge of ninjutsu, it will be easier to develop new ninjutsu. With such a big defense, it must not be strong. I still have a chance. Han Hu Bingfeng held his breath and swam towards the border of the water ball, trying to break the water ball with his own strength. It must be said that his idea is good, but how can Yu, the caster, not think of what he can think of? Ice escape, freezing ray. Yu raised his hands, and a large amount of chakra burst out of his body, quickly converting these chakras into ice escape chakras and releasing them quickly. Then, a dazzling white light came out of Yu's hands, and a thick blue-white light hit the water ball. Just when Han Hu Bingfeng was about to touch the water ball froze at a very fast speed, and Han Hu Bingfeng was frozen as his name, and the whole huge water ball quickly turned into a huge ice ball, emitting colorful brilliance under the sunlight. The guards of Fenghua City, Yu's disciple, Fenghua Zhaoxiu, all looked at the huge ice ball emitting colorful light. Could he be sent by the snow god to save the snow country? A guard said in disbelief. It was too shocking to see a nearly 100-meter-high ice ball being created right in front of one's eyes. Even if 2-meter-tall men were stacked, it would take 50 men to reach the top of the ice ball. A single person was too small in front of this huge ice ball. I would rather believe that he is the snow god. Asama Santaifu said in his heart. Yu's various methods were really inhuman in his eyes. Of course, he just said this in his heart. There are quite a lot of people who believe in the snow god in the snow country. Because the ice ball was so big, even the people in the residential area saw the huge ice that suddenly appeared and started to talk about it. Some people even thought that the snow god festival was coming, so the snow god descended a miracle. It's really unimaginable. Kakashi was also shocked when he looked at the huge ice ball. Yu's series of moves just now contained too much information, the magical water escape, and finally the blood limit ice escape. Since the breathing method has made great progress, Kakashi has been quite confident, but the more he knows Yu, the more he feels that Yu is a real genius, but too modest and low-key. If I can learn 1/10 of Yu's water escape, I can play a greater role in the future. Nohara Lin's eyes were full of yearning. She played a supporting role in the battle just now, and it was basically Kakashi and Obito who were doing the work. It's not that she wants to slack off, but if she doesn't use water escape well, it may interfere with Obito's fire escape. Instead of wasting that chakra, it's better to protect Fenghua Zhaoxiu. Of course, Nohara Lin thinks that this is mainly due to her lack of ability. If she can be like Yu, this situation will not happen. Father, what is that? It's so big. Fenghua Zhaoxiu exclaimed immediately after she poked her head out and found the ice ball. That's the work of our ice and snow hero. Fenghua Zhaoxiu exclaimed. Recalling the memories of these days, Fenghua Zhaoxiu really felt like a dream, absurd and weird and unbelievable. The younger brother he had always trusted was actually plotting to usurp the throne. Just when he thought the situation was hopeless, a ninja who was extremely strong on his side fought against 100 people alone and created a miracle. Sorry, I have been busy all day and am still out, so the update is late and less. I am really too tired today. Chapter 349 Cheng for the Hero. What a big ice ball! If it rolls accidentally, Fenghua Castle will be smashed into ruins. Obito touched his chin and said. As soon as Obito said this, the scene fell into silence. Some people looked at Obito speechlessly, and some people looked at the huge ice ball and broke into cold sweat. If this ice ball rolls, it will be very destructive. Haha, I just made a joke to liven up the atmosphere. That's Teacher Yu, there will be no problem. Obito laughed. He believed that Teacher Yu would not make such a mistake. Really, it's not good to make such a joke now. Nohara Lin stroked her forehead and no longer had any expectations for Obito's ability to read the atmosphere. The war just ended, and everyone was happy that you said this. How about it, Am I very powerful? Thank me well. I will not hold a grudge against you for what happened before. Obito said proudly after seeing Fenghua Xiaoxiu looking around as if looking for someone. Do you think I forgot what you said before? You rude Obito, you actually said that I don't look like a princess, and that I'm not likable. It's illegal to slander a princess. Fenghua Xiaoxiu puffed up her cheeks when she heard Obito's words. Although Obito's later words did move her a little, she didn't forget how Obito slandered her before. Even Fenghua Xiaoxiu and Mu Yu admitted that she was cute, but Obito said she was not likable. What slander? I'm telling the truth. You should learn from the princesses in the novels. Obito felt that there was nothing wrong with his words. Fenghua Xiaoxiu. Hard fist, Fenghua Xiaoxiu wanted to punch Obito immediately. Of course, as a qualified princess, Fenghua Xiaoxiu would only think about it and would not take action, because Obito was indeed her benefactor. But thank you anyway. Fenghua Xiaoxiu thanked Obito in a voice as soft as a mosquito. Although Obito has many shortcomings, such as being rude and having poor aesthetic sense, he was very handsome when he threw that fire fist this time. Ha ha ha. Although Fenghua Xiaoxiu's voice was very low, Obito was a sharp-eyed ninja, and he laughed proudly after hearing it. Feeling embarrassed, Fenghua Xiaoxiu decisively ran to the side of Fenghua Xiaoxiu. Then everyone walked to the battlefield. When they stood under the huge ice ball, they could feel their own insignificance and Mu Yu's strength. Mu Yu, you saved the snow country. Fenghua Xiaoxiu bowed to Mu Yu with a solemn face to thank her. Only then did he understand why Obito and the others could trust Mu Yu so much, because Mu Yu was really a person who could be trusted forever. When Mu Yu gave him the information that Fenghua Nudao had usurped the throne, he did not choose to believe it, which led to the best opportunity to capture him, which directly led to Fenghua Nudao leading the Snow Ninja village to attack Fenghua City. When Mu Yu said that she could solve the problem of the Snow Ninja village, he didn't believe it. He wanted Mu Yu to take Fenghua Xiaoxiu away. Fenghua Xiaoxiu was glad that Mu Yu didn't leave directly, otherwise he would never see his daughter again. The guards also bowed to thank him. If it weren't for Mu Yu's timely support, they would have been killed by the Snow Ninja. Obito felt proud of this scene. After all, he was also a member of Mu Yu's team. The mission is completed now. Mu Yu said with a faint smile. Although the Snow Country's daimyo Fenghua Xiaoxiu took the lead in bowing to thank him, Mu Yu's heart did not fluctuate too much. Because in his heart, he didn't save the Snow Country, he could only say that he saved Fenghua Xiaoxiu's family and the people of Fenghua City. After all, he didn't solve any disaster that would destroy the Snow Country. Even if Fenghua Nudao succeeded in usurping the throne, he would not massacre the people. It's done, and it's done perfectly. Fenghua Xiaoxiu nodded in approval. In this incident, Mu Yu left a deep impression on him. If there is a need for ninjas from other villages in the future, he will definitely choose Konoha and Mu Yu. Brother Mu Yu, how did you make such a big ice ball? It's amazing. Fenghua Xiaoxiu opened her arms and tried her best to draw the biggest circle to express her inner surprise. Just make a water ball first, and then freeze it. Mu Yu answered concisely. Fenghua Xiaoxiu scratched her hair, feeling that she heard it, but it seemed as if she didn't hear it. Fenghua Xiaoxiu's confused expression made Obito couldn't help laughing, and then led others to laugh together, and the atmosphere on the field gradually became joyful. Fenghua Nudao died, and the Snow Ninjas were defeated by Mu Yu. This battle to defend Fenghua City can be said to be a great victory. Of course, although they won, there were still many miscellaneous matters to deal with. It is naturally impossible for Fenghua Nudao to do such a big thing as usurping the throne alone. This matter also involves some other officials of the Snow Country. Then it was to check the damage to Fenghua Castle caused by this battle and repair it. What was a bit embarrassing here was that Mu Yu was the one who caused the most damage to Fenghua Castle, no one else. Because Mu Yu had been using large-scale ninjutsu in this battle, and the ninjutsu was very powerful, damage was inevitable. Of course, everyone, including Feng Huaxiaoxiu, ignored this matter. After all, Mu Yu was also trying to defeat the Snow Ninja, so the damage was the fault of the Snow Ninja, not Mu Yu's problem. There was also the reward for Mu Yu and others. According to the discussion of the top leaders of the Snow Country, it was finally decided to award Mu Yu the title of Ice and Snow Hero, and Obito and the other three were awarded the title of Ice and Snow Warriors. Although Obito and the others also made contributions in defeating Fenghua Nudao, it was still Mu Yu who played a decisive role. If it weren't for Mu Yu and if he could stop all the Snow Ninjas with 1 against 100 on the battlefield, then Fuka Nudao would not have to take the Snow Ninjas to attack Fuka-8 on the way, so Obito and the others' titles would be 1 level lower. The title brings many benefits. The Ice and Snow Hero can enjoy the treatment of a great noble in the Snow Country, and then there are all kinds of messy rewards, including money and items. Since the original mission was to protect Fuka and Hay-8 until the end of the Snow God Festival, Fuka Hay-8 simply set the time for awarding the title on the day of the Snow God Festival to express his gratitude and attention to Mu Yu and others. After solving the problems of the Snow Country in one go, Mu Yu took his disciples to practice and wait for the arrival of the Snow God Festival. The environment of the Snow Country is a bit unfriendly to ordinary people, but it is a good place for ninjas to practice. Because it is close to the sea and it often snows, it is particularly convenient to practice water escape here. Then, due to the temperature, fire escape is more difficult, so it is also effective for practicing fire escape, and bad weather can also exercise the disciples. Teacher Mu Yu, isn't bloodline limit rare? Why do ninjas from the Snow Country all have ice escape? Obito asked in confusion during a break. This is common knowledge for ninjas, so Obito also knows it. Because it's not a bloodline limit at all. Mu Yu answered directly without beating around the bush. The so-called ice escape of the Snow Ninjas is a pseudo-ice escape, which can be said to be water escape or snow secret technique. In essence, it is a change in the nature of water attribute chakra, and it may not be used outside the Snow Country. Ah? Isn't there ice? And I seem to have heard someone say ice escape. Obito didn't quite understand. He didn't expect that there were fake bloodline limits. No one can stop you from naming your own ninjutsu. You can call it water escape and then fire escape. Mu Yu said euphemistically. This is obviously a small ninja village with no knowledge. It just calls it ice escape when it looks like ice escape. Wouldn't it be possible to catch the opponent off guard if we fight like this? Obito's eyes lit up. Normally, he was not used to calling out the names of ninjutsu, but he thought he could change it. If he called out Water Dragon Bullet and then spit out a dragon fire, there might be unexpected results. Then is your ninjutsu, Mu Yu sensei, ice release. Obito remembered the big ice ball that had not disappeared until today. Hearing this, Kakashi, who was practicing, also looked over here. Mu Yu nodded and said affirmatively, yes, I did use ice release, but it is not very strong because I have only mastered it recently. Although his ice release is not very strong, with only half the proficiency of the skilled level, putting ice release on the surface can further demonstrate his genius, and then enhance his strength on the surface. As for why he suddenly knew ice release, it's very simple. Just say that he saw the pseudo-ice release ninjutsu of the Snow Ninjas and then realized the real one. After all, Mu Yu himself has a good water and wind nature change. Besides, people can only believe Mu Yu's words, because ice release is different from Sharingan. It is not that you can use it by hot plugging after killing an Uchiha. You either have it naturally or practice it yourself. It's not that strong. Obito complained, recalling the shocking scene of that day. However, Mu Yu said that he had only mastered it recently, which made Obito fill in a lot of information. He thought that Mu Yu might have watched the snow ninjutsu of the Snow Ninjas and then realized the ice release. Although it sounds a bit outrageous, Obito thinks this is very Mu Yu. It should be because of the environment here, and it is not the ice release that is strong when dealing with the enemy, but the water release. Kakashi thought for a while and said. Although the super ice ball is shocking, from Kakashi's perspective, it is the super explosive water wave that makes the difference, and the freezing ray is the finishing blow. Miyu nodded and confirmed Kakashi's analysis. The pseudo-ice release of the snow ninjas can get the bonus of the snow country, not to mention Miyu's real ice release, which is like a fish in water. It's all the same. Miyu's ice escape will be as strong as other ninjutsu sooner or later. Obito waved his hand to indicate that some details are not important. I'm really looking forward to it. Tomorrow is the Snow God Festival. It's my first time to participate in a festival in another country, and as a hero. Thinking about tomorrow's activities, Obito smiled. Although the princess was not the princess he imagined, and the mission was not the mission he wanted to do, the result was the result he wanted. Obito's only regret for saving the princess and the country is that he can only get the title of Ice Warrior instead of Ice Hero, but he is also convinced that Miyu is the only one who can get it. Still busy outside, I can only write some time. I also recommend a friend's Naruto fanfiction. Title: Starting from Akatsuki Organization as the Mastermind. Introduction: Traveling to Akatsuki Organization during Yahiko's period, Baya originally wanted to run away as soon as possible, but accidentally obtained a system bound to Akatsuki Organization. As long as Akatsuki Organization grows and develops, he can get system rewards. In order to prevent the Akatsuki Organization from being wiped out, Baya had to start guiding the development of the Akatsuki Organization and let the Akatsuki Organization take a completely different path. Many years later, when Hanzo and Danzo joined forces to strangle the Akatsuki Organization, they were surprised to find that the Akatsuki Organization actually had the strength to overthrow the Hidden Rain Village. Chapter 350 Mission ended. The Snow God Festival is the most important festival in the Snow Country. Both the officials and the people of the Snow Country attach great importance to it. The usually deserted Snow Country also becomes lively on this day. Generally speaking, the most important thing about the Snow God Festival is to worship the Snow God, but this year is a little different. The title of Ice and Snow Hero is also a big deal. And when you know after learning that the huge ice ball that day was made by Miyu, the people of the Snow Country wanted to see this Ice and Snow Hero with their own eyes. After all, in their eyes, this was a miracle. The ceremony of awarding the title was held in Fenghua City, and the specific location was the battlefield between Miyu and the Snow Ninjas. Because of Miyu's move, it has almost become a flat land, and there is no trace of the previous buildings. Although the place is not small, there are too many people who are curious to watch the ceremony, so many that Fenghua Zaiaxu had to send a large number of guards to maintain order to avoid accidents. The huge ice ball made by Miyu is still here. In order to prevent the ice ball from really hitting Fenghua City, Miyu specially reinforced it with ninjutsu. How did such a big ice ball come out? Is this Ice and Snow Hero the reincarnation of the Snow God who came to save the Snow Country? An old man who believed in the Snow God sighed. Even the ninjas of the Snow Country said that Miyu's ninjutsu was impossible, let alone these ordinary people, who really felt incredible. It would be nice if the hero's hair was blue. Some people think Miyu's temperament is too warm, more like sunshine than ice and snow. Before the ceremony officially began, the people expressed their thoughts one after another. When the ceremony was about to begin, the guards began to control the scene and tried to maintain a relatively quiet environment. After the ceremony began, Fenghua Zaiaxu walked slowly towards Miyu with a serious face holding a blue cloak that looked very exquisite. At the same time, some people began to read the whole story of the usurpation of the throne with emotion, focusing on Miyu's achievements. He was the first to discover Fenghua Nudao's rebellion and complete intelligence collection. Because of Fenghua Zaiaxu's hesitation, he missed the best time to capture him, which made the situation critical. When the situation was the most dangerous, Mu Yu stood up again and defeated hundreds of snow ninjas and broke Fenghua Nudao's conspiracy to usurp the throne. In fact, at the beginning of this link, there was no Fenghua Zioxu plot in the early stage of the story. It was mainly the interaction with Mu Yu later. Although it was true that Fenghua Zioxu made a mistake in judgment, he was a daimyo after all, and the officials were worried about affecting Fenghua Zioxu's reputation. It was Fenghua Zioxu who insisted on writing according to the facts, because he felt that he had indeed done something wrong, and if he had done something wrong, he should admit it, and passing it down could also serve as a warning to future generations. When Fenghua Zioxu walked in front of Mu Yu, he personally put on Mu Yu's cloak, and solemnly thanked Mu Yu for her contribution to the Snow Country. "Thank you, Mu Yu, for everything you have done for the Snow Country. You will always be the ice and snow hero of the Snow Country." The people around applauded and celebrated the birth of the hero. After the hero, it was the warrior. The same announcement of achievements and congratulations and then the iconic award were given. However, when the people saw the specific appearance of the three ice and snow warriors, they were very surprised, because Obito and the others were so young, they were just children. But after hearing that they protected the daimyo princess and defeated Fenghua Nudao with their own hands, the eyes of the people were different. They were too young to achieve anything. The gap between people is really big. At my age, I can only play in the snow. Some people couldn't help but say. They are all promising boys and girls. Maybe they can grow up to be people like the ice and snow heroes. Someone applauded and sent blessings. Obito felt the lively atmosphere at the scene, and looked at the people with smiles on their faces, and his heart was full of vigor. "One day I will become a hero in the land of fire and Konoha," Obito said secretly in his heart. Although he barely became a hero of the land of snow this time, it was mainly because of Mu Yu, and Obito was self-aware of this. But Obito imagined that as long as he followed the current steps, one day he could become a person like Mu Yu and become a real hero. After the ceremony, it was a normal festival activity. First, worship the snow god, and then you can play various projects of the snow god festival on your own, including skiing races, snowman building competitions, and fishing competitions. Of course, Mu Yu and the others came to complete the mission, so they went wherever Fenghua Zioxu went, but because Fenghua Zioxu was very energetic, she would go everywhere, and she almost played the snow god festival. However, when encountering comparable items, there is always opposition. Fuka and Koihoki laughed at Obito for his poor skiing skills and kept falling. Obito, who refused to admit defeat, directly opened his Sharingan and found a skiing expert on the field to copy. His skills immediately improved, causing Fuka and Koihoki to call him cheating. In the snowman making competition, Kakashi once again made an exquisite snowman, which Obito thought was cheating with Earth Escape. After testing, it was found that Kakashi actually made it with snow. Isn't it normal to make some progress in making snowmen after staying in the snow country for so long? Kakashi said lightly. Some people think others are not good because they are not good themselves. Fuka and Koihoki silently made up for it. Obito squatted on the ground awkwardly and drew circles with his fingers, mumbling something in his mouth. And Nohara-rin couldn't help laughing at this scene and recorded it with Obito's camera. Walking to a place with thick white snow, Obito couldn't help bending down and pinching a snowball and throwing it at Kakashi. But Kakashi was so cautious that he dodged sideways immediately after noticing it, and then the snowball hit Fenghua Zioxu, who was jumping and walking. Fenghua Zioxu turned around with a confused look on her face and finally locked onto the person who had his hands behind his back. Obito. Seeing such beautiful snow, anyone who comes here will be unable to resist making a snowball. It would be a pity not to throw the snowball after making it. Obito felt that he could explain. Sure enough, you are rude, Obito. You dare to attack the princess. Death penalty. Fenghua Zioxu breathed according to Muyu's teaching and then used both hands to make two snowballs and threw them at Obito. Because she envied Obito and his friends who could play in the snow at will, Fenghua Xiaoxiu tried to ask Muyu for advice. Since Fenghua Xiaoxiu had always been more cooperative, and the chakra ore promised by the daimyo of the snow country, Muyu changed the basic breathing method to be more suitable for ordinary people and taught it to Fenghua Xiaoxiu. This version of the breathing method is only suitable for ordinary people to strengthen their bodies, and does not require frequent exercise. It is useless for ninjas, but it just meets Fenghua Xiaoxiu's needs. After all, Fenghua Xiaoxiu is an ordinary person. Obito easily dodged 2 snowballs, but he did not expect Kakashi to take action at this moment and decisively threw a snowball to hit Obito. Next came the snowball fight, and even Nohara Rin was dragged in to join in. In order to better hit the enemy and avoid being hit, Obito focused his breathing and then opened the Sharingan. Seeing Obito use the Sharingan, Kakashi also unceremoniously opened the transparent world to strengthen himself. Nohara Rin didn't have as many tricks as them, but she had the water prison technique to block snowballs. Watching the ordinary snowball fight gradually turn into a fight between gods, Fenghua Xiaoxiu's eyes were a little confused, weak, pitiful and helpless. However, when Muyu was involved later, everyone became as pitiful and helpless as Fenghua Xiaoxiu. Muyu first made snowballs and then directly suppressed the firepower of wind escape, throwing snowballs with the momentum of thousands of arrows. Of course, in order to take care of the client's emotions, Muyu accurately controlled only 1 snowball to fly towards Fenghua Xiaoxiu, and most of them were thrown at Kakashi and Obito. "Teacher Muyu, you are too foul." Obito had no time to fight back under Muyu's powerful firepower. "Didn't you also use the power of ninja?" Fenghua Xiaoxiu stood up and laughed at Obito's misfortune. "Obito? Is his ninja power comparable to Muyu's? That's Muyu the Immortal. He can't hold on for long even if he uses 2 hands." When the day was over, Obito and the others were a little tired. They said they were protecting her, but they were just playing with Fenghua Xiaoxiu for a day. And Fenghua Xiaoxiu, who was weaker than Obito and the others, fell asleep not long after she came back. This kind of day lasted for 3 days. On the 4th day, the Snow God Festival ended, and Muyu and the others' mission was completely completed. "Teacher Muyu, can you stay a little longer? I can let my father continue to go to Konoha to issue missions." Fenghua Xiaoxiu was a little reluctant to let Muyu leave. Although they didn't spend much time together, she liked Muyu very much, because Muyu was beautiful and good at telling stories, and she would also praise her for being cute and teach her things. "Of course not, the mission is over, and if there is a chance, I will come to the snow country again," Muyu replied in a gentle voice. This trip to the snow country was quite rewarding. He got a lot of chakra mines from the snow country, as well as the chakra armor of the snow ninja and related information. "Teacher Muyu, you can become many of you, or you can leave one in the snow country." Fenghua Xiaoxiu was still trying to keep her. Before Muyu refused again, Fenghua Xiaoxiu said, "Xiaoxiu, don't make it difficult for Muyu. He may be needed in other places." If a strong man like Muyu could stay in the snow country, Fenghua Xiaoxiu would naturally agree with it. As naive as he was, he knew that this was impossible. "Goodbye, don't cry because we are leaving. I hope you can be more like a princess next time." Obito still felt bad that Fenghua Xiaoxiu didn't look like a princess in the novel. "I will be sad if Teacher Muyu leaves, Sister Lin leaves, Brother Kakashi leaves, but I am happy if you leave," Fenghua Xiaoxiu said immediately when he heard Obito say that she didn't look like a princess. For Fukakoyoki, who aspires to be a kind and righteous princess, Obito's words are really hateful. "Tisk, I'm ashamed that I prepared a parting gift for you," Obito said with an indignant look. Kakashi's mouth twitched when he heard Obito's words, thinking that Obito was really a rude boy. Obito's gift can only be said to be a gift that you don't want others to give you. "Gift?" Fukakoyoki looked at Obito suspiciously. "Really, everyone prepared it for you. Nohara-rin replied softly. Seeing Nohara-rin speak, Fukakuoyoki imagined that Obito was not talking nonsense. Then I take back what I said just now. I don't hate you for the time being today. I'm very sad that you all left. Fukakuoyoki changed her words. The gift must be opened after returning home. Obito reminded. Although I don't know why, Fukakuoyoki suppressed her curiosity and nodded. It is indeed not appropriate to open it outside. Goodbye, Teacher Miyu. You must come to the snow country when you have time. Fenghua Xiaoxia waved and shouted as she watched Miyu and others get on the boat. Miyu responded with a warm smile, Nohara-rin smiled and waved, Kakashi nodded, and Obito laughed as if his conspiracy had succeeded after the boat started. After returning home, Fenghua Xiaoxia couldn't wait to open the gift package. The top one was Miyu's gift, which was a calligraphy work written by Miyu specifically for Fenghua Xiaoxia, and then there was a booklet with breathing techniques to strengthen the body. Fenghua Xiaoxia smiled with satisfaction and decided to keep the calligraphy well and exercise seriously to fight snow in the future. The war can hit more of Obito and the others. The second one was Kakashi's gift. After opening it, Fenghua Xiaoxia found that it was a statue of herself, which was very delicate. Fenghua Xiaoxia was also very satisfied with this and carefully placed the statue on the cabinet. The third one was Nohara-rin's gift, which was a painting with the scene of them visiting the snow god festival together. Fenghua Xiaoxia asked someone to frame the painting and put it next to her bed, so that she could see it often and would not forget that memory. After opening the last gift, which was Obito's gift, Fenghua Xiaoxia showed a puzzled expression, because it was a thick stack of paper with many words on it. Is it a farewell letter written to me? Fenghua Xiaoxia looked at the content on the paper seriously. Who is the first person to be awarded the title of Ice and Snow Hero in the Snow Country? 1. Junpei Mayachi. 2. Natsuki Tahara. Please read the above materials and analyze the reasons why the snow country is always cold. Fenghua Xiaoxia carefully looked at the two test papers and found that they were not letters at all, but all kinds of questions. Hard, Fenghua Xiaoxia felt that her fist was hard. She swore that if she became a daimyo in the future, she would definitely ask Obito to do a task, and the task was to complete 1,000 test papers. Humph, I won't do it. Fenghua Xiaoxia didn't think she had the obligation to do Obito's test paper. Then she saw the small handwriting left by Obito. This is what I imitated from the test paper given by Teacher Miyu. It is a necessary practice to become a qualified princess. If you can complete it, maybe Teacher Miyu will look at you with new eyes when we meet again. Come on. Fenghua Xiaoxia looked at the word come on with a small fist drawn next to it and showed hesitation. If she can become a qualified princess and impress Teacher Miyu, then it is not impossible. The questions asked by Obito should not be difficult for her. What a pity. It would be nice if I could take a picture of her expression when she opened the gift. Obito on the boat felt a little regretful. How did you do it, Obito? There are so many knowledge points on the test paper. Have you read a lot of books about the snow country? Nohara-rin was a little puzzled about Obito's ability to make a test paper. I just used Teacher Miyu's test paper as a template. The specific questions were given by the scholars of the snow country. Obito showed a proud expression. Kakashi looked at Obito speechlessly. Obito's mind was particularly flexible only when he was trying to trick people. In this way, Miyu and the others returned to Konoha without any waves and ended this snow country mission.